although there were many who still could believe the way that Duanling Tian and Han Di's fight was conducted. This round to determine the ranking ended. It was already late in the evening, and the sun was setting. Tomorrow, a new round will start to determine the rankings of the Seven Mansions Feast, Lin Donglai said. Subsequently, everyone left one after another. All of them were still discussing Duanling Tian and were looking at him until he disappeared from their sight along with the people from the Pure Yang sect. I really didn't expect that Duanling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect to be so strong. He's much more terrifying than I imagined. Our old ancestor praised him earlier, saying that very few of his peers are a match for him with his current strength, not even advanced lords of gods. I still can't believe that he's not even 3,000 years old. He's a real monster. At this time, similar to the others, the people from the Wanchi clan were also leaving. All of them wore gloomy expressions on their faces at this time. Many of them knew Wanchi Hong, the most outstanding young disciple in their clan, was eager to fight Duanling Tian at the Seven Mansions Feast. If he defeated Duanling Tian, not only would he redeem his pride, but the pride of the clan as well. However, based on the strength that Duanling Tian displayed earlier, their confidence in Wanchi Hong had been dealt a heavy blow. Their hearts grew even heavier when they saw the sour expression on Wanchi Hong's face. Clearly, he was also not as confident as he was before. At this time, Wanchi Yuning said to Wanchi Hong through voice transmission, "Don't think about Duanling Tian. It doesn't matter if you're no match for him now. Continue to get stronger and you'll be able to seek revenge in the future. Just because you're weaker than him now, it might not be so in the future." Yi Feng is a good example of this. He didn't even rank in the top 20 during the Seven Mansions Feast 10,000 years ago. Now, he's stronger than all the participants from 10,000 years ago. Moreover, there were many of them who were younger than him back then. Wanchi Yuning continued to say, "With your current strength, the gap between both of you isn't that wide. You've not fought, so we can't say for sure that you'll lose. In any case, don't forget that the main purpose this time is not to fight with Duanling Tian. He's just a side mission at most. What is important is that you win the chance for your elders to enter the secret holy realm. Previously, I was optimistic about you ranking in the top 3, but now it's enough as long as you rank in the top 10. If you don't think you can rank in the top 3, don't push it. It's fine." Despite Wanchi Yuning's kind words, he still felt frustrated in the depths of his heart. After all, the Wanchi clan had given Wanchi Hong many resources to cultivate him. All of them hoped he would be able to rank in the top 3. No one expected that there would be so many outstanding participants this time. Such fierce competition greatly lowered the chances of Wanchi Hong ranking in the top 3. Do you think Duanling Tian has a chance of ranking in the top 3? Wanchi Yuning was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Wanchi Hong to ask him this question. After a moment, he answered truthfully, "With the strength he showed today, he has a high chance of ranking in the top 3. However, we don't know if the other contenders for the top 3 places are still hiding their strength." Wanchi Hong fell silent upon hearing Wanchi Yuning's words. However, his mood improved when he thought about Wanchi Yuning's earlier comforting words. Similarly, the expressions of the people from the United Heavens sect, both the high-ranking officials and the young disciples, were not very good. Only Han Di's expression remained neutral. No one knew what he was thinking. The high-ranking officials' expressions were not good because they all had high expectations for Han Di. They even felt that they had a high chance of ranking first. Their feelings grew stronger when Han Di obtained the token with the number 1. Contrary to their expectations, he was quickly knocked off the first place by the prodigy from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect who had risen to fame recently. Forget it. Even if he doesn't rank first, he still has a chance of ranking second or third. Slowly, the expressions of the high-ranking officials of the United Heavens sect eased, and their mood improved. At this time, a young disciple who was familiar with Han Di approached him and asked, "Senior brother, is Duanling Tian really so strong?" Although he did not speak loudly, everyone around him heard him clearly. They looked at Han Di immediately, waiting for his answer. Upon hearing the question, Han Di said calmly, "He's really strong. If we fight with all our might, I'm not even sure if I can survive 10 moves from him." Everyone's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Han Di's reply. These words were shocking since they came from the strongest young disciple in the United Heavens sect. It was a testament to Duan Ling Tian's strength. At this time, an old man leading the entourage from the United Heavens sect said, "It's not surprising. In a battle between powerhouses, the outcome usually can be decided within 10 moves. It can even be decided within 3 moves. However, this doesn't mean that Han Di is a lot weaker than Duan Ling Tian." Then, he looked at Han Di and said, "You made the right choice today. It's important to conserve your energy. You'd definitely suffer some injuries if you fought Duan Ling Tian with all your might today. At that time, your performance would definitely be affected. It would also affect your chances of ranking in the top 3. I naturally wish you'll be able to rank first, but it's fine as long as you rank second or third. Second would be best, of course." Han Di quickly nodded in agreement. In fact, Duan Ling Tian did not attack with all his might earlier. He did not even use his doppelganger from the law of space. If he had used his doppelganger, he was certain he could defeat Han Di with just 2 or 3 moves. If Han Di had fought without intending to conserve his strength, he would have used his doppelgangers as well to end the fight quickly so he could conserve his strength. I wonder if Luo Yuan, the third participant, will challenge me or Han Di tomorrow. Or would he forfeit the fight? Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed as he thought about the fights tomorrow. Currently, the top 10 rankings were as such in ascending order. Duan Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect, Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect, Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, one of the 2 strongest young prodigies in the Feudal Lord Mansion, Shiman from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa, Tuaba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan, Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect, the other strongest prodigy from the Feudal Lord Mansion, Yang Qianyi from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect, and Wang Xiong from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor. All of the outstanding participants were now in the top 10 except for Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect and Wan Qihong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect. This was because the duo was so focused on obtaining the first token that in the end they were left with the last 2 tokens, which were the 29th and 30th tokens. After their first fights, they rose to the 21st and 22nd place. Currently, the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Feudal Lord Mansion seem to have the best result. There were 3 participants from the Feudal Lord Mansion in the top 10, and there were 2 participants from the Eastern Ridge Mansion in the top 10. However, if Wan Qihong were not so obsessed with obtaining the first token, everyone knew that the Eastern Ridge Mansion would also have 3 participants in the top 10. If Wan Qihong ranked in the top 10, it was certain that one of the participants from the Feudal Lord Mansion would be knocked out of the top 10. Similarly, the Green Province Mansion would have another participant in the top 10 if Yuan Mou did not focus on obtaining the first token. Usually, the nights passed in just a blink of an eye for cultivators. For those who were cultivating, it would pass even quicker. However, tonight, time seemed to pass very slowly. Perhaps it was due to the anticipation for the next day that time seemed to slow down. Everyone, especially the young disciples from the various forces, naturally looked forward to the coming rounds. As the 7 Mansions feast drew to an end, the fights would only become more fierce and exciting. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, the young disciples from various forces left their wooden houses immediately, waiting excitedly for their elders to lead them to the venue of the 7 Mansions feast. At this time, an elder from the Pure Yang sect, who had just come out, shook his head when he saw the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect who had gathered. These kids are very excited. Usually, they don't wake up so early. Soon after, Yi Qinfeng, Lu Fenggu, and Jin Pingfan came out as well. Duan Ling Tian arrived a little later. As for Yang Qianyi, his master Yuan Hanjin had already led him to the venue of the 7 Mansions feast before Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu even showed up. The people from the Pure Yang sect were the last to arrive at the venue of the 7 Mansions feast today. We're not late, are we? We usually arrive at this time, Duan Ling Tian wondered inwardly. The others did not seem surprised or puzzled. Zhen Pingfan said to Yi Qinfeng, "Junior Uncle Yi, didn't I say you should bring us here earlier? You didn't believe me. I knew everyone was going to come early." "In any case, we're not late. Yi Feng said with a slight smile. Jinping Fan said helplessly, "You're right. However, if we arrive earlier, the fights will start sooner as well." Yi Feng shook his head and said, "It doesn't make that big of a difference. There's no hurry. The fights will last the entire day whether we come early or not." Upon hearing these words, Jinping Fan no longer had anything to say. Not long after the Pure Yang sect arrived, Lin Donglai appeared. He said directly, "Everyone, today will be the second stage of the final round to determine the ranking of the Seven Mansions Feast." He did not waste time before he looked at a young man in the distance and said, "Participant number 30, please enter the battlefield." The 30th participant was the person previously defeated by Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heavens sect. This person was quite unlucky. He had obtained the 21st token but was kicked down to the 30th place. Nonetheless, he had no complaints since he was aware his strength was inferior. He even felt that if there were 3 or 4 of him fighting Yuan Mou, he still would not be able to defeat Yuan Mou. He thought to himself, "There's no way I'm going to challenge the 21st and the 22nd participants. I can only challenge those behind them whom I'm confident about defeating." The 30th participant looked around before he finally challenged the 24th participant. Alas, he failed his challenge, so he could only continue to stay in 30th place. He was in a very bad mood at this moment as he thought to himself, "Why is everyone so cunning? Participant number 24 clearly showed strength weaker than mine before this. He suddenly became stronger after I challenged him." Naturally, Lin Donglai did not pay attention to the mood of the 30th participant. As soon as the 30th participant left, he had already called for the 29th participant. The fights continued. Some people succeeded in their challenges and some were knocked down. Time continued to pass, and it was finally the turn of the 22nd participant, Wan Qihong. Many people thought Wan Qihong would forfeit his fight instead of challenging the 21st participant, Yuan Mou. After all, he still had a chance to climb up the ranks later. If he challenged Yuan Mou now, he risked being injured. In fact, the 22nd place was not very favorable. The person occupying this place could only challenge the 21st participant. He could not challenge the 20th participant. As expected, "I forfeit my turn," Wan Qihong said. He knew that this was the best choice. Moreover, yesterday Wan Qiyuning, the ancestor of the Wanqi clan, had also advised him to forfeit his turn. Following that, it was Yuan Mou's turn. He naturally did not forfeit his turn since this was a good chance for him to enter the top 20. He said, "I'd like to challenge participant number 20. Although the 20th participant's strength was quite decent, it could not compare to that of Yuan Mou. With just one strike, Yuan Mou defeated him. With this, he would be able to challenge anyone from the 11th to the 19th place during his next turn, making his way into the top 10. At this time, Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of a question. He asked, "Elder Zhan, I found another loophole. If we have a few participants from our sect in the top 10, we can send the strongest disciple to gatekeep at the 10th place to prevent others from advancing into the top 10, right? With this, the others in the top 10 will stay in the top 10. Jinping Fan nodded. Indeed. However, if there's someone stronger below the 10th participant, he or she can still advance into the top 10 based on a rule of the Seven Mansions Feast. A rule? I don't think anything has been mentioned about this, right? Duan Lingtian was surprised. He did not know there was another way to enter the top 10. This rule has always existed, but it's not often mentioned since there was no occasion to do so. If the occasion arises, then the rule will definitely be brought out, Jinping Fan said. What's the rule? Duan Lingtian asked. Jinping Fan replied, if the situation you described happens, those who are dissatisfied can request to challenge anyone from the 4th to the 9th place. However, they'll need to pay 1,000,000 divine crystals or treasures of equal value for a chance to do so. Jinping Fan smiled and continued to say, the payment will be added to the reward for the person who ranks first in the Seven Mansions Feast. Similarly, if the 3rd participant gatekeep as well, the others can challenge the 1st and 2nd participants if they pay 10,000,000 divine crystals or treasures of equal value. The payment will also be added to the reward for the person who ranks first. He paused for a beat before he continued to say, usually, Those who are confident about ranking first will pay the fee since the payment would return to them when they rank first. However, those who can rank first naturally would not be hindered by a gatekeeper. In any case, this kind of situation rarely occurs. In the end, one's strength is still the most important during the Seven Mansions feast. If you're weak, you won't be able to climb up the ranks no matter what. This rule is only to prevent forces from cheating. It's rather effective since no one bothered to cheat. As such, no one really mentions this rule unless it's brought up. Duan Tian nodded. He had learned a lot about the Seven Mansions feast after listening to Jinping Fan. This rule was indeed useful to deter others from colluding and gatekeeping. During the time Duan Tian and Jinping Fan were talking, 2 fights had already concluded. One of them succeeded in his challenge and the other one failed. Finally, it was the turn of the 11th participant. He was He Yushi from the Consonance Mansion's Frost Divine sect. Before Han Di's appearance in the Seven Mansions feast, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest among the younger generation in the Consonance Mansion. In 11th place, he could only challenge the 10th participant. He was in a very difficult place at this time. After all, the 10th participant was Wang Xiang from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor who had just defeated him and knocked him off the 10th place. For this reason, Lin Donglai skipped He Yushi's turn. He said to Wang Xiang, "Participant number 10, please enter the battlefield." The crowd that was getting bored grew excited again when Wang Xiang entered the battlefield. Who do you think Wang Xiang is going to challenge? Yang Qianyi, who's in 9th place, is quite strong. He's clearly stronger than the 8th participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion. The other participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion, who's in 4th place, is the weakest among those in the top 10 now. Considering everything, I think Wang Xiang's going to challenge one of the participants from the Feudal Lord Mansion. It makes more sense for him to challenge the 4th participant. Number 4 and number 8 are very famous in the Feudal Lord Mansions. They were acknowledged to be the strongest among the young generation there before Wang Xiang appeared. After defeating either one of them, Wang Xiang will officially become the strongest among the younger generation in the Feudal Lord Mansion. He's sure to challenge number 4 or 8. I wonder which one it will be. If he challenges number 4, there'll be more people challenging him after this after he takes the 4th place. It's wiser to challenge number 8 even if he can defeat number 4. After that, Yang Qianyi will definitely challenge number 4 after that or forfeit his turn. Wang Xiang felt rather speechless when he heard the people who were fervently discussing him. He wondered, is my mind so easy to read? As expected, Wang Xiang challenged the 8th participant from the Feudal Lord Mansion. The eyes of many young disciples from the Frozen Mountain Manor lit up and they looked at Wang Xiang expectantly. Senior brother Wang Xiang. Once senior brother Wang Xiang wins, he'll be acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Feudal Lord Mansion. Wang Xiang was not famous in the Frozen Mountain Manor in the past, let alone the Feudal Lord Mansion. Many people had heard of him, but they assumed he was just an ordinary prodigy. However, during the Seven Mansions Manor, everyone realized he was much stronger than they had imagined and that he had been hiding his strength all this time. Perhaps he had hidden his strength for so long just to reveal it during the Seven Mansions feast. Previously, when Wang Xiang had been selected as a seated participant, it had confused many young disciples in the Frozen Mountain Manor. Similar to the others, they had no idea that he was so strong and that he had been hiding his strength. Initially, there were quite a few young prodigies who were unconvinced when Wang Xiang was selected as a seated participant. However, after he displayed his strength, he had silenced their doubts and completely convinced them. Now that he was in the top 10, they even felt proud that they had such a prodigy in their Frozen Mountain Manor. This was only natural since they were from the same force. At this moment, one of the 2 top young prodigies from the Feudal Lord Mansion looked at Wang Xiang solemnly and said, "Wang Xiang, I didn't know there was such an outstanding disciple in the Frozen Mountain Manor. You hid your strength really well." As one of the 2 strongest young prodigies in the Feudal Lord Mansion, he was naturally arrogant. He had never heard of Wang Xiang in the past, and now Wang Xiang wanted to challenge him. Once Wang Xiang defeated him, he would no longer be known as one of the 2 strongest young prodigies in the Feudal Lord Mansion. It was only normal that he was unhappy. Wang Xiang smiled slightly and said, "I'm a nobody, so it's only normal that you've never heard of me." "A nobody?" Wang Xiang's opponent laughed. How could a nobody obtain a token in the 20s? How could a nobody enter the top 10 during the first stage to determine the ranking? Clearly, Wang Xiong's words had provoked his opponent. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "Let's cut to the chase and decide the winner. I really want to witness the strength of the prodigy of our feudal lord mansion, who had hidden his strength so well." As soon as Wang Xiong's opponent's voice fell, his divine energy and profundities from the law burst forth from his body. His aura was incredibly strong. Without hesitation, he shot toward Wang Xiong like a lightning bolt, striking first to gain the upper hand. He did not dare to underestimate Wang Xiong. After all, Wang Xiong's defenses were extremely high. He was not confident about breaking Wang Xiong's defenses. Bang! 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 The fight was fierce. Shockwaves rippled out as the two opponents clashed. Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect who was an intermediate emperor of gods, easily neutralized the shockwaves as the duo fought. With his presence, the shockwaves from the fight would not be able to hurt the others. Even if the duo attacked the spectators, it would be difficult for them to do so with him keeping watch. In fact, this prodigy, who's known as one of the strongest young prodigies in the feudal lord mansion, is quite deserving of this title. Previously, the other strongest prodigy from the feudal lord mansion, who's ranked 4th, was defeated so quickly by Luo Yuan, so I thought that the rumor was exaggerated. Now that I think about it, perhaps it was not that he was not as strong as the rumor said. It's just that Luo Yuan is too strong. That's right. Based on this person's strength, number 4 isn't weak at all. He was only defeated so quickly because Luo Yuan was too strong. Wang Xiong's opponent, the 8th participant from the feudal lord mansion, surprised everyone with his strength. This made the others rethink their judgment about the 4th participant from the feudal lord mansion, who was on par with the 8th participant. With this, the expression of the 4th participant from the feudal lord mansion, who had been mocked earlier, eased greatly. All of you finally understand now. It's not that I'm weak. It's just that Luo Yuan is too strong. Moreover, I was defeated so quickly because I was careless as well. I didn't expect him to attack with all his might so quickly, so I was caught off guard. If I didn't let down my guard, I would have been able to withstand more than 10 moves. That aside, it seems like the two of us aren't a match for Wang Xiong as well. The 4th participant from the feudal lord mansion, who was on par with the 8th participant, continued to watch the fight. At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He thought to himself with a bitter smile on his face. Initially, I thought I'd be able to rank in the top 3. Now, it seems like I'd be lucky if I'm able to rank in the top 10. Wang Xiong is very strong. Yang Qianyi is also very strong. As for the others, I have no hope of defeating them. There are also Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong who are still making their way to the top 10. If we can't defeat Wang Xiong, we can forget about ranking in the top 8. If we can't defeat Yang Qianyi, we can forget about ranking in the top 9. There's also He Yushi, who's recognized as the strongest young prodigy in the Consonance Mansion before the appearance of Han Di from the United Heavens sect. I'm not sure I'll be able to defeat He Yushi. In short, it's going to be difficult for us to rank in the top 10. While the 4th participant was lost in his thoughts, the fight on the battlefield suddenly changed. Wang Xiong, who had been on the defensive, suddenly launched a counterattack on his opponent. After 3 moves, his opponent suffered minor injuries. In contrast, his face was only slightly flushed from the exertion. Seeing that Wang Xiong had switched to the offensive and was about to attack again, his opponent said, "I surrender." The 8th participant knew it was best for him to surrender to avoid more injuries. He no longer dared to continue the fight. After all, he was not confident he would be able to defeat Wang Xiong. It was best to cut the loss and conserve his strength to avoid affecting his performance later. He thought to himself, I have no chance of ranking in the top 3, but I have to do my best to rank in the top 10. I can't afford to get injured at the critical moment. Earlier in the morning, the 8th participant's elders had also advised him to surrender if he could not win the fight and to think of the bigger picture. Meanwhile, Wang Xiong's victory stirred up a commotion among those from the feudal lord mansion's Frozen Manor Mountain. They were elated that they had such an outstanding prodigy in the Frozen Manor Mountain. He had completely surpassed the 2 strongest young prodigies in the feudal lord mansion. From now on, the strongest young prodigy in the feudal lord mansion was Wang Xiong from their Frozen Mountain Manor. He won. Brother Wang Xiong won. With Wang Xiong's strength, it won't be a problem for him to rank in the top 10, Duanling Tian thought to himself after watching this fight. He had briefly seen the beads of sweat on Wang Xiong's forehead before Wang Xiong's divine energy evaporated it. He could tell that although Wang Xiong did not use all his strength during this fight, he had attacked with almost all of his strength. At this time, Wang Xiong had already exchanged his token with his opponent. He rose to 8th place while his opponent fell to 10th place. Following that, it was finally Yang Qianye's turn. Is Yang Qianye going to forfeit his turn? Although Yang Qianye had displayed his amazing strength earlier, most people thought that he was at most on par with the former two strongest young prodigies in the feudal lord mansion. Wang Xiong's opponent was now in 8th place, ahead of Yang Qianye who was in 9th place. As such, they thought it would be best for him to forfeit his turn now. Even the young disciples from the pure Yang sect thought so. To everyone's surprise, after entering the battlefield, Yang Qianye said, "I challenge participant number 4. Everyone began to discuss this unexpected turn animatedly among themselves. Does this mean that Yang Qianye has yet to use all his strength earlier? In just a moment, the 4th participant, the other strongest young prodigy from the feudal lord mansion who was ranked 4th, entered the battlefield. Soon enough, everyone's speculations were confirmed. Indeed, Yang Qianye had been holding back during his earlier fights. His attacks now were much stronger than before. It did not take too long before he finally defeated his opponent. Yang Qianye's not weaker than Wang Xiong. I wonder if this is the extent of his strength. Yang Qianye is also from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang sect, right? This time, there are 2 outstanding prodigies from the Pure Yang sect. That's right. I've only heard about Duanling Tian, but I've never heard about this Yang Qianye until now. Unlike Duanling Tian, who had long become famous in the 7 mansions, Yang Qianye was only known to those top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. After all, they had tried to recruit him in the past. However, although he was outstanding, he was not heaven-defying or particularly special. Hence, they had only sent ordinary elders to recruit him. Who knew such a person was in fact a hidden gem? At this time, an emperor of gods from the 7-Kill Valley looked puzzled as he said, "If I'm not mistaken, my grand disciple sent someone to recruit Yang Qianye previously. Based on his judgment, Yang Qianye's talent and comprehension are good, but it's only slightly above average. How did he become so strong?" It was not just those from the 7-Kills Valley, the people from the other top forces in the Eastern Ridge Mansion such as the Dragon Martial Divine Sect, the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice, and the Wanshi clan were puzzled as well. Based on their previous assessment, Yang Qianye was only slightly above average. At the same time, Duanling Tian thought to himself, the Supreme Divine Mansion helped Yang Qianye grow so strong in such a short time? Duanling Tian could not help but grow excited again when he thought about the possibility of entering the Supreme Divine Mansion after the end of the 7 Mansions feast. Perhaps, his improvements would far surpass those of Yang Qianye. Apart from that, the elders from the Pure Yang sect, including Yichen Feng and Lu Fenggu, were also shocked by Yang Qianye's improvements. Yichen Feng and Lu Fenggu were not puzzled, but they did not expect Yang Qianye to improve so much. After a moment, many of them instinctively turned to look at Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianye's master, who was a transcendence elder of the Pure Yang sect's Pingsheng faction. Some of them even looked at Yuan Hanjin with a hint of envy. At the same time, Yuan Hanjin only smiled, clearly not surprised by Yang Qianye's performance. He had known from the beginning how strong Yang Qianye was, after all. At this time, another transcendence elder from the Pure Yang sect sighed emotionally and said, "Elder Yuan, it seems like you already know that your disciple is so strong." Yuan Hanjin replied with a smile, "I only found out not too long ago. I have to say that I was surprised by my incompetent disciple as well in the beginning." When Yuan Hanjin used the words incompetent disciple, many of the elders from the Pure Yang sect could not help but curse inwardly. If his disciple was incompetent, what did their disciples count as? Were their disciples trash? Another elder said, "Elder Yuan, it seems like Yang Qianye will definitely rank in the top 10 this time. In addition to Duanling Tian, there will be 2 disciples from our sect ranking in the top 10. At that time, our sect will have at least 4 slots to enter the secret holy realm." The Transcendence Elder who spoke earlier said confidently, "No. I think we'll get at least 5 slots. Duanling Tian will likely rank in the top 3. If Yang Qianyi ranks in the top 10, we'll have 5 slots." The group of elders from the Pure Yang sect could not help but feel excited, thinking that the Pure Yang sect would obtain 5 slots to enter the secret holy realm. If they obtained so many slots, there was a small chance that a Nirvanic elder would even be given a chance to enter the secret holy realm. Even the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect could not help but feel excited for their Nirvanic elders. After all, the more intermediate emperors of gods who entered the secret holy realm, the higher the chances of them becoming an advanced emperor of gods. At that time, the Pure Yang sect would cement its status as the strongest force in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. This would only benefit all of them. At the same time, a few young disciples from the Ping Sheng faction just regained their senses. None of them knew Yang Qianyi was so strong. Although many of them knew him, they did not think much of him. After all, he was just an ordinary rudimentary lord of gods previously, and he was weaker than them. How could they not be surprised now? Not only did he become an intermediate lord of gods, but he had also somewhat stabilized his cultivation base. His comprehension of the law was quite high as well. It was clear now that he was much stronger than them. With this thought in mind, a few young disciples from the Pure Yang sect's Ping Sheng faction looked at Yang Qianyi with complicated expressions on their faces. The few young disciples from other factions wanted to ask those from the Ping Sheng faction about Yang Qianyi. However, based on their expressions, it was clear that they did not know anything as well. Despite knowing better, some of them still asked about Yang Qianyi. As expected, all of them knew nothing apart from Yang Qianyi being Yuan Hanjin's disciple, and that he used to be a rudimentary lord of gods not too long ago. Meanwhile, after Yang Qianyi returned, Duanling Tian glanced at him and said through voice transmission, "Congratulations." Yang Qianyi looked at Duanling Tian from the corners of his eyes before replying through voice transmission. "Although I'm still weaker than you, I believe that I'll catch up to you one day. At that time, perhaps, I'll avenge my brothers, Du Qianjun and Du Pejun." "All right, I'll wait for you," Duanling Tian said with a slight smile. He did not defend himself or explain that he was not directly involved in Du Qianjun and Du Pejun's deaths. After all, he did indirectly cause the deaths of the duo. While everyone was talking about Yang Qianyi, Lin Donglai, the elder of the Howling Flames sect, spoke, attracting everyone's attention. He said loudly, "Participant number 7, please enter the battlefield." Yang Qianyi was ranked 9th earlier, so it should be the 8th participant's turn to issue a challenge. However, since the 8th participant had just finished a fight with Wang Xiong, his turn was skipped. The 7th participant was Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect. This time, most people expected Lin Yuan to challenge someone since he had forfeited his turn previously. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lin Yuan said, "I forfeit my turn." Lin Yuan did not explain, but everyone assumed he still wanted to conserve his strength. Subsequently, Lin Donglai called out, "Participant number 6. The 6th participant was Tuaba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. After entering the battlefield, she looked around. Her eyes landed briefly on Yang Qianyi before she, like Lin Yuan, forfeited her turn. It was finally the 5th participant's turn. He was Shimin from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa. Previously, he had challenged Yang Qianyi, and their fight ended in a draw. Similar to Yang Qianyi, he was not very outstanding in the past and only rose to fame recently. As such, many people speculated that the Marionette Villa had deliberately kept his existence a secret for the 7 Mansions feast. "I forfeit my turn," Shimin said after entering the battlefield. Duanling Tian, who was looking at Shimin at this time, saw Shimin turning to look at him with a strange and complicated expression on his face. Upon seeing that, he could not help but feel puzzled. Why is he looking at me like that? I don't know him that well. Yang Qianyi, who was now in 4th place, skipped his turn as well since he had just issued a challenge earlier. Hence, it was the 3rd participant's turn. Everyone's attention was focused on the battlefield again. Participant number 3. Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect. Duanling Tian looked at Luo Yuan, who had risen from 4th to 3rd place. Earlier, Luo Yen was ranked 4th, so he could only challenge the 3rd participant. Now that he was ranked third, he could only challenge the first or second participants, who were Duanling Tian and Han Di respectively. As such, Duanling Tian naturally had to pay attention to Luo Yuan. He was rather curious if Luo Yuan would challenge him or Han Di. "I forfeit my turn," Luo Yuan said. With this, Duanling Tian could only put his curiosity aside for now. However, he knew his curiosity would be satisfied sooner or later, since Luo Yuan would have to challenge him or Han Di eventually. Everyone was disappointed that Luo Yuan had forfeited his turn. At this time, Lin Donglai said, "The second stage to determine the ranking is over. We will continue with the third stage tomorrow. Everyone, you may now leave." Since Duanling Tian had just defeated Han Di and rose from second place to first place, there was no need for him and Han Di to fight anymore. If no one replaced Han Di and took over the second place, Duanling Tian would no longer be challenged. To challenge Duanling Tian, the third participant, Luo Yuan, would have to challenge and defeat Han Di first. However, if by chance Han Di suddenly had a breakthrough, he could also challenge Duanling Tian again. It was not uncommon for people to break through under pressure, and it happened many times in the history of the Seven Mansions Feast. Most people could not wait for the third stage of the final round to determine the ranking tomorrow. There were also some who thought that not much would change tomorrow. Based on the situation, perhaps, the only thing worth seeing is if Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect can make it into the top 10. Oh, there's also Wan Qihong. However, I think he'll have to wait until the sixth stage to enter the top 10. That's when the top 10 participants are determined. After a few more stages, the weak will be knocked out of the top 10. Hey, do you think those two top prodigies will be able to maintain their places in the top 10? I think it's very unlikely. Duanling Tian, Han Di, Luo Yuan, Yang Qianyi, Tuo Xiu, Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong, and Shimin are stronger than them. Do you think those two are stronger than Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong? I think they'll definitely be knocked out of the top 10 by Yuan Mou and Wan Qihong. The next few stages of the final round went exactly as many people expected them to. At this time, the current ranking was as followed. 1. Duanling Tian. 2. Han Di. 3. Luo Yuan. 4. Yuan Mou. 5. Shimin. 6. Tuo Xiu. 7. Lin Yuan. 8. Wang Xiong. 9. Yang Qianyi. 10. Wan Qihong. Now that the top 10 participants had been selected, even if the ranking had yet to be determined, some were overjoyed and some were disappointed. For example, the forces that the two top young prodigies from the feudal lord mansions belonged to were greatly disappointed. They did not expect that their respective disciples would not even rank in the top 10. Initially, they thought no matter how badly their disciples performed, they still would be able to rank in the top 10. It was unexpected that so many participants who had hidden their strength would appear in the Seven Mansions Feast this time, shocking everyone with their strength. When Duanling Tian and the people from the Pure Yang sect arrived at the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast in the morning, many people had already arrived and were discussing among themselves. I thought that the Pure Yang sect's Yang Qianyi would be able to maintain his rank at fourth place. Alas, he was defeated by Yuan Mou from the Howling Heaven sect. Yesterday, Yuan Mou, the young prodigy from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect, who was ranked 9th, challenged Yang Qianyi, successfully rising to 4th place. After exchanging 30 moves, Yuan Mou gained the upper hand and injured Yang Qianyi. As a result, Yang Qianyi surrendered. If you ask me, I think Yang Qianyi didn't want to surrender. Before he surrendered, I saw him looking in the direction of the people from the Pure Yang sect. His elder must have advised him to surrender. Duanling Tian had similar thoughts as well. It was not that Yang Qianyi was one to ignore the bigger picture, but at the same time, Yang Qianyi did not seem like the type to surrender under those circumstances. In any case, Yang Qianyi, who had risen to 4th place, surrendered and fell back to 9th place. After everyone arrived, Lin Donglai, the elder from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect, appeared in front of everyone. He swept his gaze around before he asked, "Is there anyone ranked from the 11th to the 30th place who's dissatisfied with their ranking? Is there anyone who's going to pay the price and challenge the top 10 participants?" In the beginning, the young disciples of the various forces were confused. After all, Many of their elders did not tell them about this, deeming it unnecessary. It was unlikely to say anything unless someone deliberate gatekeep at the 10th place. Wanqi Hong was in 10th place now. Apart from him, there was no one from the Wanqi clan in the top 10. As such, there was no reason for him to gatekeep. Naturally, he could still help someone who was not from the Wanqi clan but from the Eastern Ridge Mansion, but there was no real reason for him to do so. The other two participants from the top 10 were Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianyi from the Pure Yang sect. Their strength was obvious and indisputable. Their ranks were unshakable. Under these circumstances, no one would pay for a chance to challenge the top 10 participants unless they wanted to give away divine crystals for no good reason. Is this possible? I didn't even know such a rule existed. However, I guess it makes sense to prevent people from gatekeeping. I thought I'd be able to pay someone to gatekeep for me, hoping to exploit the loopholes. Alas, it seems like it's impossible. The Seven Mansions feast has a long history. The Seven Mansions aren't fools. If there are loopholes, many people would have taken advantage of them. As time passes, more and more rules will be created to prevent people from taking advantage of the loopholes. That's right. Did you think you can outsmart our elders? No one stepped forward in response to Lin Donglai's words. As such, he continued to say, since there's no objection, the 11th to the 30th rankings are now confirmed. Next, we will finalize the ranking for the top 10 participants. Among the top 10 participants, Duan Lingtian had defeated Han Di and Yuan Mou had defeated Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi and Shimin fought, but their fight ended in a draw. For both Han Di and Yang Qianyi, they can challenge Duan Lingtian and Yuan Mou again respectively, but they have to defeat another opponent first before they're able to do so. Everyone was very excited. After all, the upcoming fights were definitely going to be fierce and exciting. Among the top 10 participants, only a few of them had fought each other. Most of them had yet to fight each other. I think we'll be able to see the fight between Tuo Baixio from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan and Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect soon. I can't watch the fight between these two participants who received the collective resources from the top forces of their respective mansions. Many people felt the same way. The other participants were highly talented and had great comprehension skills. They had also been given plenty of resources from their respective forces. Except for fortuitous encounters, they were in a way the same. However, unlike the other participants, Tuo Baixio and Luo Yuan received the resources from all the top forces in their respective mansions. One could only imagine how many resources they received. As such, many people who were envious of them were really eager to see how strong they were after being given so many resources. Moreover, during their previous fights, they had held back or forfeited their turns. Now that it was time to finalize the rankings in the top 10, they would definitely fight with all their might. Apart from that, there were also those who were interested in other participants. I'm interested to see Luo Yuan and Tuo Baixio fight, but I'm also very interested to see if Duan Lingtian will fight again. I wonder if he'll be able to maintain his rank. As for me, I hope to see Wang Xiong and Yang Qianyi fight. Among the top 10 participants, I think they're the weakest. I'm curious which of them is stronger. Wanqi Hong only entered the top 10 yesterday, so he has yet to have a chance to climb higher. Wanqi Hong will be the first to fight after this. Who do you think he'll challenge? I think he'll challenge Yang Qianyi. After all, Yang Qianyi was just defeated by Yuan Mou yesterday. Who knows if his injuries have healed? He has lost his momentum after his defeat. Many people's attention quickly shifted to Wanqi Hong, who would be the first to issue a challenge today. Everyone wondered if he would challenge Yang Qianyi or Wang Xiong. At this time, He Yushi, who was standing with the people from the Divine Frost sect in the Consonance Mansion, wore a complicated expression on his face. Before Han Di appeared, he was the strongest prodigy in the Consonance Mansion. As such, he was very arrogant. Although Han Di was stronger than him, he still remained confident. Even if he could not defeat Han Di or rank in the top 3, he was certain he would be able to rank in the top 10. Unexpectedly, he was ranked 11th in the end. After the two strongest young prodigies from the Feudal Lord Mansion were kicked out of the top 10, He Yushi had defeated them, and the duo fell to the 12th and 13th places respectively. Similar to him, they failed to rank in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast despite their initial high hopes. At the same time, the high-ranking officials of the various forces in the Seven Mansions feast looked at the people from the Pure Yang sect from time to time. They were truly jealous. The Pure Yang sect had stolen the limelight this time. All the other forces from the Seven Mansions paled in comparison to the Pure Yang sect. The Pure Yang sect will get at least 4 slots this time. Duan Ling Tian has a high chance of ranking in the top 3. If that's the case, the Pure Yang sect will have 5 slots. Do they even need so many slots? 5 slots. However, if Duan Ling Tian ranks first in the end, it means that the Pure Yang sect will have 6 slots. If the Pure Yang sect obtains 6 slots, I wonder if they'll auction off 1 or 2 slots. Who knows? 6 slots might not be enough for them. The eyes of many high-ranking officials from the various forces lit up when they thought about the possibility of the Pure Yang sect auctioning off 1 or 2 slots. Many of them even contacted their sect leaders and clan leaders to get in touch with the Pure Yang sect. The early birds would get the worms after all. However, there were also some who were not optimistic. Back in the Pure Yang sect, we'll get at least 4 slots? If Duan Ling Tian ranks in the top 3, we'll get 5 slots? And if he ranks first, we'll get 6 slots. The sect leader of the Pure Yang sect and the others elders who stayed behind in the Pure Yang sect were shocked when they heard the news. They had expected Duan Ling Tian to rank in the top 10. Then they thought he might have a chance of ranking in the top 3. However, later they received news that there were many strong participants who had previously hidden their strength, so they did not think he would be able to rank in the top 3. It was fine as long as he ranked in the top 10. Unexpectedly, Duan Ling Tian had also hidden his strength, and currently he was tentatively ranked first. As such, they had high hopes again that he would rank in the top 3. That aside, they were even more shocked that Yang Qianyi managed to rank in the top 10. Even Yuan Pingxin, the founder of the Pingxing faction in the Pure Yang sect, who was Yuan Hanjin's father, was shocked, let alone the others. After learning about what happened, Yuan Pingshang sent a message to Yuan Hanjin immediately. Did you send him into the Supreme Divine Mansion? Didn't you promise previously that you'd stop sending your disciples into that place and causing their deaths? Father how do you know about the Supreme Divine Mansion? Yuan Hanjin's expression changed slightly upon hearing his father's message. He had told his father that he had found a dangerous place filled with fortuitous encounters, but he had never said it was the Supreme Divine Mansion. In the past, when Yuan Hanjin's disciples died in the beginning, Yuan Pingshang had dismissed it as an accident. However, as Yuan Hanjin's disciples continued to die one after another, he became suspicious. At that time, he had questioned Yuan Hanjin, and Yuan Hanjin said he had found a place that could help rudimentary lords of gods become intermediate lord of gods, providing they came out of that place alive. After listening to Yuan Hanjin, he had warned Yuan Hanjin against sending his disciples to that deadly place again. Yuan Pingsheng scoffed and said coldly, I knew it all along. I just didn't want to expose you in the past. As you know, the Supreme Divine Mansion may contain fortuitous encounters, but it's extremely deadly. The survival rates are low. There's a reason why I prohibited you from sending your disciples there. It wasn't easy for you to find a talented new disciple after so many years, but you actually sent him to that place. Yang Qianyi was indeed talented and had good comprehension skills, but it would be impossible for him to progress so much in such a short time. It's obvious that you sent him to the Supreme Divine Mansions, and he, fortunately, survived his time there. Yuan Hanjin smiled and replied, Father, you're too smart. However, I succeeded this time. Look at him. He managed to rank in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. Even if he's only in 10th place, he'll still obtain 2 slots to enter the secret holy realm. One of the slots will go to you, Father. Yuan Pingxing remained silent for a moment. Then he replied with a sigh, I've told you that the secret holy realm might not be able to help me. I'm still far from becoming an advanced emperor of gods, so entering the secret holy realm might not even help me to become one. There were many intermediate emperors of gods like me who entered the secret holy realm in the past, and they all failed to achieve a breakthrough. This chance will only be wasted on me. Nearing the end of his words, Yuan Pingshang's voice softened considerably. He knew Yuan Hanjin was doing this for his sake. Yuan Hanjin replied solemnly, Father, it doesn't matter if you don't have a breakthrough. No matter what, you'll definitely benefit from entering the secret holy realm. Although you acted like nothing was wrong, I knew you were injured during your last heavenly tribulation. Yuan Ping Xing fell silent after listening to Yuan Hanjin's message. He changed the topic and asked, "Did you have something to do with the death of Yang Qianye's father?" Yuan Hanjin's eyes widened immediately. He hastily replied, "Father? What do you mean? What could I possibly have to do with his father's death?" Qian Yi and the 10,000 Devils sect confirmed that his father was killed by Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Qian Yi was very determined to avenge his father, and as a result, he survived the Supreme Divine Mansion. Before Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Yuan Pingshang interjected solemnly, "Someone has already started an investigation. It's been confirmed that when Qian Ye's father died, you weren't in the pure Yang sect's estate. Do you think the others would be fooled by you? Do you believe they'd think it's just a coincidence?" Yuan Hanjin's expression darkened when he heard that the matter was being investigated. He asked, "Father, do you know who's investigating the matter?" "I only know it's one of the Ascension elders," Yuan Pingsheng replied. Yuan Hanjin's expression changed again, and he instinctively glanced at Yichen Feng and Lu Fenggu. Before Yuan Hanjin reacted, Yuan Pingshang sent another message. "Be honest with me. Do you have anything to do with the death of Qian Ye's father? If you don't tell me the truth, I won't be able to help you if things escalate. I'm your father. Do you think I'll harm you?" Yuan Hanjin was moved by his father's words. After a brief moment, he replied, "Father, I killed Qian Ye's father. However, I made sure not to leave any traces, so it should be fine. I mimicked Long Qingchang's movements to kill Qian Ye's father after studying past mirror image recordings of him. I even recorded the entire scene and deliberately left it there so everyone would think it's Long Qingchong." "Is that what you think?" Yuan Pingshang said coldly. "It might not be as traceless as you think it is. In any case, this will be the last time that you do something like this." After the conversation ended, Yuan Hanjin sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, his father did not reprimand him too harshly. However, he was unaware that after their conversation, his father, who had not left Pingxing Island for a long time now, not only left Pingxing Island, but he had left the Pure Yang sect's estate as well, making his way to the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, Lin Donglai said, "Participant number 10, please enter the battlefield." Everyone watched as Wan Qihong flew into the battlefield. Wan Qihong's expression was a little gloomy. He thought to himself, "Everyone thinks I'm only strong enough to challenge Wang Xiang or Yang Chenyi?" After a moment, Wan Qihong turned to look at the people from the Howling Heaven sect and said expressionlessly, "I challenge participant number 4. The fourth participant was Yuan Mou from the Howling Heaven sect. He was a hidden trump card of the sect and had only revealed his strength during the Seven Mansions feast. Yuan Mou flew out expressionlessly, looking like a monk who had forsaken all worldly desires and emotions. Everyone began to discuss among themselves. Wan Qihong challenged Yuan Mou? Isn't he risking too much for the 4th place? It'd be better for him to challenge Yang Qianyi since there's a chance Yang Qianyi has yet to recover from his injuries. Well, I guess he's aiming for the 4th place, not the 9th place. That's right. Wan Qihong felt like he had made the right choice, even more so after listening to the hushed conversations in his surroundings. With this, his mood improved slightly. After landing, Yuan Mou wore a rare smile on his face as he said, "Wan Qihong, the former strongest young prodigy in Eastern Ridge Mansion. Your reputation precedes you." Yuan Mou's words were said casually with no malice, but to Wan Qihong they sounded like they were mocking him. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he said, "I've been waiting to spar with the outstanding prodigy from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect. I really want to see if you're going to embarrass your sect today." Wan Qihong smiled contemptuously at the end of his words. Yuan Mou frowned upon hearing those words. However, after a moment, he realized that Wan Qihong must have taken offense at his words when he meant none. However, as an outstanding prodigy, he was naturally prideful. As such, he did not bother to explain himself. He said expressionlessly, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass the Howling Heaven sect. You'll see for yourself soon enough." Soon after, the duo moved. Wan Qihong attacked fiercely like a raging tornado. Boom! 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 Thunderous explosions rang in the air as shockwaves after shockwaves rippled out. Lin Donglai waved his hand, neutralizing the shockwaves. After exchanging 10 and 20 moves, the two opponents were still equally matched. The former strongest young prodigy from the Eastern Ridge Mansion really lived up to his reputation. He's undoubtedly strong. I didn't expect Yuan Mou to be strong as well. After all, he was not as famous as Wan Qihong. Yuan Mou is amazing. Based on the current situation, it seems like it'll take a while to determine a winner. Look, Wan Qihong is casting his bloodline power. Yuan Mou is doing the same. After exchanging 30 moves, Wan Qihong and Yuan Mou finally cast their bloodline powers, greatly boosting their strengths. Meanwhile, the expressions of the high-ranking officials from the Howling Heaven sect and the Wanqi clan darkened. At this time, Wanqi Yuning received a message. They'll exhaust themselves if this continues. What do you think, Elder Yuning? The message Wanqi Yuning received was from an elder from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect, who led the sect's entourage here. Wanqi Yuning glanced at the old man before he replied, I agree. Wanqi Yuning and the old man were on the same page. They did not want a fight to drag on any longer. For Wanqi Yuning, instead of letting Wan Qihong waste his energy here, he wished Wan Qihong would conserve his strength so Wan Qihong could fight to rank in the top 3 later. The old man from the Howling Heaven sect sighed in relief. Very well. Let's advise the junior. All right, Wanqi Yuning replied. Following that, the duo sent a message to their disciples. Wan Qihong and Yuan Mou, who were fighting, suddenly stopped moving. Then, the duo stared at each other vigilantly as they backed away. Are we going to end this with a draw? Yuan Mou asked calmly despite feeling reluctant to let the fight end in such a manner. Wan Qihong felt reluctant as well. Nonetheless, he still nodded and said, Yes. It won't be too late for us to decide the winner later when fighting for first place. Yuan Mou was slightly stunned by Wan Qihong's words. He thought that Wan Qihong was delusional when Wan Qihong implied that he was aiming for first place. He knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian, but did Wan Qihong think he was stronger than Duan Lingtian? Yuan Mou looked at Wan Qihong for a moment before he turned around wordlessly and returned to the people from the Howling Heaven sect. Wan Qihong left as well. Although the duo did not say anything, Lin Donglai naturally knew that the duo had agreed to end the fight in a draw. He said, The fight between Wan Qihong and Yuan Mou ends in a draw. It ended in a draw? I guess they still want to conserve their strength. It's not surprising. Based on their strength, they likely hope to rank in the top 3. I agree. Among the 10 participants, only Shimin and Yang Qian don't have much of a chance to rank in the top 3. Those two have already revealed their full strength. On the other hand, there's a chance Wang Xiong has yet to use his full strength. So far, no one has challenged him, so we can't confirm if that's really the case. I think so as well. It's not just Wang Xiong. I'm sure there are still a few of them who have yet to unleash their full strength. After a moment, when Lin Donglai called for the 9th participant, everyone turned to look in the direction of the people of the Pure Yang sect. Do you think Yang Qian will issue a challenge or forfeit his turn? I think he'll either challenge Wang Xiong or forfeit his turn. I don't think he has the confidence to challenge the others. I agree. If he challenges Wang Xiong, we might be able to see if Wang Xiong is still hiding his strength. Who knows if Yang Qian can force him to reveal his full strength. After listening to you, I want to watch Yang Qian and Wang Xiong fight. After entering the battlefield, Yang Qian called out participant number 8. Everyone's eyes lit up immediately when they heard Yang Qian challenging Wang Xiong from the Frozen Mountain Manor. Wang Xiong entered the battlefield. He took a swig from his wine gourd before he smiled and said, I battled the Pure Yang sect's Yi in Kai previously. He's really extraordinary. You're stronger than him, so you're definitely extraordinary as well. Alas, I wonder if I'll have a chance to challenge Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was now in the first place. In order to challenge Duan Lingtian, one had to rank 3rd. This meant that if Wang Xiong wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian, he would have to defeat the 4th and the 3rd participants first. However, if Duan Lingtian dropped past 3rd place, he could directly challenge Duanling Tian. Don't compare me to them, Yang Qianyi said tonelessly. Wang Xiong smiled, unfazed. I didn't mean any offense, and I wasn't trying to belittle you. I've already said, I think you're extraordinary. I think it won't be easy for me to defeat you. Everyone was only slightly surprised when they heard Wang Xiong's words that implied he could defeat Yang Qianyi. After all, they had suspected this. At the same time, Yang Qianyi's expression changed imperceptibly. After a moment, he said tonelessly, let's begin. Wang Xiong smiled. I've always preferred to defend. Why don't you make a move first? Yang Qianyi cocked an eyebrow. Following that, he swept out at the speed of light toward Wang Xiong as he drew his prominent divine artifact. Wang Xiong's divine energy burst forth, and he imbued it with the law of earth to create the defensive barrier, which he had used in his previous fights. Boom! 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 The defensive barrier shook violently when Yang Qianyi attacked with his prominent divine artifact. In fewer than 10 strikes, the defensive barrier cracked and shattered. The crowd was in an uproar. Wang Xiong's defense has finally been broken. I guess his previous opponents were just too weak. Wang Xiong is skilled in defense. He's skilled in the law of earth, after all. Previously, he had used his defenses to gain the upper hand. Now that his defensive barrier is broken, will he still be a match for Yang Qianyi? I really don't know. Initially, everyone thought Wang Xiong had a chance of winning, but at this time, they began to doubt if Wang Xiong could defeat Yang Qianyi after Yang Qianyi broke his barrier. They began to think that Wang Xiong might not win the match. However, in the next moment, everyone was shocked again. After Wang Xiong's defensive barrier broke, the mustard yellow energy around him suddenly vanished and was replaced by golden energy. Isn't that the law of metal? Wang Xiong is switching to the law of metal? Isn't he skilled in the law of earth? Why did he switch to the law of metal? Many people wondered if Wang Xiong had lost his rationality due to the pressure. Since his strongest law was the law of earth, why did he use the law of metal? As such, they were further shocked when they saw that after switching to the law of metal, his offensive power rose greatly. With just 3 moves, he suppressed Yang Qianyi. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the fight. As expected, Wang Xiong was hiding his strength. Everyone assumed Wang Xiong's law of earth was the strongest. They were unaware that his law of metal was stronger than his law of earth. At the same time, apart from the leader of the entourage, the other elders from the Frozen Mountain Manor were shocked as well. Needless to say, the young disciples of the Frozen Mountain Manor were even more shocked. Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal is so profound? He also comprehended the law of metal? Wang Xiong had been keeping a low profile for a long time now. Everyone in the Frozen Mountain Manor knows that he comprehends the law of earth, but in the past, they were able to defeat him. Who knew he'd surprised everyone during the 7 Mansions feast? Not only that, but he further surprised everyone by revealing his law of metal that's even stronger than his law of earth. At this time, Wang Xiong had made 10 moves before he finally injured Yang Qianyi. Yang Qianyi did not surrender and continued to fight Wang Xiong. The elders from the Pure Yang sect spoke to Yuan Hanjin, hoping he would persuade Yang Qianyi to surrender. However, Yuan Hanjin shook his head and said, his ranking in the top 10 is secure, so let him fight to his heart's content. It doesn't matter if he's defeated at this point. Moreover, as they fight, Wang Xiong's energy will also be depleted. We still don't know if Wang Xiong has shown all his strength. If Yang Qianyi can deplete his energy, it'll also help secure Duanling Tian's position in the top 3. Yuan Hanjin's words were reasonable. Indeed, Yang Qianyi's ranking in the top 10 was secured. It was just the exact ranking that had yet to be determined. He fought to a draw with Shimin from the Marionette Villa, and now he was about to be defeated by Wang Xiong. No matter what, it was impossible for him to rank in the top 3. Now that he was sure to rank in the top 10 and unable to rank in the top 3, there was indeed nothing wrong in letting him continue to fight. Up until now, the most shocking revelation during the 7 Mansions feast was that the law of earth was not Wang Xiong's strongest law. Previously, everyone had been impressed by how profound Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of earth was. He was extremely skillful. Based on the reactions of his peers in the Frozen Mountain Manor, it was obvious that none of them knew that Wang Xiong had such a high comprehension of the law of Earth as well, proving that he had been hiding his strength. Wang Xiong's law of Earth left such a deep impression on everyone that whenever he was mentioned, everyone would inevitably think of his invincible barrier that was like a tortoise shell. As such, they even secretly gave him the nickname Wang Ba Wan. When Wang Xiong suddenly switched to the law of metal when fighting Yang Qianyi, it was only natural that everyone thought he had cracked under the pressure. After all, they were unaware that his comprehension of the law of metal was even more profound than that of the law of earth. With the law of metal, he managed to turn the tide. With 10 moves, he suppressed and injured Yang Qianyi with the law of metal. After 20 moves, Lin Donglai was forced to intervene because Yang Qianyi was already severely injured. However, despite the state he was in, Yang Qianyi's gaze remained unyielding and piercing. Wang Xiong said with a hint of admiration, "You have my respect, Yang Qianyi. However, you're no match for me." After Wang Xiong finished speaking, he took a swig from his wine gourd as he returned to the people of the Frozen Mountain Manor, staggering like a drunkard. Meanwhile, the opinion of the young disciple of the Frozen Mountain Manor about Wang Xiong changed again. The few outstanding young disciples felt rather ashamed. Not only was Wang Xiong about the same age as them, but they did not think they could defeat him even if he only used the law of earth, which was not his strongest law. Among everyone from the Frozen Mountain Manor, only the leader of the entourage was aware of this. Meanwhile, everyone discussed among themselves animatedly. Most of them began to feel optimistic about Wang Xiong ranking in the top 3. How unexpected! Wang Xiong's strongest law is the law of metal. Wang Xiong is so strong. I take back my words. I think Wang Xiong has a chance of ranking in the top 3. On the contrary, the expressions of Lin Yuan, Tuo Xiu, and Luo Yuan, who were ranked higher than Wang Xiong for now, darkened. They did not consider Wang Xiong a match for them previously. They assumed he was only as strong as Yang Qianyi and Shimin. However, after watching his fight with Yang Qianyi, they realized that Wang Xiong was not any weaker than them. Moreover, who knew if this was the extent of his strength? There was a chance that he was still holding back. Is it a trend for strong people to dress sloppily? Duan Lingtian wondered inwardly as he glanced at Wang Xiong. He was reminded of another sloppy middle-aged man, Kuo's third uncle in her past life. He was Xianxia, the third master of the Xia clan, a supreme rank clan in the Divine Offering Land. When Duan Lingtian first met Xianxia, he did not know much. After all, he had not even ascended to the Devata realms at that time. However, after coming to the realm of gods, he came across a scroll of supreme rank forces in the Divine Offering Land in the Cloud Peak faction's library. With that, he also learned that Xianxia was a supreme god. Not only that, but there were only a handful of people in the Xia clan who were a match for him. Since Yang Qianyi failed to defeat Wang Xiong, both of them remained in 8th and 9th place. Since Wang Xiong had just finished the fight, his turn was skipped. Lin Donglai called out, "Participant number 7, please enter the battlefield." Everyone watched as a young man walked out leisurely among the people from the Howling Flames sect. After entering the battlefield, he looked at the people of the Marionette Villa and said, "Participant number 5, Shimin." After Shimin entered the battlefield, Lin Yuan smiled faintly and asked, "I'm curious. Shimin is your surname, right? So what's your name?" Shimin stared at Lin Yuan with a piercing gaze as he said, "My name? You'll have to defeat me to find out." Lin Yuan cocked an eyebrow before he nodded. "Very well." Not long after the fight started, Lin Yuan injured Shimin with his first strike. After another 3 moves, Lin Donglai was forced to intervene and rescue the severely injured Shimin. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "Now, can you tell me your name?" Shimin took a deep breath before he wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Before walking away, he said, "Shimin Long Xiong." "Shimin Long Xiong?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "That's a nice name." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the familiar name. During his time in the Flying Dragon sect, the Flying Dragon sect and the Tai sect were engaged in war in the Imperial War Realm in hopes of producing emperors of gods in their respective sects. At that time, he had heard about the outstanding prodigy from the Tai sect, Shimin Longxiang. At that time, he had killed many disciples from the Tai sect on the King battlefield. Then, Shimin Longxiang retaliated by killing many disciples from the Flying Dragon sect as well. After becoming a Lord of Gods, Shimin Longxiang had entered the Lord battlefield. At that time, he had killed a Lord of Gods from the Tai sect as well. At some point, people began to compare Duanling Tian and Shimin Longxiang. In the beginning, many people thought he was no match for Shimin Longxiang. However, he naturally did not care about what people said. Since he had heard Shimin Longxiang's name countless times, it naturally left an impression on him. Is he Shimin Longxiang from the Tai sect? Or just someone with the same name from the Marionette Villa? Wait! After a moment, Duanling Tian recalled the time when he had Jinping Fan in the Imperial War Realm's Peace City. At that time, the sect leader of the Tai sect had brought a silver marionette elder from the Marionette Villa to Peace City as well. This meant that the Tai sect had a connection with the Marionette Villa. So they're the same person? Since the Tai sect has connections with the Marionette Villa, it's not surprising that Shimin Longxiang joined the Marionette Villa. I really didn't expect him to become an intermediate Lord of Gods so soon. His strength is on par with that of Yang Qianyi, but Yang Qianyi only progressed so much because of the Supreme Divine Mansion. I don't think Shimin Longxiang entered a Supreme Divine Mansion as well, right? He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Although Duanling Tian had never met Shimin Longxiang, he knew when Shimin Longxiang broke through and became a rudimentary Lord of Gods. He must have had a fortuitous encounter to become an intermediate Lord of Gods in such a short time. I wonder if he came across it accidentally, or if it's a chance given by the Marionette Villa. At this time, Shimin Longxiang, who sensed Duanling Tian's gaze, looked over. Following that, he said through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, when I was in the Tai sect, my only regret was that I didn't get to fight with you in the Imperial War Realm. Previously, I planned to make up for my regret during the Seven Mansions feast. I was rather confident about beating you, but your progress was beyond my expectations. However, I'll visit the Pure Yang sect to challenge you sooner or later. I'll be waiting for you, Duanling Tian replied. He really did not expect to meet Shimin Longxiang, the most outstanding prodigy of the Tai sect, during the Seven Mansions feast. Suddenly, Duanling Tian felt a gentle vibration in his spatial ring. When he took a look, he discovered one of the soul pearls had shattered. Duanling Tian rarely contacted the owner of the shattered soul pearl. However, he had used it recently because of Yang Qianyi. The owner of the shattered soul pearl was none other than Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Sect leader Long died? Duanling Tian was shocked that the person whom he spoke to not too long ago had died. After taking a deep breath, Duanling Tian quickly contacted Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yang Nian, the two white dragon elders of the Flying Dragon sect. He had the closest relationship with the duo among everyone in the Flying Dragon sect. You found out about it? Shui Haichuan and Dongfang Yan Nian both sounded gloomy. I felt his soul pearl shatter. It just happened, right? Duanling Tian asked. Yes, Shui Haichuan replied grimly. A very strong powerhouse broke into our sect and killed the sect leader. The sect's guarding formation only inflicted a minor injury on him. He was too strong and too fast. Who was it? Did the sect's mirror image formation catch him? We can't see him clearly since his body shone with light. However, he's definitely not a rudimentary Emperor of Gods. A rudimentary Emperor of Gods wouldn't have been able to break our sect's guarding formation so easily. Dongfang Yan Yan replied. It's not a rudimentary Emperor of Gods? Even if the guarding formation only inflicted minor injuries on him, it's still an injury. This means he's likely an intermediate Emperor of Gods. If that's the case, doesn't this mean Linghu Renfeng is an advanced Emperor of Gods? Duanling Tian still remembered when Linghu Renfeng easily shattered the Flying Dragon sect's guarding formation. It was clear that she was stronger than whoever killed Long Qingchong. An intermediate Emperor of Gods killed sect leader Long? But why? Needless to say, there had to be a reason why Long Qingchong was killed. As the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, his status was not low. Although the Flying Dragon sect did not have any Emperors of Gods would not rashly make a move against Long Qingchong. After all, the Flying Dragon sect had allies from Emperor rank forces. They definitely would not let the culprit go if they found out who the culprit was. Soon enough, Duanling Tian glanced at Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin has the motive, but he has not left at all. Moreover, he's not even an emperor of gods. Even if he wants to kill sect leader Long, he'd have to lure sect leader Long out of the sect's estate. He's incapable of breaking the guarding formation with his strength. After a moment, another thought appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. There's another person who has a reason to kill sect leader Long. Moreover, his strength matches that of the culprit. Yuan Pingxing, the founder of the Pingxing faction. He's also Yuan Hanjin's father. Although Duanling Tian had never met Yuan Pingshang before, he naturally knew that Yuan Pingshang, an Ascension elder of the Pure Yang sect, was an intermediate emperor of gods. Even Yi Qinfeng, the founder of the Hidden Sword faction, addressed Yuan Pingshang as senior brother. Duanling Tian felt chills running up his spine. If Yuan Pingshang was the culprit, it meant that Yuan Pingshang must have found out that Yuan Hanjin had killed Yang Qianye's father Lan Qing, who was the sect leader of the 10,000 Devils sect, and that Yuan Hanjian pushed the blame to Long Qingchong. The truth would come to light if they did not get rid of Long Qingchong. After all, Yang Qianyi was not a fool. It would be over once Yang Qianyi discovered the truth. Not only would it be bad for Yuan Hanjin, but it would not benefit Yuan Pingshang as well. After all, Yang Qianyi was now ranked in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast. Duanling Tian took a deep breath to calm down before he sent a voice transmission to Yang Qianyi, who was standing near him. Yang Qianyi, Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, whom you wish to kill, is dead. Yang Qianye's eyes widened in shock upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Despite the calm expression on his face, his heart was racing in his chest. When he recovered his senses, he asked, "Are you sure?" "I have his soul pearl. As you know, I spoke to him not long ago." "Did you forget? Who killed him?" Yang Qianyi asked as his eyes flashed with suspicion. "Did he die in the Imperial War Realm?" Although it was unlikely since Long Qingchong was one of the strongest people in the Flying Dragon sect, it was not impossible for Long Qingchong to die in the Imperial War Realm. However, Yang Qianyi still did not think that was the case. Even if the top lords of gods joined forces, they were unlikely to be able to kill Long Qingchong. Even if Long Qingchong could not defeat all of them, it would not be a problem for him to escape. "No. Someone broke into the Flying Dragon sect's estate and killed him," Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. Yang Qianye's expression changed imperceptibly upon hearing these words. He instinctively glanced at the small floating island behind him where the Pure Yang sect's high-ranking officials, including his master, were seated. After a moment, he said, "Duanling Tian, you have a good relationship with Elder Zhen Pingfan. Can you get him to ask Ascension Elder Zhen if Ascension Elder Yuan left the sect?" "Yang Qianyi, I can ask Elder Zhen to inquire about this matter. However, that's likely the extent of his help. After all, the stability of the Pure Yang sect is the most important to him. Long Qingchong, to him, is just an outsider," Duanling Tian said bluntly. "I understand," Yang Qianyi said grimly. "I just want to verify this matter. I'll investigate this matter further on my own. However, if it's really him, I'll—" Yang Qianyi did not finish his words, but his eyes glinted coldly. After ending the conversation with Yang Qianyi, Duanling Tian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. "Elder Zhen, I have a favor to ask of you." Zhen Pingfan was both curious and puzzled. "What is it?" "Is it possible for you to ask Elder Yunfeng to check if Elder Yuan Pingxing is in the sect? Or check the sect's mirror image formation to see if Elder Yuan Pingxing left the sect?" Duanling Tian asked directly. "What happened?" Zhen Pingfan frowned. "Elder Zhen, please help me first. I'll explain it to you after this. This matter is quite urgent," Duanling Tian said. Zhen Pingfan stared at Duanling Tian for a moment with a probing gaze. He naturally knew something was amiss. After a moment, he sent a message to his father and conveyed Duanling Tian's message without mentioning Duanling Tian. Jin Yunfeng asked, confused, "Why do you want to know about your senior uncle Pingsheng? Moreover, you want me to investigate him discreetly? Can't you ask someone else?" "Father, please help me. It's inconvenient for me to explain now," Zhen Pingfan said. After Duanling Tian explained the matter to him, he would naturally explain it to his father. "All right." In the Pure Yang sect's estate, Zhen Yunfeng did not waste time and checked on Yuan Pingshang's whereabouts immediately. When he was done, he sent a message to Jin Pingfan. Your senior uncle Pingsheng isn't in the sect. After informing Jin Pingfan about the result of his investigation, Jin Yunfeng asked, "What happened exactly? Why did you want to know this?" However, Jin Yunfeng did not immediately receive a reply from his son. It was not that Jin Pingfang did not want to reply to his father, but he himself also did not know what happened. At this moment, he was telling Duan Lingtian about the result of his father's investigation. Senior Uncle Pingsheng isn't in the sect. He left the sect very recently and has yet to return. After that, Jin Pingfan asked, "Can you tell me what happened now?" My father's also asking me for an explanation. Duan Lingtian was already highly suspicious of Yuan Pingsheng. After hearing Jin Pingfan's words, he was almost completely certain that Yuan Pingsheng, the Ascension elder of the Pure Yang sect, killed Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Moreover, from what he had heard, he knew that Yuan Pingsheng rarely left Pingsheng Island, let alone the Pure Yang sect's estate. Even his duties as an Ascension elder that required him to leave the sect were delegated. Perhaps it was due to his old age and his injuries from his past heavenly tribulation that he spent almost all his time cultivating. Perhaps he could have improved his strength outside the sect, but it came with risks as well. If he were injured when he went out, his chances of surviving his next heavenly tribulation would be even lower. Moreover, there were not many fortuitous encounters that could help an intermediate emperor of gods. They were extremely rare. One had to be very lucky to encounter them. The secret holy realm was one such rare fortuitous encounter. However, the Pure Yang sect managed to obtain quite a lot of slots this time during the Seven Mansions feast. It was likely that Yuan Pingsheng would be given a slot to enter the secret holy realm. After all, a disciple of his faction had 1-2 slots. It would be unreasonable if he were not given a slot to enter the secret holy realm. Meanwhile, although Yang Qianyi seemed to be looking ahead, he was keeping a watch on Duan Lingtian from the corners of his eyes. Hence, he had seen the slight change in Duan Lingtian's expression. He asked, "What happened?" Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and replied, "Although I didn't interact much with sect leader Long in the past, I had a good impression of him. I'm also saddened by his death." Saying that, "We're not so close that I'd seek revenge for him." After a beat, he continued to say, "I'll tell you what I learned, since I feel that you deserve to know the truth. Moreover, this can also be considered the final thing I do for him. It was his wish that you know he didn't kill your father." Although Duan Lingtian was saddened by Long Qingchong's death, it was not to the extent that he wanted to avenge him. There were too many people he knew in the world. He could not possibly avenge each and every one of them when the occasion arose. Duan Lingtian continued to say as his voice turned solemn, "I hope you won't tell anyone about how you came across this information. At the very least, you can't mention that you found out about it from me or Elder Jin Pingfan. I don't want to implicate him in this matter." Yang Qianyu listened to Duan Lingtian's words patiently before he replied, "I understand your concerns. You don't have to worry. I won't mention this to anyone. Moreover, I still have to confirm the matter myself. I won't just blindly trust your words." Yang Qianyi made his stance very clear. He would not just listen to Duan Lingtian and would confirm and investigate the matter personally as well. In the beginning, Yang Qianyi had been blinded by hatred due to his father's death. However, after speaking to Duan Lingtian previously, he began to calm down and analyze the matter. Indeed, there were many suspicious points about his father's death. As such, he found it even more difficult to trust another person completely. He could only depend on himself to discover the truth. "I'm glad you understand that," Duan Lingtian said. Then, he no longer wasted time and told Yang Qianyi about what he had learned. Elder Jin asked for help from his father. It's confirmed that the founder of your faction isn't in the sect. It should take a while before he returns, Duan Lingtian said. At the same time, he thought to himself, after all, even if he's traveling in an emperor-grade flying ship, it'll take a while for him to travel back to the Pure Yang sect from the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, Jin Pingfan, who had yet to receive a reply from Duan Lingtian, grew impatient. "Duan Lingtian? You're not going to go back on your words, are you? Tell me what happened." Duan Lingtian sighed and replied, "Of course not. I was talking to another person. comforting them a little. So what happened? At this time, Jinping Fan could vaguely guess that Yuan Ping Xing's absence from the Pure Yang sect had something to do with Duan Lingtian's friend. His heart skipped a beat immediately and his expression changed slightly. Before Jinping Fan could send another message, Duan Lingtian said, "Elder Zhan, I just found out not long ago that sect leader Long of the Flying Dragon sect is dead." Jinping Fan's eyes widened imperceptibly. How did he die? A powerhouse broke the Flying Dragon sect's guarding formation and killed Long Qingchong. Based on the words of the members of the sect, the culprit is an intermediate emperor of gods at least, Duan Lingtian said. Jinping Fan fell silent for a moment. Then he asked, "You suspect that the culprit is Senior Uncle Ping Shen?" Duan Lingtian remained silent, but it was as good as an answer. Jinping Fang frowned slightly, somewhat regretting helping Duan Lingtian to inquire about this matter. After all, this would stir up internal strife in the Pure Yang sect. Moreover, although Duan Lingtian would not avenge Long Qingchong, it was inevitable that Duan Lingtian's impression of the Pure Yang sect would take a hit because of this matter. With these thoughts in mind, his head began to ache a little. Jinping Fan knew Yuan Ping Xing certainly had the motive to kill Long Qingchong. He, his father, and Yi Chenfeng had long been suspicious of Yuan Hanjin and Yang Qianye's sudden progress. This new revelation only confirmed their suspicion. After a moment, Jinping Fan asked grimly, "I've already done you a favor and investigated this matter with my father's help. I hope that you won't speak a word of this from this moment onward." This was the first time Duan Lingtian had seen Jinping Fan so serious. Thinking that he had spoken to Yang Qianyi before making this promise, he did not think he was breaking his promise. All right. Jinping Fan did not expect that Duan Lingtian had informed Yang Qianyi about the matter as soon as Duan Lingtian received his message. After all, he knew Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianyi were not close at all. If anything, they were more enemies than friends. Duan Lingtian and Yang Qianyi already had bad blood between them before Duan Lingtian went to the Flying Dragon sect and when Yang Qianyi was still in the 10,000 Devils sect. Later on, because of Duan Lingtian, the Flying Dragon sect killed many members of the 10,000 Devils sect, including elders and two of Yang Qianye's childhood friends. Jinping Fan sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's reply. Then, he informed his father about what he had learned from Duan Lingtian. He also did not forget to inform Yi Chenfeng about it. When Yi Chenfeng learned about what happened, his expression froze for a brief moment. A hint of dissatisfaction and coldness flashed in his eyes as well. Although Yuan Ping Xing could be considered his senior brother, he found Yuan Ping Xing's actions quite despicable. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention back to the battlefield. Two people were fighting at this moment. One of them was the sixth participant, Tua Ba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. Her figure danced in the air as a freezing energy swept out. Previously, Lin Yuan rose from 6th to 5th place while his opponent. Then it was Tua Ba Xiu's turn. Since Lin Yuan had just finished his turn, Tua Ba Xiu naturally could not challenge him. Hence, she challenged the fourth participant, Yuan Mou. Yuan Mou previously fought with Wan Qihong, who was ranked 10th. However, the duo's fight ended in a tie. The fight took place a while ago, so he had long recovered his energy with various divine pills. After exchanging 30 moves, Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiu were still evenly matched. However, Duan Lingtian and the others could tell that Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiu were still holding back. Are they going to test the water first, hoping to defeat each other in one fell swoop at the critical moment? Duan Lingtian speculated inwardly. It was not a bad strategy. Although it would deplete more energy, it was not something that could not be recovered with a few divine pills. Hence, it would not affect their later performances. However, the duo is aware of each other's intentions, so they're very cautious. If this continues, do they think they'll be able to find a breakthrough? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he shook his head. It was clear to Duan Lingtian that the duo was not completely confident facing each other. Strength was a huge source of confidence. However, in this case, where one was not sure if one was stronger than one's opponent, it was only natural to lack confidence. Since the duo had yet to reveal their full strength up until now, Duan Lingtian could not judge who was stronger as well. Tua Ba Xiu clearly lacks confidence. Is it because the strength Yuan Mo you displayed now intimidates her, or is it because she suspects he still has tricks up his sleeve? Based on Yuan Mo Yu's previous fight with Yang Qianyi, I don't think he's holding back much. Naturally, I can't be sure that's definitely the case. While the duo was locked in a stalemate, Duan Tian shifted his attention to the two participants ahead of Yuan Mo Yu, Luo Yuan and Han Di. Han Di was ranked second while Luo Yuan was ranked third. Duan Tian had a brief fight with Han Di previously. They both agreed to strike once with all their might and the weaker person would surrender. Han Di surrendered and he also confirmed that Han Di was not a threat to him. It was unlikely that Han Di would challenge him again unless Han Di's rank in the top 3 was confirmed. After exchanging more than 100 moves testing each other's strength, when are they going to end the fight? Many people were growing impatient as Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mo Yuan continued to drag the fight out. There were also a few who were excited. It's a test of patience now. It seems like they're evenly matched. Even so, I think they'll find a way to end the fight properly instead of letting it end in a tie. How annoying. If one person is stronger, he or she can easily end the fight. After 200 moves, Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. It seems like Yuan Mo Yu is losing his patience. He was doing well earlier, but it seems like he's affected by the crowd's words. Earlier, Duan Tian had heard some people mocking Yuan Mo Yu, saying he was inferior to a woman. He did not think much of those comments. If it were true, then Yuan Mo Yu would not be the only one who was inferior to Tua Ba Xiu. Those participants ranked below her were all inferior to her as well. Tua Ba Xiu was the only woman who ranked in the top 10 of the 7 mansions feast this time. She was naturally outstanding. As time passed, Yuan Mo Yu grew more and more agitated. No one could say for sure if he was truly affected by the conversations in his surroundings. At this time, a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect said in a hushed voice, "I wonder if the people from the underworld mansion started the discussion. Tua Ba Xiu is from the Yuan clan, but in fact, she's representing the top 3 forces in the underworld mansion. After all 3 forces gave them their resources. If she ranks in the top 3, she'll obtain at least 3 slots to enter the secret holy realm." I agree. The underworld mansion is trying to distract Yuan Mo Yu. If Tua Ba Xiu fails to rank in the top 3, the 3 top forces will be in a dilemma. How are they going to divide 2 slots between the 3 of them? Well, it seems like Yuan Mo Yu has fallen into their trap. Who knows? I'm sure someone from the Howling Heaven sect will remind him about it. Duan Tian instinctively glanced at the people from the Howling Heaven sect upon hearing the discussion in his surroundings. He wondered inwardly his elders must have given him a reminder. Is he really affected by people's words or is he just pretending? Duan Tian had a feeling it was the latter. With Yuan Mo Yu's achievements, it did not make sense for it to be so easy to provoke Yuan Mo Yu. At this time, Yuan Mo Yu scoffed. Then he activated his bloodline power as he flew toward Tua Ba Xiu. His strength now is comparable to what he had shown during his fight with Wan Qihong. Is this really his limit? Duan Tian wondered again. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw Yuan Mo Yu finally making a move. They had long grown impatient after all. It seems like Yuan Mo Yu wasn't hiding his strength. I agree. He should attack with all his might now. It doesn't make sense for him to hold back. It seems like this is the extent of his strength. Tua Ba Xiu should have realized this as well. I wonder if she's able to defeat herself. Who knows? But I hope she is. I think she is. If she were weaker than him, she wouldn't have lasted so long. Right? The time to launch a surprise attack has long passed after all. That's right. If she were weaker, she would have long been defeated by Yuan Mo Yu. Yuan Mo Yu let those provocative words get to him. It seems to me that Tua Ba Xiu has a high chance of winning the fight. Tua Ba Xiu's eyes narrowed when Yuan Mo Yu drew close. Following that, a freezing energy swept out from her body. Soon enough, a thick wall of ice appeared in front of her. Boom! 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 The sound of the duo's collision rang thunderously. Soon after, everyone watched as Yuan Mo Yu continued to charge forward with his prominent divine artifact in hand. It lit up like a flaming torch at this time. Suddenly, He cried out, "Break!" As soon as Yuan Mou's voice, a hairline crack appeared on the wall of ice. Then it began to spread like a spider web. Swoosh! At the same time, Tuoba Xiu released a cold sword ray before she vanished from her spot. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes. Sword Dao. Yi Feng, along with the other high-ranking officials from the various forces, was surprised as well. The underworld mansion's Tuoba Xiu comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao? I wonder if it's luck or if she's just talented. When Tuoba Xiu's sword ray clashed with Yuan Mou's attack, her sword ray seemed to gain the upper hand. With this, everyone thought the fight was going to end in Tuoba Xiu's favor. Boom! 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 Unexpectedly, Yuan Mou suddenly burst forth with energy. With this, he immediately turned the table. Yuan Mou was still hiding his strength earlier. Heavens! So he was holding back all this time. He could have easily suppressed Tuoba Xiu if he had just attacked with his full strength earlier, right? Well, he was testing the water earlier. He had no idea how strong Tuoba Xiu was, after all. Duan Ling Tian was also rather shocked. Although he had speculated that Yuan Mou was still holding back, he felt that Yuan Mou was not holding back much. At the same time, Wan Qihong's expression turned unsightly. Damn it! He was holding back so much when we fought previously. After seeing Yuan Mou's strength now, Wan Qihong knew he was no match for Yuan Mou. Even if he could hold on for a moment, he would eventually be defeated. Nonetheless, anger was irrational. At this time, he felt insulted that Yuan Mou held back when they fought but chose to unleash his full strength when fighting Tuoba Xiu. Wan Qihong had forgotten that he was ranked 10th now. When he challenged Yuan Mou, who was ranked 4th, Yuan Mou would still remain in 4th place after defeating him. As such, there was no need for him to waste so much energy if the outcome would be the same. Yuan Mou is winning. Unless Tuoba Xiu is still hiding her strength, she'll be defeated. I don't think she's hiding her strength. She'd been waiting for him to make a move for a long time. She must be confident about defeating him, so she took her time. Alas, she probably didn't expect that Yuan Mou had hidden so much of his strength. Yuan Mou is quite cunning. He's been biding his time to make a move at the crucial moment. I don't think we can say anything for sure now. Tuoba Xiu is the prodigy that the top forces from the underworld mansion cultivated, after all. We don't know what her strength is like. On the battlefield, Yuan Mou successfully suppressed Tuoba Xiu with his sudden burst of strength. Tuoba Xiu hastily retreated, erecting a wall of ice about 100 meters in height and length as she did so. However, Yuan Mou's attack shattered the wall of ice in seconds. Chunks of ice flew out like sharp knives, but they were quickly deflected by Lin Donglai before they could reach the crowd. Otherwise, half of the people present would have been injured or even died. Everyone watched as Tuoba Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood. The veil covering her face was blown up at this time, revealing her beautiful face. All of a sudden, her aura turned freezing as she launched another sword ray at Yuan Mou. Swoosh! The sword ray was much stronger than the one before. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and shook his head. She was still hiding her full strength. At this time, after testing each other for more than a couple of hundred moves, the duo finally fought with all their might. Their strength is actually on par with that of Han Di from the United Heavens sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, the few participants in the top 10 were divided into 3 groups according to their strength. Han Di, Yuan Mou, and Tuoba Xiu were in the top group. Wang Xiong and Wan Qihong were in the second group. Shimin Longxiang and Yang Qianyi were in the third group. Since Lin Yuan and Luo Yuan had yet to reveal their full strength, Duan Ling Tian had yet to place them in a group. However, based on his observation, he thought they likely belonged to the first group. At this moment, "I surrender," Tuoba Xiu said. Everyone felt that it was a pity that she lost. She had hidden her true strength for too long. Perhaps, if she had attacked with all her might earlier, she could have defeated Yuan Mou. I bet she didn't expect the fight to end this way. However, it's also understandable why she held back for so long. She probably did not think she needed to use all her strength and wanted to conserve her energy. It was what Yuan Mou did when he fought Wan Qihong. That's right. It's unfortunate that she underestimated Yuan Mou. Yuan Mou is amazing. Many people's attention was focused on Yuan Mou, the most outstanding prodigy from the Howling Heaven sect who was rumored to be the descendant of an advanced emperor of gods. He was also said to be the future leader of the Howling Heaven sect. Based on the strength they displayed so far, it seems like Duan Lingtian, Yuan Mou, and Tua Ba Xiu are the strongest. I wonder if the others who are hiding their strength are just as strong or stronger. If the others aren't hiding their strength, then those three will rank in the top 3. That's right. After this fight, most people thought that Duan Lingtian, Yuan Mou, and Tua Ba Xiu were mostly likely to rank in the top 3 at the end of the Seven Mansions feast. Duan Lingtian naturally disagreed with the crowd's opinion. He thought that they had underestimated Han Di. In his opinion, Han Di was not weaker than the duo. When their strength was on par or almost on par, other factors would determine their victory or loss. Each decision one made during a fight would contribute greatly to the outcome. If Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiu fought with all their might from the beginning, it was likely that the fight would end in a draw. However, if Tua Ba Xiu had unleashed her strength before Yuan Mou did, she likely would have won the fight. Alas, she made the wrong judgment by continuing to hold back and was injured, losing the fight. If it were a life-or-death fight, she could have died due to her error in judgment. Soon enough, the crowd's attention shifted away from the duo, anticipating the next fight. Luo Yuan, who's ranked 3rd, is next. Since Yuan Mou, who's in 4th place, just fought, it's naturally Luo Yuan's turn. I don't think he'll be so foolish as to issue a challenge directly after a fight. That's right. Tua Ba Xiu is in 6th place. Lin Yuan is in 5th place, but he just fought not too long ago as well. So it's not his turn. With Yuan Mou and Lin Yuan out of the way, it's Luo Yuan's turn. As expected, Lin Donglai said, "Participant number 3, please enter the battlefield." Due to Tua Ba Xiu's brilliant performance, the crowd was eager to watch Luo Yuan fight. He must be as strong as Tua Ba Xiu at least, right? Like Tua Ba Xiu, all the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion gave him all their resources. If he's as strong as Tua Ba Xiu, then the fights for the top 3 places are going to be exciting. If he's as strong as Tua Ba Xiu, then it's questionable if Tua Ba Xiu will be able to rank in the top 3. That's right. Tua Ba Xiu is severely injured from her fight with Yuan Mou. She might not recover in time. Moreover, she had lost to Yuan Mou, so she could only rank under him now unless someone she defeated could defeat Yuan Mou. However, that's unlikely, right? At this time, everyone wondered who Luo Yuan, who had entered the battlefield, would challenge. Since he was ranked 3rd, he could only challenge Han Di, who was ranked 2nd, or Duan Lingtian, who was ranked 1st. If Luo Yuan challenges Duan Lingtian and wins, he'll rank 1st. However, Duan Lingtian won't fall to the 3rd place, right, since he defeated Han Di. Who do you think he'll challenge? It's difficult to say. At the same time, the elders from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect were advising Luo Yuan as well. Luo Yuan, take it easy and challenge Han Di first. Try to discuss with Han Di and see if he's willing to fight according to the rules he had when fighting Duan Lingtian. This way, both of you can avoid injuries and conserve your energies. The advice from the elders of the Autumn Leaves sect was very reasonable. It was a win-win situation for both Luo Yuan and Han Di. All right, Luo Yuan replied. Then he looked at the people from the United Heavens sect and said loudly, "I challenge Han Di, participant number 2. This was Han Di's first fight after his fight with Duan Lingtian. His fighting spirit soared as soon as he heard Luo Yuan's words, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Then he became slightly stunned when he received a voice transmission from Luo Yuan. "Why don't we determine who's stronger with just a strike like you and Duan Lingtian did?" Han Di's eyes flashed before he readily agreed. "Sure. Why not? It's a win-win situation for both of us anyway." His voice turned cold as he continued to say, "However, if you go back on your words, I'll drag you down with me even if I'm severely injured." Luo Yuan sighed inwardly as he said sincerely, "That's a matter of course. I won't dig my own grave. If we fight with all our might now, I'll only give the other participants a chance to take advantage of the situation. You've seen how strong Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiu are. If either one of us is injured and can't recover in time, we won't be able to deal with them and will lose our chance to rank in the top 3. Han Di's expression eased after listening to Luo Yuan. He said, I didn't mean to offend. I was only worried you'd renege on our promise during the critical moment and attack me. This is our first time cooperating, after all. If you were Duan Ling Tian, I wouldn't say those words since we've cooperated before. Luo Yuan naturally did not take offense. It was only normal for Han Di to feel suspicious. It was not that he trusted Han Di without any qualms as well. He only trusted Han Di since there was no problem with Han Di and Duan Ling Tian's cooperation. Nonetheless, it did not mean he had completely let his guard down. It would be foolish to do so. After speaking to Han Di, Luo Yuan sent a voice transmission to his elder from the Autumn Sect Leaves. The elders from the Divine Morning Mansion were naturally pleased that Luo Yuan agreed to the proposal. After all, they did not want Luo Yuan to take the risk and affect his chances of ranking in the top 3. He was their only hope to obtain slots to enter the secret Holy Realm after all, and they needed 3 slots. Previously, they had high hopes about Luo Yuan ranking first in the 7 Mansions Feast. However, after the appearances of so many hidden prodigies, they felt it was enough as long as he ranked in the top 3. It would be a bonus if he ranked first. The elder from the Autumn Leaves sect also conveyed the intention of the others from the top forces in Divine Morning Mansion. Don't try to ambush Han Di. He won't let his guard down anyway. Just cooperate with him like Duan Ling Tian did. If you feel like he's no match for you, tell him to surrender. If he refuses, fight with him. If both of you are on par with each other, convince him to end the fight in a draw. If you're no match for him, surrender. You'll still rank 3rd. If you're no match for him, then you're certainly no match for Duan Ling Tian. As such, you should just focus on maintaining your position in 3rd place. Tuoba Xiao and Yuan Mo, you are both injured now, and it won't be easy for them to fully recover in such a short time. If you maintain your peak condition, it'll be easy for you to deal with them. Since this was the intention of 3 top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion that invested heavily in him, Luo Yuan naturally acquiesced to their suggestion. At this time, Lin Donglai said, Gentlemen, you may begin when you're ready. Duan Ling Tian and the others watched the battlefield. They had high expectations for Luo Yuan, who received the resources from the top 3 forces in the Divine Morning Mansion, after watching Tuoba Xiao's fight. Moreover, his opponent was Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heaven sect. Han Di was also unheard of prior to the 7 Mansions Feast and only revealed his strength recently. Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 opponents on the battlefield and thought to himself, Han Di is terrifyingly strong, but so is Luo Yuan. At this time, a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect suddenly asked, Senior Brother Duan, who do you think is stronger? After all, you fought Han Di previously. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It's difficult to say. Han Di is very strong, but the Divine Morning Mansion gave Luo Yuan all their resources. As such, Luo Yuan has to be very strong as well. Look at Tuoba Xiao, for example. She's very strong. Be patient. We'll find out who's stronger soon enough. Duan Ling Tian thought highly of Tuoba Xiao even though she lost her fight. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, the young disciple from the Pure Yang sect shifted his attention back to the battlefield. The duo, who stood across from each other, made a move at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, they drew close to each other. Seeing this, a few of them quickly realized what was going on. Han Di and Luo Yuan aren't fighting. They're just going to determine their strength with one strike like what Han Di and Duan Ling Tian did previously. Han Di must have suggested it. Why is he so cautious? Isn't it time for him to reveal his strength? Well, Luo Yuan agreed to the suggestion. Isn't it normal for Luo Yuan to agree? With this, he can conserve his energy and hide his true strength. Meanwhile, Yuan Mou and Tuoba Xiao's expressions were rather unsightly. In comparison to Han Di and Luo Yuan, they had fought desperately and were severely injured and exhausted as a result. Since Han Di and Luo Yuan were doing this, it would be bad for both of them when they faced Han Di and Luo Yuan later. Again, Duan Ling Tian was also slightly startled when he discovered Han Di and Luo Yuan's intentions. The crowd had yet to recover from the surprise when the 2 opponents shot past each other. sensing each other's strength. Suddenly, Han Di frowned slightly. On the contrary, a hint of joy could be seen on Luo Yuan's face. At the same time, Duanling Tian had already noticed Han Di's abnormality. He was most familiar with Han Di's strength. During his fight with Han Di, even the Emperors of God's attention was on him, so they did not pay attention to Luo Yuan. As such, he was the first to realize that the strength Han Di unleashed now seemed weaker than before. Why did his strength become weaker? He didn't fight recently and he's not injured. It doesn't make sense. Then, a thought suddenly appeared in Duanling Tian's mind. Han Di is setting a trap for Luo Yuan. On the battlefield, Luo Yuan, who was delighted, instinctively let down his guard, not expecting Han Di to make a move. He would come to regret letting his guard down at this moment. Similarly, the Emperors of Gods from the Divine Morning Mansion were delighted by the result as well. Huh? Is this the extent of Han Di's strength? Does this mean Luo Yuan has a chance of fighting Duanling Tian for the first place? It seems like the prodigy from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect isn't a match for Luo Yuan. Suddenly, boom. Everyone's expressions froze. Han Di's divine energy surged out violently as he activated his bloodline power. At the same time, his prominent divine artifact was slashing toward Luo Yuan. Han Di! Luo Yuan roared. Alas, it was too late for him to react when he sensed Han Di's fierce attack from the back. Anger overwhelmed him as he realized that Han Di had reneged on the promise. He could only quickly mobilize his energy and the profundities from the law to form a barrier at this time. Boom! Luo Yuan's protective barrier shattered, and he was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. He choked on the blood in his mouth, struggling and failing to surrender. Boom! Without another word, Han Di seized the chance and struck again. Luo Yuan fell unconscious and plummeted to the ground. Luo Yuan was thoroughly defeated. He failed to defend himself from the ambush and was struck twice before falling to the ground. Unconscious. Han Di wins, Lin Donglai said loudly after stopping Han Di. He frowned slightly at Han Di for going back on his words. However, he also knew that Luo Yuan should not have let his guard down no matter what, especially not before the fight officially ended. The entire place was silent as Lin Donglai sent Luo Yuan back to the people of the Autumn Leaves sect. None of them expected this sudden twist. Only the elders from the United Heaven sect seemed indifferent. Clearly, they had long been aware of Han Di's plan. Moreover, they clearly agreed to the plan. In fact, they did not think Han Di would succeed. If he did, they thought it would just serve as a lesson to Luo Yuan. Hence, they were also slightly surprised that Han Di succeeded. They could only sigh at Luo Yuan's carelessness and naivety. How ruthless! Duanling Tian thought to himself as he glanced at Han Di, who was still on the battlefield. At the same time, he was glad that he remained vigilant during their fight. He also wondered if Han Di did not attempt to deceive him because he was much stronger than Han Di. Based on the current situation, Duanling Tian thought that unlike what everyone believed earlier, Luo Yuan must have been the one who suggested they determine their strength with a strike. It was likely the reason why Luo Yuan was not on high alert as well. If Han Di had been the one to suggest that, Luo Yuan would have definitely been more on guard. I don't think the Divine Morning Mansion will let things go so easily, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked at the people from the Divine Morning Mansion. Most of them were still on their feet. After a moment, the three leaders of the entourage from the top three forces in the Divine Morning Mansion suddenly flew out. The three intermediate Emperors of Gods landed in front of Han Di, who was just about to leave the battlefield. Their expressions were extremely unsightly at this time. The elder from the Autumn Leaves sect spoke first. Han Di, why did you ambush Luo Yuan when you clearly agreed to determine your strength with one strike? You're really despicable. The other elder said, Han Di, you have to give us an explanation. That's right. You have to be responsible for this despicable act. The three intermediate Emperors of Gods glared at Han Di murderously. Duanling Tian thought that the trio looked as though they were about to attack Han Di. At this time, the leading elder from the United Heavens sect flew into the battlefield as well. He stood in front of Han Di, shielding Han Di before he said with a scoff, you can only blame Luo Yuan for being careless. During Han Di's fight with Duanling Tian, Han Di admitted defeat since Duanling Tian kept his guard up and was not tricked. He was also the one who suggested this to Duanling Tian. However, Luo Yuan was the one who proposed this before the fight. He was injured due to his own carelessness and complacency. You should be grateful that it wasn't a life-or-death battle. Otherwise, he would have died. You should thank Han Di for teaching him such a valuable life lesson. Despite their anger, the powerhouses from the Divine Morning Mansion could not do much. After all, not only was there the elder from the United Heavens sect, but Lin Donglai was present as well. In the end, they could only glare at Han Di before returning to their seats. They could even argue since Han Di had already been declared the winner. Despite his despicable method, his victory was legitimate. They could only return and heal Luo Yuan. Meanwhile, the crowd returned to their senses and lamented Luo Yuan's outcome. What a pity. I assumed that Han Di was the one who made the proposal. As it turns out, it was Luo Yuan. If they had fought like normal, he wouldn't have suffered such severe injuries. I don't think he'd be able to rank in the top 3 now. Luo Yuan really shot himself in the foot this time. After Tuo Xiao and Yuan Mou's fight, everyone knew it was understandable that Luo Yuan wanted to conserve his energy and mitigate the risks of getting injured. It was only unfortunate that he let his guard down at the critical moment, giving Han Di an opening. However, they could understand why Han Di would suddenly let his guard down. They only found out about what happened from their elders. So Han Di pretended to be weaker to get Luo Yuan to lower his guard? Han Di is really vicious. Well, the winner is the king. I don't think there's anything wrong with Han Di's action. It's Luo Yuan's fault for being careless. I agree. People thought Han Di's action was vicious, but at the same time, they also thought it was not unreasonable even if it was despicable. Moreover, if they were in his shoes, they might have done the same thing. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian looked at the elders from the Autumn Leaves sect, who were gathered around Luo Yuan, as he thought to himself, Luo Yuan has no hope of ranking in the top 3 now. Although his elders are unreconciled, there's nothing they can do. Even if they give him all their healing divine pills, it's already considered good if they can heal half of his injuries before his next fight. Duanling Tian had a clear view of Luo Yuan's injuries earlier, so he was very confident about his judgment. After a moment, Duanling Tian shifted his eyes over to the people of the United Heavens sect. Coincidentally, he met Han Di's gaze. Han Di smiled and asked through voice transmission, Duanling Tian, do you think I'm despicable as well? Duanling Tian looked at Han Di meaningfully and asked in return, what do you think? Han Di sighed. I'm not surprised that you think of me that way. However, this is a world where only the weak are prey to the strong. Luo Yuan can only blame himself for being careless. He wouldn't be in this state if he had only remained vigilant like you did. If you weren't so alert, I would have done the same. I have to say cultivators from the Devata realm like you are quite formidable. Duanling Tian might not agree with Han Di's despicable method, but he could not deny that there was some truth in Han Di's words. This world was indeed one where the weak were prey to the strong. Nonetheless, he did not think he would get along with someone like Han Di. It was against his principles to break promises. Even if the Pure Yang sect asked him to do something like that, he would never agree to it. At this time, Lin Donglai said, the fights will end here today. We will continue tomorrow. The bout ended early since everyone had fought. A new bout would only continue tomorrow. At the same time, the atmosphere remained gloomy until everyone dispersed. Although it was still noon when the bout ended, no one, including those from the Pure Yang sect, wandered around and returned to their respective accommodations, which were arranged by the profound Jade Mansion. During their journey back, many of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were still discussing Han Di and Luo Yuan. Some found Han Di's action acceptable while some thought he was too vicious and despicable. Han Di is really vicious and despicable. He had come to an understanding with Luo Yuan, but he went back on his words at the critical moment and ambushed Luo Yuan. This is the Seven Mansions feast. Everyone's competing to rank higher. I can only say that Luo Yuan is too naive and careless. I can't believe he let down his guard. If he had been alert, even if Han Di's ambush was successful, he wouldn't have been so injured. Luo Yuan can only blame himself for being careless. If I were Han Di, I would have seized the opportunity and ambushed him as well. That's right. Han Di must have noticed that Luo Yuan was on par with him in the beginning. Then, he seized the chance when Luo Yuan let his guard down and ambushed him. Han Di intentionally showed his weakness to make Luo Yuan let down his guard. It's a pity that Luo Yuan was fooled. Duanling Tian was not surprised that most of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were on Han Di's side. Although Han Di's method was despicable, he was ultimately the winner. The winner was the king in this world. It was also understandable why Han Di stooped so low to maintain his rank. Ranking in the top 3 meant that one would have more slots than ranking in the top 10. If he maintained his rank in the top 3, there was no doubt that he would be greatly rewarded by the United Heaven sect. With that, his cultivation path in the future would become much smoother. Fortunately, Duanling Tian is stronger than Han Di. Otherwise, he might have done the same thing as well. Soon enough, their conversation strayed over to Duanling Tian. Many of them felt their heart racing in their chests when they imagined the danger Duanling Tian could have been in. Duanling Tian only smiled when he heard their conversation. Even if Han Di ambushed him, Han Di would not have succeeded. After all, he remained vigilant from the beginning to the end. He had mobilized his divine energy and was prepared to release it at a moment's notice. Hence, he was confident that he would be unscathed even if Han Di ambushed him. Meanwhile, Jinping Fan, Yi Qinfeng, and Lu Fenggu did not say anything. They knew that with Duanling Tian's experience from his time in the mundane realm until now, Duanling Tian would not make such a careless mistake like Luo Yuan did. At this time, someone said, "In my opinion, although the participants are very outstanding, Senior Brother Duan has a chance of ranking first in the 7 Mansions Feast." Everyone, including Yi Qinfeng and Lu Fenggu, from the Pure Yang sect instinctively turned to look at Duanling Tian. The 2 elders also thought that Duanling Tian had a high chance of ranking first. Initially, they thought he would only rank 2nd or 3rd. However, based on the participants' conditions today and Luo Yuan's injury, they thought that Duanling Tian could rank first. Jinping Fan asked, "Duanling Tian, are you confident about ranking first?" Duanling Tian smiled and replied, "I will try my best." Jinping Fan said seriously, "Try your best to rank first. Not only will the sect reward you greatly, but you'll also gain the attention of outside forces. I don't know if you remember this. Previously, I told you that if you want to become stronger, the best step to take next is to join a supreme rank force. Naturally, it's best that it's a supreme rank force with supreme gods. Supreme rank forces are the strongest in the profound energy land. Even Junior Uncle Yi wants to join a supreme rank force. Once he breaks through and becomes an advanced emperor of gods, he'll definitely be recruited to join a supreme rank force. In fact, even now, many of those from supreme rank forces think Junior Uncle Yi has a high potential of becoming a supreme god. In fact, in the past, there were supreme rank forces that invited him to join them. However, he refused the invitations at that time because he felt like he was not strong enough. Moreover, those supreme rank forces no longer had supreme gods and were a pale shadow of their past. Due to various reasons, he knew that the resources he would be given there would not be better than what he would get from the Pure Yang sect. After all, in our sect, he was the most outstanding one. If he had gone to a supreme rank force at that time, they would not treat him as such. However, with his current ability or when he breaks through, he'll be given a high rank as well when he joins one of the supreme rank forces. Hence, he'll also enjoy the best cultivation resources. It's the same for me as well. Then, Jinping Fan looked at Duanling Tian as he continued to say, "However, you're different. You're young, but you've already shown great potential. Your innate talent and comprehension skills are very high as well. Moreover, you've also comprehended the Sword Tao. If you rank first in the 7 Mansions Feast, you'll definitely receive invitations from strong supreme rank forces that are only second to the top supreme rank forces in the profound energy land." Duanling Tian knew about the top supreme rank forces that Jinping Fan mentioned. They were the strongest forces in the profound energy land. They had many supreme gods, and among them were advanced supreme gods. These few top supreme rank forces were known as prime supreme rank forces in the profound energy land. The Xia clan, which Kur was from in her past life, was also a prime supreme rank force in the divine offering land. Similarly, the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land was also a prime supreme rank force. In fact, most of the prime supreme rank forces were clans. In comparison, there were fewer prime supreme rank sections. This was because these prime supreme rank clans had the support of supreme powerhouses whom they were descendants of. As for prime supreme rank sects, supreme powerhouses would only support them if they had no descendants or if they had a deep affection for the sects. Whether it was an ordinary cultivator or a supreme powerhouse, everyone naturally would support their family. Apart from that, the prime supreme rank force seldom recruited outsiders as disciples. This was especially true for the clans. Moreover, there was no shortage of extraordinary prodigies in these forces. Hence, unless one was extraordinarily talented, one would not be recruited by a prime supreme rank force. For this reason, Jinping Fan said that if Duan Ling Tian ranked first, he would be invited by strong supreme rank forces that were second to prime supreme rank forces. Even if he ranked first, he was not considered extraordinary in the eyes of those from prime supreme rank forces. Perhaps they would only pay attention to him once became an advanced emperor of gods. Apart from that, not all prime supreme rank forces had the support of supreme powerhouses. Some of the supreme powerhouses behind those prime supreme rank forces had perished, but the forces were still able to stand strong due to the formations and other treasures that the supreme powerhouses left behind. Such a formation was impossible for the inhabitants of the realms of gods to break. Even supreme powerhouses might get injured from forcibly breaking such a formation. It was not a trivial matter for a supreme powerhouse to be injured, since another supreme powerhouse might target him or her in his or her weakened state. It could lead to death. However, supreme powerhouses generally would not attack prime supreme rank forces for no good reason. After all, there were more cons and pros in doing so. For this reason, prime supreme rank forces stood tall in the realms of gods. There are a few prime supreme rank forces in the profound energy land. On the other hand, there are more than a dozen supreme rank forces that are only second to them. These forces are the ones likely to recruit you. They have advanced supreme gods in their ranks as well. Some of them aren't weaker than the strongest advanced supreme gods in prime supreme rank forces. After all, prime supreme rank forces are only stronger because they have the support of supreme powerhouses. Jinping Fan said, unlike prime supreme rank forces, there are many strong supreme rank sections. After a pause, Jinping Fan continued to say, that's why I said do your best to rank first in the Seven Mansions Feast. You'll definitely attract the attention of these strong supreme rank forces if you do that. After all, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've comprehended the Sword Tao. There's no need to talk about your innate talent and comprehension skills. Ranking first will prove that you have the strength of a top advanced Lord of Gods despite only being an intermediate Lord of Gods. This will speak volumes about your talent. At that time, how can they not be interested? If Duan Ling Tian ranked first in the Seven Mansions Feast, he would be officially recognized to be as strong as a top advanced Lord of Gods. One must know that top advanced Lords of Gods had strength comparable to ordinary rudimentary emperors of gods. Imagine having such strength when he was just an intermediate Lord of Gods. Supreme rank forces. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with anticipation and longing. This was also his goal before Jinping Fan brought it up. He really did not have much time left to become stronger. I must rank first in the Seven Mansions Feast. Duan Ling Tian's eyes and heart burned with fighting spirit and determination. Those who stood in his way would only become his stepping stone. When the people from the Pure Yang sect arrived at their temporary accommodation, Duan Ling Tian bade Jinping Fan and Yi Chunfeng farewell before he returned to his wooden house. Yi Chunfeng found that Duan Ling Tian was acting differently than usual, so he asked Jinping Fan, "What did you say to him?" Earlier, Yi Chunfeng saw Duan Ling Tian and Jinping Fan looking at each other frequently. Clearly, the duo was communicating through voice transmission. Now that Duan Ling Tian was behaving strangely, it was only natural for him to ask Jinping Fan about it. It was not difficult to guess that it had something to do with Jinping Fan's words. Jinping Fan shrugged and said, "It's nothing. I only stressed on the importance of ranking first in the Seven Mansions Feast. I reminded him that not only would he be greatly rewarded by our sect, but it'd help his future greatly as well. After all, if he ranks first, he'll definitely attract the attention of the dozen or so strong supreme rank forces in the profound energy land." Then, he said teasingly, "Junior Uncle Yi, if Duan Ling Tian ranks first and is recruited by one of those supreme rank forces, it means that he's better than you. After all, until the time you become an advanced emperor of gods, those supreme rank forces won't take the initiative to invite you to join them. Yi Qianfeng smiled when he heard Zhen Pingfang's teasing words. He said, he's indeed stronger than me now when I was his age. His potential and innate talent are much higher than mine as well. I only began to attack the attention of those notable supreme rank forces after I comprehended the sword Dao, and even more so after my prominent divine sword gained a complete artifact soul. Even then, they'll only recruit me once I become an advanced emperor of gods. Otherwise, it won't be enough for them to recruit me. Yi Qianfeng was very self-aware. Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile, Junior Uncle Yi, if Duan Ling Tian ranks first and joins a supreme rank force, will you consider joining the same supreme rank force after you become an advanced emperor of gods? If that's the case, both of you can also look after each other. Then, Zhen Pingfan's eyes grew brighter as he continued to say, once I become an advanced emperor of gods, I'll join both of you as well. At that time, 3 of us can form a faction of our own in that supreme rank force. We can name it the Pure Yang faction. Zhen Pingfan was filled with anticipation as he let his imaginations run wild. Seeing Zhen Pingfan's expression and hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Qianfeng felt rather speechless. After a moment, he smiled and said calmly, whether it's the same one or not, it's not a problem for me and Duan Ling Tian to join a supreme rank force. However, you should focus more on becoming an intermediate emperor of gods first before thinking about such things. Inwardly, Yi Qianfeng added, even if you become an advanced emperor of gods, you don't know if those supreme rank forces will recruit you. After entering the wooden house, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. He replayed the scenes he had seen today. Mostly, he was thinking about Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou's fight and the time when Han Di ambushed Luo Yuan. Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou only revealed their strength at the critical moment. The duo was evenly matched, but due to Tua Ba Xiu's error in judgment, she lost rather miserably. As for Han Di, although he won by using a despicable method, there was no doubt that he was strong as well. In fact, Luo Yuan was just as strong. It was a pity that he was tricked and let down his guard, causing him to lose. Duan Ling Tian muttered, Han Di is not weaker than Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou. There's Lin Yuan too. It was clear when Lin Yuan from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect fought Shimin Long Xiang from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa that Lin Yuan had held back a lot. Despite that, he had won rather easily. Currently, Duan Ling Tian felt that he had a good grasp of the top 10 participants' strength. Shimin Long Xiang and Yang Qian Yi were no match for him at all, so they were not a threat to him. Although Wan Qihong had stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods, based on his battle with Yuan Mou, Duan Ling Tian knew Wan Qihong was no match for him as well. In fact, even if Duan Ling Tian did not watch the fight, he still knew he was stronger than Wan Qihong. Luo Yuan was as strong as Han Di, Tua Ba Xiu, and Yuan Mou, but he was severely injured by Han Di today. Hence, he was no longer a contender for the top 3 places. There's also Wang Xiong. Although Han Di, Tua Ba Xiu, and Yuan Mou were very strong, Duan Ling Tian did not think they were a great threat to him. In fact, he was more threatened by Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong. After all, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong had yet to reveal their full strength. The strength Wang Xiong displayed so far was not as strong as Tua Ba Xiu, Yuan Mou, and Han Di. However, who could say for sure he was not holding back his strength and biding his time? Lin Yuan was the same. The strength he displayed so far was weaker than Tua Ba Xiu, Yuan Mou, and Han Di. There was no doubt he was still holding back his strength. No one dared to underestimate him because he was the external help that the Howling Flames sect found from outside the 7 mansions. There were rumors that Lin Yuan was from a supreme rank clan. After all, there was a supreme rank clan called the Lin clan not too far away from the 7 mansions. Subsequently, there were also rumors that Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flames sect, was also from the supreme rank Lin clan. However, no one came up with a reason why he came to the profound Jade Mansion to join the Emperor rank Howling Flames sect. Lin Donglai joined the Howling Flames sect when he was young. He was not even 10,000 years old when he joined the Howling Flames sect. He rose in rank step by step in the sect, achieving many great things. Many speculated that he had invited Lin Yuan to join the Howling Flames sect on behalf of the set to participate in the Seven Mansions feast. In any case, there was no doubt that Lin Yuan was outstanding as well. There was no way the Howling Flames sect would find someone ordinary to represent them in the Seven Mansions feast. Lin Yuan, Wang Xiong. Duanling Tian was most worried about the duo for now. After all, a hidden enemy was much more terrifying than a known one. Those two had yet to reveal their strength, so it was only normal that he was slightly worried. After a while, Duanling Tian began to assess his strength. With the help of the 5 divine elements, he had completely stabilized his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate lord of gods. With the sword Tao and the law of space, his strength had surpassed most advanced lords of gods. He was also getting better at using the mastery Tao, which also further increased his strength. With his current cultivation base, it would be difficult for people to detect that he had used the mastery Tao unless they were supreme gods. Nonetheless, Duanling Tian did not become complacent. After all, who knew how strong Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong were? The fights tomorrow are going to be even more exciting. They would continue to determine the top 10 ranks for the participants tomorrow. Both Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong would naturally have to fight again. I don't have to worry about Wang Xiong for now since he's ranked 8th. He'll have to challenge a few more people before he can challenge me. He'll have an easy victory if he challenges Shimin Longxiang, who's ranked 7th. As for Lin Yuan, who's ranked 5th, he can only challenge Yuan Mou, who's ranked 4th. Apart from that, Tua Ba Xiu, who's ranked 6th, can only challenge him since she was defeated by Yuan Mou, who's ranked 4th. With these thoughts in mind, Duanling Tian became even more excited about the fights tomorrow. Faced with Tua Ba Xiu, Lin Yuan won't be able to hold back and hide his strength anymore, right? Apart from Duanling Tian, many people were also looking forward to Tua Ba Xiu and Lin Yuan's fight tomorrow. Unless Tua Ba Xiu forfeited her turn, Lin Yuan had no choice but to fight her. No one thought Tua Ba Xiu would forfeit her turn tomorrow since she would lose her chance of ranking in the top 3 if she did so. If she truly forfeited her turn tomorrow, it was equivalent to admitting she was inferior to Lin Yuan. No one would think she was conserving her energy anymore. With so many people ahead of her, how could Tua Ba Xiu rank in the top 3 if she forfeited her turn tomorrow? Similar to Duanling Tian, after witnessing Han Di and Luo Yan's fight, many people also thought that Han Di was not any weaker than Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou. The next morning, the golden sunlight lit up the land. The people from the various forces in the 7 mansions arrived very early at the venue of the 7 mansions feast. When the people from the Pure Yang sect arrived earlier than they usually did, they found many others had already arrived. When everyone arrived, Lin Donglai took center stage again. He did not waste time and called out, "Participant number 10, please enter the battlefield." Since the 7 mansions feast was already drawing to a close, Lin Donglai had already stated the rules, and everyone was also already familiar with the rules. Hence, there was nothing else for him to say. The 10th participant was none other than Wan Qihong. Previously, he challenged Yuan Mou, and their fight ended in a tie. Initially, just like everyone else, he assumed Yuan Mou's strength was on par with his. However, he realized how wrong he was after watching Yuan Mou fight Tua Ba Xiu. It seemed like Yuan Mou was only toying with him when they fought. At this moment, many people looked at Wan Qihong curiously when he entered the battlefield. Who is Wan Qihong going to challenge? Will he challenge Yang Qianyi or Shimin? When Wan Qihong entered the battlefield, he looked slightly gloomy. He looked even gloomier when he heard the crowd speculating about whether he would challenge Yang Qianyi or Shimin Longxiang. Do they really think that I'm only capable of challenging Yang Qianyi and Shimin? Wan Qihong's expression worsened when he thought about the other participants with higher ranks than him. According to the rules, with his current rank, he could not challenge the top 3 participants unless the Wanqi clan paid with a huge number of divine crystals. He knew the Wanqi clan would not be willing to do such a thing and that the clan would see it as a waste. Lin Yuan, Tua Ba Xiu, Wang Xiong. Apart from Yang Qianyi and Wang Xiong and Yuan Mou whom he could not challenge, Wan Qihong could only challenge Lin Yuan, Tua Ba Xiu or Wang Xiong. However, after witnessing Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou's fight, he knew the gap between their strengths was wide. As such, he could not challenge her. Lin Yuan was the external help that the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect found, with the hopes of Lin Yuan ranking in the top 3. Based on what Wan Qihong had learned from Wan Qiyuning, the ancestor of the Wanqi clan, Lin Yuan likely came from a supreme rank clan outside of the 7 mansions. Hence, how could Lin Yuan be ordinary? Apart from that, Wan Qiyuning had noticed that Lin Yuan was incredibly calm when watching Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou's fight. This meant that Lin Yuan was either pretending to be calm, or Lin Yuan was truly not concerned about the strength that Tua Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou had displayed. For all these reasons, Wan Qihong could not take the risk and challenge Lin Yuan. If he was defeated, not only would it be embarrassing, but he would also be in a disadvantageous position. Wan Qihong was not keen to challenge Yang Qianyi and Shimin Longxiang, since he felt like it would be acquiescence that he was only strong enough to challenge the 2 weakest participants in the top 10. As such, there was only one person left for him to challenge: Wang Xiong. In the beginning, everyone thought that the strongest law that Wang Xiong, the prodigy from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor, comprehended was the law of earth. He shocked everyone when he used the law of metal, which was stronger than his law of earth, during his fight with Yang Qianyi. In the end, he defeated Yang Qianyi in one fell swoop. Apart from Yang Qianyi and Shimin, I can only challenge Wang Xiong. In the end, Wan Qihong's eyes swept past the people of the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor before landing on Wang Xiong. Everyone was paying attention to the direction of Wan Qihong's gaze. When they saw his eyes were trained on Wang Xiong, their eyes lit up in excitement. Is Wan Qihong going to challenge Wang Xiong? I thought he was going to challenge Yang Qianyi or Shimin. After all, the 2 are quickly the weakest among the 10 participants. I didn't expect him to challenge Wang Xiong. Wang Xiong might still be hiding his strength. Isn't it risky for him to challenge Wang Xiong? If he loses this fight, he'll become a laughingstock. That's right. It'll be a humiliation if the former strongest young prodigy of the Eastern Ridge Mansion loses again. Actually, Wan Qihong isn't weak. In fact, the strength he's shown so far is stronger than what Wang Xiong has shown so far. I think he might not necessarily lose. Duan Ling Tian was not paying attention to the direction of Wan Qihong's gaze. Hence, he was surprised when he heard the conversations in his surroundings. Wan Qihong plans to challenge Wang Xiong? Previously, instead of challenging Yang Qianyi like everyone thought he would, Wan Qihong challenged Yuan Mou instead. In the end, the fight ended in a tie. With that, everyone thought Wan Qihong and Yuan Mou were on par with each other, but they were quickly disabused of that notion after watching Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiu fight. Clearly, Yuan Mou and perhaps even Wan Qihong was still hiding his strength. Isn't he afraid of losing the fight if he challenges Wang Xiong? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he glanced at Wan Qihong. Previously, he had thought Wan Qihong was rather strong and talented. However, now, he only thought that Wan Qihong was a pitiful person who let his emotions dictate his actions. Duan Ling Tian had yet to have an understanding of Wang Xiong's strength. However, he had a very strong feeling that Wang Xiong was still hiding his strength. At the very least, he was sure that Wang Xiong was no weaker than Wan Qihong. Duan Ling Tian, who was looking at Wan Qihong at this time, frowned in confusion. He was waiting for Wan Qihong to issue a challenge to Wang Xiong, but Wan Qihong suddenly turned to look in the direction of the people of the Wanqi clan. He followed Wan Qihong's gaze and saw Wan Qiyuning, the Golden Seat elder of the Wanqi clan, looking at Wan Qihong. It was not hard to deduce that the duo was speaking through voice transmission. It seems like there'll be a change, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. It was likely that Wan Qiyuning was trying to dissuade Wan Qihong from challenging Wang Xiong. As expected, just when everyone thought Wan Qihong was going to challenge Wang Xiong, he suddenly said, I challenge Shimin, participant number 7. Shimin Longxiang, the prodigy from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa, was now ranked 7th. Just like everyone guessed previously, Wan Qihong ended up challenging him. The crowd also discovered the interaction between Wan Qihong and Wan Qiyuning just when Wan Qihong was about to challenge Wang Xiong. It was not hard to guess that someone from the Wanqi clan had stopped Wanqi Hong from challenging Wang Xiong. It seems like even the elders of the Wanqi clan think that Wanqi Hong might not be a match for Wang Xiong. It seems like they have high regard for Wang Xiong.
I guess this means that Wang Xiong is still hiding his strength.
I really can't wait to watch Wang Xiong fight again. When Wanqi Hong heard these harsh words, his face flushed red in anger and humiliation. How did things turn out this way? At this moment, he even regretted listening to Wanqi Yuning and giving up on challenging Wang Xiong.
What an idiot! Wanqi Yuning thought to himself with a hint of helplessness and frustration. He did not understand why Wanqi Hong had to look at him when they were communicating through voice transmission. Was this not letting everyone know that someone from the clan was advising Wanqi Hong against challenging Wang Xiong?
In the past, Wanqi Yuning thought that Wanqi Hong was quite smart. However, he only felt that Wanqi Hong was unbearably foolish now. At the same time, the other elders from the Wanqi clan looked at each other in dismay with helpless expressions on their faces. They felt emotionally exhausted.
Meanwhile, Shimin Long Xiang stepped forward after the challenge was issued. Although he knew he was not as strong as Wanqi Hong, he did not want to admit defeat just yet. His goal was to fight Duan Ling Tian in the future.
If he admitted defeat before Duan Ling Tian's defeated opponent, how would he be worthy of challenging Duan Ling Tian in the future? For this reason, Shimin Long Xiang was very serious during his fight with Wanqi Hong. He attacked aggressively like a storm as soon as he made a move. As a result, he managed to catch Wanqi Hong off guard. Those who did not know better would think Shimin Long Xiang had a deep enmity with Wanqi Hong when they saw how aggressive he was. Initially, Wanqi Hong did not take Shimin Long Xiang seriously. In his opinion, Shimin Long Xiang was weaker than him. The fight was just a formality, and he was certain of his victory. Due to his carelessness, he allowed Shimin Long Xiang's attack to push him back. "You're seeking death." Wanqi Hong, who was pushed back, snarled. His anger rose even more when he sensed the ridiculing gazes around him. Following that, his body burst forth with energy as he rushed toward Shimin Long Xiang. With this, it did not take long before Shimin Long Xiang, who had the upper hand, was completely suppressed by Wanqi Hong. In just a moment, he was severely injured by Wanqi Hong.
When Wanqi Hong was about to attack again, Lin Donglai stepped in and intervened. Then he said he lost. This is the end of the fight. After exchanging tokens, Shimin Long Xiang wiped the blood off the corners of his mouth and said with a grin, "Wanqi Hong, I'll treat you as a touchstone from now on. When I finally defeat you, it means that the gap between Duan Ling Tian and I has narrowed slightly. I hope you won't let me down and will continue to improve." After Shimin Long Xiang left, Wanqi Hong finally realized that Shimin Long Xiang had attacked so aggressively because Shimin Long Xiang viewed him as a touchstone in his quest to challenge Duan Ling Tian. How dare he say I'm his touchstone and that the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian will narrow the day he defeats me? Isn't he implying that I'm inferior to Duan Ling Tian and that I'll never catch up to Duan Ling Tian my entire life? Wanqi Hong's expression was incredibly unsightly when he thought about this. He was already in a bad mood to begin with, and Shimin Long Xiang's words only added fuel to fire. His gaze was murderous as he looked at Shimin Long Xiang's back. He was filled with the urge to kill Shimin Long Xiang at this moment. Even when his great-great-grandfather was killed by Yi Chen Feng from the Pure Yang sect, he did not feel so murderous. Although Wanqi Hong rose from 10th to 7th place, he was not happy at all. His bad mood was written all over his face. After Lin Donglai reminded Wanqi Hong to leave the battlefield, he looked in the direction of the people from the Pure Yang sect and said, "Participant number 9, please enter the battlefield." The 9th participant was Yang Qianyi. Many people thought Yang Qianyi would forfeit his turn. Thus, they were surprised when he flew into the battlefield and directly called out, "I challenge participant number 4. Yuan Mou is currently ranked 4th. The fight went exactly as everyone expected. In fact, it could be seen that Yuan Mou was rather considerate. He held back and only defeated Yang Qianyi after 10 moves. As it turns out, our gap is so wide. After his defeat, Yang Qianyi seemed to sober up. His arrogance and sense of superiority that arose after his rapid improvement vanished at this moment. As it turned out, he was still so weak. Yuan Mou and Tuoba Xiu are so strong. Is Duan Ling Tian stronger than them? Yang Qianyi knew nothing about Duan Ling Tian's strength in the past. Now that Duan Ling Tian had improved, he knew even less. However, at this moment, he keenly felt that the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian was much wider than he had imagined. At the very least, it would be impossible for him to surpass Duan Ling Tian in a short time. Yang Qianyi challenged Yuan Mou and lost after 10 moves. Needless to say, no one was surprised by his defeat. They knew he, along with Shimin Longxiang, was the weakest among the top 10 participants. Now that Yang Qianyi and Shimin Longxiang were ranked 9th and 10th respectively, everyone thought that the duo would be fighting for 9th place after this. It was impossible for the duo to rank any higher than 9th. It's Wang Xiong's turn. During Yang Qianyi's fight, everyone was already looking forward to the next fight. After all, it was Wang Xiong's turn since he was ranked 8th. Participant number 8. Please enter the battlefield. Lin Donglai called out. Wang Xiong entered the battlefield in a leisurely manner. He was still dressed very sloppily. After he landed, his eyes swept past Lin Yuan, who was ranked 5th, and Tuoba Xiu, who was ranked 6th, before they landed on Wan Qihong, who was ranked 7th. Wan Qihong didn't challenge Wang Xiong because of the elders of the Wanqi clan. It didn't occur to Medhat Wang Xiong might challenge Wan Qihong. I think Wang Xiong is going to challenge Wan Qihong for sure. I agree. The expression of Wan Qihong, who heard the conversations in his surroundings, darkened. At the same time, under everyone's watchful gaze, Wang Xiong called out, I challenge participant number 7, Wan Qihong, the prodigy from the Wanqi clan. Since the crowd had already expected this, they did not react much. Instead, they looked at Wan Qihong with a mocking gaze. Wan Qihong flew into the battlefield with a sour expression on his face. He really regretted listening to Wanqi Yuning's advice earlier. He should have challenged Wang Xiong instead of Shimin Longxiang. If he had done that, he would not feel so embarrassed now. He was still unaware that he had given himself away when he looked at Wanqi Yuning earlier while they were communicating through voice transmission. Otherwise, no one would have known he had been dissuaded by his elder to give up on challenging Wang Xiong. It was normal to change one mind when challenging an opponent. No one would have thought badly of Wan Qihong for doing so. However, the fact that he had changed his mind after listening to his elder made everyone think that he did not have a mind of his own and was not assertive enough. Sometimes one could learn a lot with just a look. After landing, Wan Qihong said in a glacial tone, Wang Xiong, if the extent of your strength is what you've shown so far, you're no match for me. At this moment, Wan Qihong was filled with the overwhelming urge to defeat Wang Xiong. As long as he defeated Wang Xiong, he would be able to redeem himself. Faced with Wan Qihong's provocative words, Wang Xiong smiled calmly and did not respond. Previously, Wan Qihong's anger was already almost reaching the boiling point after he fought Shimin Longxiang. Not only was he pushed back due to his own carelessness, but he found out that Shimin Longxiang had attacked so aggressively because Shimin Longxiang viewed him as a touchstone in his quest to challenge Duan Ling Tian. The implication that he was inferior to Duan Ling Tian angered him greatly. Now, seeing how dismissive Wang Xiong was of him, Wan Qihong could no longer hold back his anger. As soon as Lin Donglai announced the start of the fight, he swept out like a hurricane. Lightning flashed around his body at the same time. Similar to Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, he comprehended the law of thunder. Oh, he is quite the temper, Wang Xiong thought to himself as he cocked an eyebrow. Then, a golden light burst forth from his body and charged toward Wan Qihong, who took the initiative to strike first. He had no intention of avoiding Wan Qihong at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone watched as purple lightning bolts clashed with the dazzling golden light, producing a gorgeous fireworks display along with a series of thunderous explosions. Boom! 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 Unlike those with a higher cultivation base, those with lower cultivation bases could not clearly capture the duo's movements. Wan Qihong and Wang Xiong continued to fight fiercely after the initial collision. Wang Xiong was clearly much stronger than when he fought Yang Qianyi previously. Wang Xiong was really still hiding his strength. His strength now is on par with Wan Qihong, but I don't know if he's still holding back. Duan Ling Tian exclaimed inwardly. He had already suspected this. At the same time, Wan Qihong and Wang Xiong had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Wan Qihong, whose face was flushed, did not hold back at all. He cast his bloodline power as blood qi rose from his body. In just a moment, his strength skyrocketed, surpassing that of Wang Xiong. Now that Wan Qihong has used his bloodline power, Wang Xiong will likely use his bloodline power as well. This fight has gotten even more exciting. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Wang Xiong's divine energy grew stronger as the dazzling golden light around him grew brighter. With this, his strength quickly overtook that of Wan Qihong. In just a moment, Wan Qihong lost the advantage he had just gained. Boom! Before the crowd could react, Wang Xiong destroyed Wan Qihong's attack before sending Wan Qihong flying back with 3 moves. Wan Qihong spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was ashen. As he flew back, he looked at Wang Xiong in shock and disbelief. How is he so strong? At this moment, Wan Qihong recalled how he had aimed to rank in the top 3 or even rank first before the start of the 7 Mansions feast. He could not help but feel ashamed when he thought about it. How could someone as weak as him even think about ranking in the top 3, let alone ranking first? Why? Wan Qihong was unable to accept this. He was considered a monstrous talent among the younger generation. In the past, he was the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Why were there so many people who were stronger than him now? He could still accept it when it was just Duan Tian alone, but now there was Yuan Mou, Tua Ba Xiao, Luo Yuan, Han Di, and Wang Xiong. Before the 7 Mansions feast, the Wanqi clan had helped him to stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of an advanced Lord of Gods. As such, his strength had risen greatly. However, why was it still not enough? Am I really so useless? At this time, Wan Qihong felt unprecedented despair. While Wang Xiong flew over, Wan Qihong was still lost in his thoughts. He only regained his senses when he heard Wan Qi Yuning's startled cry. Surrender! With that, Wan Qihong hurriedly called out, I surrender! Following that, Wang Xiong also stopped attacking. He successfully rose from 8th place to 7th place now that he defeated Wan Qihong. While they exchanged tokens until they left the battlefield, everyone looked at Wang Xiong in shock and disbelief. They knew Wang Xiong was strong, but they did not imagine him to be so strong. Wang Xiong's earlier attacks aren't much weaker than those of Tua Ba Xiao and Yuan Mou, right? That's right. Moreover, he didn't even use his bloodline power earlier. If he uses his bloodline power, he's definitely on par with them at the very least. Did you see how grim Yuan Mou and Tua Ba Xiao's expressions are? Earlier, they didn't look like that at all. It seems like they finally realized that Wang Xiong is a threat to them. Duan Tian's expression was slightly complicated as well. Wang Xiong was stronger than he had imagined. Even the young disciples from the Frozen Mountain Manor were surprised. After all, none of them knew Wang Xiong very well before this, and Wang Xiong had also intentionally kept a low profile. How could they know that he possessed such strength? Everyone finally returned to their senses when Lin Donglai called out, Participant number 6, please enter the battlefield. Everyone finally shifted their eyes away from Wang Xiong to the figure that flew out in the direction of the people from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. Tua Ba Xiao was not only the only female among the top 10 participants, but she also received the resources from all the top forces in the Underworld Mansion. She had shown great strength during her fight with Yuan Mou, but due to an error in judgment, she was defeated by Yuan Mou. For this reason, quite a few people lamented her defeat. Lin Yuan and Yuan Mou are ahead of Tua Ba Xiao. However, she fought Yuan Mou previously, so she can only challenge Lin Yuan now. Everyone says Lin Yuan is very strong, but he has yet to reveal his strength at all. Perhaps, Tua Ba Xiao might be able to force him to reveal his strength. If she can't do that, then there's no doubt Lin Yuan will rank in the top 3 or even first. At the same time, Tua Ba Xiao said, I challenge participant number 5. Lin Yuan. Duan Tian's eyes lit up as he watched Lin Yuan fly into the battlefield. The 2 people he was most wary of were Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, not Tua Ba Xiao, Yuan Mou, Han Di, or Luo Yuan. Unlike the others, he still did not know the extent of the duo's strength after all. Similar to the others, he thought Tua Ba Xiao might be able to force Lin Yuan to reveal some of his strength at least, more than what Lin Yuan had shown so far. Duan Tian.
who was rather leisurely just a moment before, straightened his back as a serious expression appeared on his face. He had to understand his opponent to ensure his victory. If he wanted to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast, he had to understand Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong, who had successfully hidden their strength until now.
Duan Lingtian was not the only one who found Lin Yuan mysterious. The others shared the same opinion as well.
At this time, the people from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect were looking at Lin Yuan's back as he flew into the sky with anticipation burning in their eyes. They were also not familiar with Lin Yuan since Lin Yuan only joined their sect not long before the Seven Mansions feast began. As soon as Lin Yuan joined their sect, he defeated the strongest among the young disciples in the sect with one strike.
Although not many people knew about it at that time and only a few people witnessed the fight, news about it eventually spread. Hence, they only knew that Lin Yuan was very strong, but they had no idea about the extent of his strength. Tua Baxio is very strong. I wonder if Lin Yuan will be able to defeat her.
If Lin Yuan can defeat Tua Baxio, he'll rank in the top 3. He might even rank first.
Not only were the young disciples from the Howling Flames sect looking forward to Lin Yuan's fight, but even the high-ranking officials were looking forward to his fight.
Among all the elders and high-ranking officials of the Howling Flames sect present at the venue, Lin Donglai knew Lin Yuan's strength best. After all, Lin Donglai was the one who recruited Lin Yuan. It was said that after Lin Donglai successfully recruited Lin Yuan, he requested 2 slots to enter the secret holy realm if Lin Yuan managed to rank in the top 3. It was also said that the high-ranking officials of the sect agreed to Lin Donglai's request.
Lin Yuan flew onto the battlefield, silently facing off with Tua Baxio. They made a move without another word as soon as Lin Donglai's voice fell. To be precise, Tua Baxio made a move first.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
Perhaps due to Tua Baxio's previous experience, she attacked aggressively as soon as she made her move. Whenever she moved, freezing energy swept out into the surroundings. In just a moment, she sealed the space around them in ice.
At the same time, Lin Yuan did not waste time and counterattacked. He moved so swiftly that Tua Baxio could barely stop him at all. Tua Baxio wants to restrain Lin Yuan with her law of ice, but Lin Yuan isn't so easy to deal with. Moreover, he comprehends the law of destruction that has high destructive power.
Even if Tua Baxio erects walls of ice, Lin Yuan can easily shatter them unless her comprehension of the law of ice is exceptionally strong, Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
In just a moment, the 2 opponents had already exchanged a dozen moves. Lin Yuan really isn't as weak as he presented himself to be. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. He noticed the beads of sweat that dotted Tua Baxio's forehead, even though they were quickly evaporated by her divine energy.
On the contrary, Lin Yuan looked as though he was having a hard time on the surface, but he could see the calmness in Lin Yuan's eyes. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Tua Baxio is going all out.
At this time, explosive energy surged out of Tua Baxio's body.
Everyone, including the high-ranking officials from various forces, was staring at Tua Baxio intently.
Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of thunderous explosions rang in the air as Tua Baxio destroyed the walls of ice she had erected. The shards of ice transformed into knife-like icicles as shot toward Lin Yuan. At the same time, ice appeared beneath Tua Baxio's feet as she moved. The divine prominent artifact in her hand shone dazzling as blood chi rose from her body. The blood chi formed the silhouette of a bird that could be clearly seen by everyone. Soon enough, many people exclaimed in shock. Blood Phoenix bloodline.
Even the elders of the Pure Yang sect widened their eyes slightly upon seeing this.
Blood Phoenix bloodline. I should have thought about this when I heard that her surname is Tua Ba. I didn't expect that someone from the Tua Ba clan survived, Jinping fan said with a sigh. Tua Ba clan? Blood Phoenix bloodline. Duan Lingtian and the others were puzzled. An elder from the Pure Yang sect glanced in the direction of the people from the feudal lord mansion before he explained. The Tua Ba clan used to be an emperor-rank clan in the feudal lord mansion. It was annihilated at some point.
Rumor had it that it was done by a sect in the feudal lord mansion.
Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials and elders of one of the top forces in the feudal lord mansion, the Primal Flame sect, wore dark expressions on their faces. Most of them had risen to their feet in shock earlier. At this time, they were all looking at Tuaba Shio murderously. She's a survivor of the Tuaba clan.
Didn't we kill everyone in the clan back then? How can there be a survivor?
Is she the illegitimate daughter of a direct descendant of the Tuaba clan? The feudal Lord Mansion's primal flame sect had annihilated the Tuaba clan in the past. They did not even spare the young, the old, the sick, and the disabled. They had killed indiscriminately. As such, they did not expect there to be a survivor.
This was natural, not a good thing for the primal flame sect.
Similarly, the other young disciples from the various forces were also confused when Tuaba Shio revealed her blood phoenix bloodline and exploded with strength.
At the same time, their elders were shocked, and when they recovered, they instinctively looked at the people from the feudal Lord Mansion's primal flame sect. Many of them sighed inwardly.
An eye for an eye. I didn't expect there to be a survivor from the Tuaba clan. Although she's still young and has yet to grow into her potential, she now has the support of the Underworld Mansion. The feudal Lord Mansion's primal flame sect won't be able to do anything to her. She's already grown so strong and displayed great potential. Even if the primal flame sect offers to pay the Underworld Mansion to hand her over to them, the Underworld Mansion likely won't agree to it. It's not just that. Who would have known that not only is there a survivor from the Tuaba clan, but the survivor also inherited the bloodline power, Blood Phoenix bloodline. After all, not all direct descendants of the Tuaba clan could awaken this bloodline power. Tuaba Shio didn't use the Blood Phoenix bloodline previously. Did she just awaken this bloodline power? That's right. If she had used the Blood Phoenix bloodline when she fought Yuan Mou, she might not have lost. Everyone's attention at this moment shifted from the mysterious Lin Yuan to Tuaba Shio. Her bloodline power was too eye-catching, after all. The young disciples from the various forces were unaware of the history between the Tuaba clan and the Primal Flame sect. They also knew nothing about the Tuaba clan's Blood Phoenix bloodline. They only learned about the matter from their elders.
In the past, someone from the feudal Lord Mansion's Tuaba clan, who awakened the Blood Phoenix bloodline, joined the Primal Flame sect and participated in the Seven Mansions feast. Most importantly, that person ranked first in the Seven Mansions feast.
After that, he left the Primal Flame sect, intending to return to his clan. He wanted to lead his clan and bring it to new heights. He hoped that his clan would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Primal Flame sect and the other top forces in the feudal Lord Mansion. For that reason, the Primal Flame sect became dissatisfied with him. After all, how could they allow someone they had cultivated to compete with them? Initially, the conflict was not too big, but as time passed, the conflict grew bigger and bigger. In the end, the Primal Flame sect expended a lot of effort before finally annihilating the Tuaba clan. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian continued observing Tuaba Shio. She should have just awoken this bloodline power. Duan Ling Tian could sense the instability of Tuaba Shio's bloodline power. Although it was powerful, it had a flaw. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly took action. Similar to Duan Ling Tian, he had discovered the flaw of the Blood Phoenix bloodline. With that, he did not hesitate to activate his bloodline power. Then he attacked Tuaba Shio, using her flaw to his advantage. In just a moment, he countered her bloodline power and sent her flying. Tuaba Shio spat out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying back.
Surrender.
Lin Yuan placed his hands on his back as he hovered in the air and looked at Tuaba Shio from a distance. His blood chi also subsided at the same time. He had to admit she was a rather formidable opponent. After all, although it was just for short a moment, she managed to force him to use his bloodline power. I surrender, Tuaba Shio, whose face was flushed red, finally said. Her eyes flashed with unwillingness as she looked at Lin Yuan. Alas, there was nothing she could do. She was severely injured while Lin Yuan was completely unscathed. Under normal circumstances, everyone's attention should be on Lin Yuan at this moment. However, at this time, everyone's eyes darted between Tuaba Shio and the people of the feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame sect. After all, most of them had learned about the history between the Tuaba clan and the Primal Flame sect. Suddenly, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
A few high-ranking officials from the feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flames sect flew toward Tua Ba Xiu. After a beat, 3 figures of average height flew out as well, blocking the path of the high-ranking officials from the Primal Flame sect like 3 insurmountable mountains. The trio was the intermediate emperors of gods from the 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion. One of the high-ranking officials from the Primal Flame sect, who was also an intermediate emperor of gods, looked at the trio with a gloomy expression on his face. He said bluntly, "I'm sure you're all aware of the enmity between our Primal Flame sect and the Tua Ba clan. I'll assume you were unaware of her identity previously, so I won't hold you accountable for harboring and cultivating this bastard child. However, now that, let me tell you, this bastard child must die today." Although there were many people from the feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame sect who attended the 7 Mansions feast this time, the man was the only intermediate emperor of gods present. Conversely, Tua Ba Xiu not only had protection from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan, but she also had protection from the other top forces in the Underworld Mansion. How could one man from the Primal Flame sect be a match for the 3 intermediate emperors of gods from the 3 top forces from the Underworld Mansion? At this time, the intermediate emperor of gods from the feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame sect had already sent a voice transmission to the sect to report what had happened. This matter concerned the entire sect, after all. The people of the Primal Flame sect had long forgotten about the Tua Ba clan after they annihilated the clan. However, they did not expect a survivor from the Tua Ba clan would appear at this time. The prodigy whom the top forces in the Underworld Mansion collectively cultivated is a survivor from the Tua Ba clan? The sect leader of the Primal Flame sect asked, shocked. That's right. In the beginning, I didn't think too much about it when I heard her surname. After all, it was not an exclusive surname that only exists in our feudal Lord Mansion. Who knew she'd turn out to be the survivor from the Tua Ba clan? The people from the Primal Flame Mansion did not think too much when they heard Tua Ba Xiu's name in the beginning. They only thought she was the young prodigy whom the top forces in the Underworld Mansion collectively cultivated. Unexpectedly, such a person was the survivor of the clan they had annihilated back then. There was no doubt about this since the Blood Phoenix bloodline was exclusive to the Tua Ba clan. If she were just an ordinary cultivator, we could turn a blind eye and let her go. However, with the potential and strength that she displayed at such a young age, we can't let her go. She's like a ticking time bomb. What would happen in another 10,000 years? At that time, she might have already grown strong enough to deal with our sect. She must die. Kill her at all cost. No one in our sect will be a match for her after another 10,000 years. We need to nip this problem in the bud. In another 20,000 years, she might even be capable of breaking our sect's guarding formation. We need to get rid of her. Otherwise, our sect will suffer a disaster in the future. She must die. When the intermediate emperor of gods from the Primal Flame sect, who was at the venue of the 7 Mansions feast, received the voice transmission from his peers back in the Primal Flame sect's estate, he felt a sense of helplessness. He naturally agreed that Tua Ba Xiu had to die. However, what could he do when there was only one of him against 3 intermediate emperors of gods from the Underworld Mansion now? Put everything else aside, what could one Primal Flame sect do against the 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion? When the intermediate emperor of gods from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan heard the words of the intermediate emperor of gods from the Primal Flame sect, he said coldly, "Bastard child? Fang Yilin, mind your words. I advise you to behave yourself. Tua Ba Xiu is from our Underworld Mansion. We're not afraid of your primitive flame sect." The intermediate emperors of gods from the other 2 top forces in the Underworld Mansion chimed in as well. Fang Yilin, we're aware of the enmity between your sect and the Tua Ba clan. Indeed, we were previously unaware that she's a survivor of the Tua Ba clan. However, now that we know, we'll still protect her. You'll have to get past her if you want to kill her. The 3 intermediate emperors of gods from the Underworld Mansion not only guarded Tua Ba Xiu, but they had also sent voice transmissions back to their respective forces, asking for reinforcements. They knew the Primal Flame sect would not easily let go of Tua Ba Xiu. Considering how adamant the 3 top forces from the Underworld Mansion were about protecting Tua Ba Xiu and considering the number of onlookers, Fang Yilin, the intermediate emperor of gods from the Primal Flame sect, could only retreat with a dark expression on his face for now. Seeing this, the 3 intermediate emperors of gods from the Underworld Mansion scoffed coldly and returned to their seats as well. Nonetheless,
They did not let their guard down and continued to keep an eye on the people of the Primal Flame sect. They were prepared to make a move as soon as the other party made a move. At the same time, Lin Yuan had long left the battlefield, but Tuoba Xiu was still standing on the battlefield in a daze. I'm from the Tuoba clan? The Primal Flame sect annihilated the Tuoba clan?
Mother didn't tell me about this. Tuoba Xiu's expression was one of shock and disbelief as well. In fact, just like everyone else, she was unaware that she was from the Tuoba clan.
She also did not know that the Blood Phoenix bloodline, the bloodline power she awakened, was unique to the direct descendants of the feudal lord mansion's Tuoba clan. Needless to say, she also did not know that the Tuoba clan was annihilated by the Primal Flame sect back then.
If she had known, she would have been merciless to the participants from the Primal Flame sect. At this time, Lin Donglai said, "Leave the battlefield, please."
Lin Donglai could naturally tell that Tuoba Xiu was also unaware of her identity before. Perhaps, if she did not awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline, she would never know her background. At this time, the intermediate emperor of gods from the Yuan clan looked at Tuoba Xiu affectionately and said through voice transmission, "Girl, come back." He had raised Tuoba Xiu since she was young, after all. Most of the disciples in his faction were male. Perhaps this was why he and his disciples all treated her very well. No one dared to bully her. Conversely, they would stand up for her if outsiders bullied her.
However, she had grown so strong now that she was capable of standing up for herself.
Everyone could see how shaken Tuoba Xiu was by the revelation as she rejoined the people from the underworld mansion's Yuan clan. It was clear she was among the last to find out about her identity. While the others raised a furor when she used the Blood Phoenix bloodline, she was still ignorantly fighting Lin Yuan. It seems like even Tuoba Xiu was unaware of her identity. I bet no one expected that her shocking identity would be revealed during the Seven Mansions feast. Moreover, the Primal Flame sect also had enmity with her clan.
Look, it's obvious the people from the Primal Flame sect are feeling anxious.
You really can see that they really can't wait to kill her. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made a move earlier in front of so many people. That's right. Fortunately, the Underworld Mansion protected her earlier. However, if the Primal Flame sect offers the right price, do you think the Underworld Mansion will hand over?
I doubt it. This time, even if she doesn't rank in the top 3, she'll obtain 2 slots to enter the secret holy realm for the Underworld Mansion.
How are the 3 top forces in the Underworld Mansion going to divide 2 slots between them if she doesn't rank in the top 3? At this time, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He looked away from Tuoba Xiu as he thought to himself. Originally, it should be a good thing that she awakened her Blood Phoenix bloodline during the Seven Mansions feast. However, it seems like it's not necessarily a good thing.
Duan Ling Tian did not particularly sympathize with Tuoba Xiu, but he still thought she was innocent in this matter. She was not even aware of her own identity after all. Not only that, but it was clear the Underworld Mansion was not lying when they said they were also unaware of it.
Perhaps, if she didn't awaken the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her identity would have remained a secret forever. Life was unpredictable. In just a moment, Tuoba Xiu, who revealed the Blood Phoenix bloodline, would no longer be able to live a peaceful life, not unless the Primal Flame sect was annihilated. She and the Primal Flame sect were destined to fight to the death. Even if Tuoba Xiu swore on the Devil Heart's blood oath to not seek revenge from the Primal Flame sect, the Primal sect flame still likely would not let her go. Perhaps she was only an ordinary cultivator. They might turn a blind eye to her existence.
However, with how outstanding she was, it was impossible for them to let her go. As Tuoba Xiu grew stronger, the people she would meet and the force she joined would naturally be very strong. Moreover, with her beauty and talent, it was not impossible for a powerful person from a supreme rank force to fall in love with her. What would happen if such a person sought revenge from the Primal Flame sect? How could the Primal Flame sect allow such a huge threat to live? They would only be at ease once she died. At this moment, no one could see the expression of Tuoba Xiu, who was standing among the people from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan, since half her face was hidden by a veil. At the same time, not only did the high-ranking officials from the Primal Flame sect have dark expressions on their faces, but even the young disciples looked gloomy.
After all, the appearance of this enemy would affect them as well. She definitely would not spare them if she faced them. As for Duanling Tian, his attention had now returned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is really strong. Although Tuaba Xiu just awakened her Blood Phoenix bloodline, causing it to be unstable, it boosted her strength greatly. Her strength was much greater than what she displayed during her fight with Yuan Mou. However, even so, Lin Yuan easily defeated her. Tuaba Xiu had used her bloodline power as well during her fight with Yuan Mou, but at the time, her bloodline power had yet to evolve. In the realms of gods, there were quite a few bloodline powers that were capable of evolving under specific circumstances. Every time they evolved, they would boost one's strength greatly.
At this time, Lin Donglai said loudly, "Participant number 4, please enter the battlefield." With this, everyone's eyes shifted their eyes away from Tuaba Xiu to Yuan Mou, the participant from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heavens sect. Previously, he had defeated Tuaba Xiu, although they were evenly matched due to her error in judgment. After entering the battlefield, Luo Yuan's eyes quickly found his target. I challenge participant number 3. The third participant was Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves sect, whom the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion collectively cultivated, just like Tuaba Xiu from the Underworld Mansion. When he entered the battlefield, his face was ashen, and his body swayed slightly. It was obvious that he had not recovered from the severe injuries he suffered yesterday. It was good enough that he healed about 60% to 70% of his injuries, and he was only able to do so due to the continuous supply of healing divine pills from the top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion. If it were not for the divine pills, he would be lucky to heal 30% of his injuries in such a short time. Han Di.
After entering the battlefield, Luo Yuan's eyes swept toward those from the Consonance Mansion's United Heaven sect before they landed on Han Di. His eyes shone with hatred. Due to his carelessness and Han Di's deceit, he was struck heavily twice. Although he knew he was to blame for his carelessness, he still could not help but hate Han Di for being so despicable. How could Han Di be so shameless?
I feel bad for Luo Yuan.
Seeing Luo Yuan entering the battlefield, many people sighed, feeling bad for him due to his previous severe injuries. Based on the state he was in, it was obvious to all that he had not recovered. Even Duanling Tian shook his head when he saw Luo Yuan. If Han Di did not strike Luo Yuan the second time during their fight, perhaps Luo Yuan might be a match for Yuan Mou now. If Luo Yuan was not injured at all, his chances of winning were also high. Alas, nothing could be changed about what had happened.
With his injuries, the outcome of the fight had already been decided before it even started. The fight ended as everyone expected it to. He was defeated by Yuan Mou within 10 moves. After his defeat, Luo Yuan stared at Yuan Mou unwillingly as he said, "Yuan Mou, if I weren't severely injured, I might not have lost to you." At this moment, Luo Yuan's rationality had been overwhelmed by his defeat, and he vented his frustrations on Yuan Mou. On the other hand, Yuan Mou was not angered by Luo Yuan's words. Instead, he smiled slightly and said with an apologetic expression, "I don't doubt your words. How about this? After the end of the 7 mansions, you're welcome to challenge me anytime at the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect when you recover. At that time, we can have a fair fight. As for this fight, I can only apologize for taking advantage of you." Yuan Mou's words took the wind out of Luo Yuan's sail, causing him to be unable to vent his frustrations. If he continued to complain, he would only make himself look petty. Moreover, his injuries had nothing to do with Yuan Mou. In the end, he took a deep breath and returned to his position without another word. With this, he was knocked out of the top 3 ranks and was now ranked 4th in the 7 Mansions feast.
Many people sighed again at this moment. Luo Yuan's ranking will likely drop again after his next fight. I don't understand. Why didn't Luo Yuan just surrender earlier? What's the point of risking injury in a fight that is impossible for him to win? He should surrender and try to recover as soon as possible. Perhaps he'll be able to fully recover in 2 or 3 days.
That's right. With that, he might be able to climb up the ranks again. Upon hearing these words, some people quickly voiced their disagreement.
No, you don't understand. So what if he can climb up the ranks later? He won't have enough time to enter the top 3 again. For Luo Yuan, who cares only about ranking in the top 3, it doesn't make a difference if he ranks 4th or 10th. That's right. Look at the high-ranking officials from the top forces in the Divine Morning Realm. All of them are clearly unhappy. Clearly, they didn't expect Luo Yuan to be unable to rank in the top 3. Indeed, the high-ranking officials from the 3 strongest forces in the Divine Morning Mansion wore sour expressions on their faces. Yuan Mou is rather interesting, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he saw Luo Yuan was unable to vent his frustrations on Yuan Mou. Now that Yuan Mou entered the top 3, the fights today had come to an end as well. The next day came very quickly and a new bout of fights was about to begin. To everyone's surprise, Shimin Longxiang, who was ranked 10th, did not challenge Yang Qianyi, who ranked 9th. No one considered the possibility of him challenging another participant since they were all stronger than him. Similarly, Yang Qianyi also did not challenge anyone. Perhaps if Shimin Longxiang and Yang Qianyi challenged Luo Yuan, who was severely injured, they might be able to win and rise in ranks. However, due to their pride, they did not challenge Luo Yuan. With Shimin Longxiang and Yang Qianyi forfeiting their turns, Wan Qihong's turn came very quickly since he was ranked 8th. After he entered the battlefield, he swept his gaze across a few people. There was Wang Xiong, who was ranked 7th. He had defeated Wan Qihong earlier. Wan Qihong had not fought Tua Baxio, who was ranked 6th, but based on her fight with Yuan Mou, it was clear she was on par with Yuan Mou. After activating the Blood Phoenix bloodline, her strength had naturally risen. He knew that if he challenged her, he would lose. Then there was Lin Yuan, who was ranked 5th. He had defeated Tua Baxio. As such, if Wan Qihong was no match for Tua Baxio, then he was certainly no match for Lin Yuan. With this, Wan Qihong quickly discovered there was only one person left whom he could challenge. It was none other than Luo Yuan, who was ranked 4th after being defeated by Yuan Mou yesterday. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Wan Qihong called out, "I challenge participant number 4. As soon as Wan Qihong's voice fell, a commotion broke out immediately. Wan Qihong really has no qualms about taking advantage of others. His actions only make Shimin and Yang Qianyi look even nobler for refusing to take advantage of an injured person. I don't think it's fair to say he's taking advantage of Luo Yuan. After all, he has no one he can challenge now except for Luo Yuan." You're right. Among those who rank ahead of him, Wang Xiong had defeated him and Yuan Mou had defeated him. Tua Baxio is on par with Yuan Mou, so he's not her match as well. Then there's also Lin Yuan, who defeated Tua Baxio. He's no match for all these people. There's no doubt he won't be able to rank in the top 3. What's the point of challenging Luo Yuan? It's better for him to forfeit his turn and maintain a good image. Although Wan Qihong was formerly the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, in my opinion, he's not even worthy to wash the feet of the current strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. When Wan Qihong heard the mocking words in his surroundings, he almost lost his temper again. Bastards! Why didn't they criticize Yuan Mou for challenging Luo Yuan yesterday? Why are they criticizing me for doing the same? Damn it! If it were not for Luo Yuan entering the battlefield at this time with a gloomy expression, perhaps Wan Qihong would have already lost his temper at the crowd. Luo Yuan's expression was incredibly bad at this moment. If he was in peak condition, he would have been able to defeat Wan Qihong in fewer than 10 moves. It was only natural that he was unhappy that Wan Qihong was deliberately taking advantage of his injuries to show off. His gaze and his voice were frosty as he said, "Wan Qihong, it won't be so easy for you to defeat me." Wan Qihong, who was brimming with anger, sneered upon hearing Luo Yuan's words. He said, "Luo Yuan, you're severely injured. You should just surrender instead of fighting me. However, since you're determined to fight me, don't blame me for not showing mercy to an injured person." Both Wan Qihong and Luo Yuan were furious at this moment. Wan Qihong was infuriated by the ridiculing words from the crowd. On the other hand, Luo Yuan was still angry due to the predicament he was in. Moreover, Luo Yuan had been thwarted by Yuan Mou's apologetic words yesterday and was unable to vent his frustrations. As such, he wanted to vent his frustrations on Wan Qihong now. It did not even matter to him now if he further injured him by doing so.
In the end, although Luo Yuan lost, he managed to severely injure Wan Qihong.
"You're crazy," Wan Qihong said, wiping the blood off the corner of his mouth. He glared at Luo Yuan, who was also glaring back at him, and cursed inwardly. At this time, he suddenly felt as though he was cursed during the Seven Mansions feast.
Since the time the Seven Mansions feast began until now, he had been having a terrible time. Although he had risen to 4th place now, he was not happy at all. Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head inwardly as he watched Wan Qihong leave the battlefield. He felt that it was meaningless for Wan Qihong to challenge Luo Yuan. So what if Wan Qihong rose to the 4th place now? Wan Qihong would be defeated soon anyway.
At this time, Lin Donglai called out, "Participant number 7. With that, Wang Xiong entered the battlefield. Since he had previously defeated Wan Qihong before, he promptly rose to 4th place, knocking Wan Qihong down. Then he challenged Yuan Mou, who was ranked 3rd.
Wang Xiong challenged Yuan Mou? Wang Xiong has shown incredible strength so far. He even defeated Wan Qihong.
Nonetheless, the strength Wang Xiong displayed so far isn't as strong as that of Yuan Mou. I wonder if he's still hiding his strength."
Me too.
After all, during each of his fights, everyone thought that he was no longer hiding his strength, but he always surprised everyone. This time, I don't dare to underestimate him anymore.
There were many dark horses during the Seven Mansions feast this time, but Wang Xiong, the young prodigy from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor, was undoubtedly the greatest of them all.
Although Lin Yuan was also considered a dark horse, since many people knew he was recruited by the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flame sect, no one was surprised about his strength. After all, for the Howling Flames sect to recruit him, he must have been outstanding.
On the contrary, it was not just the other forces who knew nothing about Wang Xiong, but even those from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor did not know much about Wang Xiong. Hence, his strength surprised everyone over and over again. I wonder if Wang Xiong will be able to defeat Yuan Mou and continue his winning streak?
The young disciples from the Pure Yang sect, including Duanling Tian, looked at Wang Xiong, who had entered the battlefield, with anticipation burning in their eyes. All of them could not wait to see if Wang Xiong was still hiding his strength. As for Duanling Tian, he had a strong feeling that Wang Xiong was still hiding his strength. Similarly, those from the other forces were also curious about Wang Xiong's true strength. In fact, even those high-ranking officials from the top forces in the Seven Mansions who were not present at the Seven Mansions feast were filled with anticipation as well when they heard that Wang Xiong, the dark horse from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor, and Yuan Mou,
the young prodigy from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect, were about to fight. As such, many voice transmissions were sent to those at the Seven Mansions feast. Remember to tell me the result as soon as possible. Since I'm not here, you have to keep me updated about the fight.
You think Wang Xiong is still hiding his strength? If he ranks in the top 3, it'll truly be amazing. Although the strength Wang Xiong displayed so far was not comparable to Yuan Mou's strength, Wang Xiong received far greater attention during the Seven Mansions feast. Yuan Mou's expression was solemn and his gaze was wary as he faced Wang Xiong on the battlefield. He did not dare to underestimate Wang Xiong at all. He said in a low voice, "Wang Xiong, I'm really curious about your strength. I hope you'll try and defeat me quickly. If you take your time, you might not have a chance to show your strength at all."
In other words, Yuan Mou was not going to hold back at all during the fight.
Wang Xiong replied with a faint smile. The young prodigy from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven sect is really one of a kind. I'm honored to be able to learn a thing or two from you. As soon as Wang Xiong's voice fell, his aura changed immediately. His disheveled hair fluttered in the wind. Yuan Mou made a move first after Lin Donglai announced the start of the fight. His terrifying blood qi rose and fell on Wang Xiong like a torrential rain. At the same time, countless dazzling golden sword rays burst forth from Wang Xiong's body toward Yuan Mou. When he raised his hand, the sword rays gathered and formed a huge golden sword ray that merged with his prominent divine sword. He roared, "Slash!" When Wang Xiong and Yuan Mou's attacks collided, terrifying shockwaves rippled out to the surroundings. Just like before, Lin Donglai was quick to neutralize the shockwaves.
When the dust settled, the two opponents appeared before everyone's eyes again. Wang Xiang, who was dressed sloppily as usual, stood tall and strong with his sword in hand. On the other hand, Yuan Mo could be seen staggering a few steps back. Blood could be seen at the corners of his mouth as well.
Yuan Mo lost. Duan Ling Tian was still shocked despite already anticipating this outcome.
After all, Wang Xiang injured Yuan Mo with just a strike. Not only that, but he remained unscathed from the fight.
You're stronger than I am, Yuan Mo said as he sighed and shook his head. Then, he returned to stand with the people from the Howling Heaven sect. At the same time, the high-ranking officials from the Howling Heaven sect wore dark expressions on their faces. After all, they had felt confident about Yuan Mo ranking in the top 3. However, after this fight, they knew it was unlikely that Yuan Mo would be able to do so. They wondered about Wang Xiong's origin, and if Wang Xiong was the external help that the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor recruited.
In fact, Wang Xiong had always been a disciple of the Frozen Mountain Manor. He had always maintained a low profile, so no one from the other mansions had heard of him before. Even the people of the Frozen Mountain Manor did not know he possessed such strength.
It was only during the 7 Mansions feast that he became famous.
He's terrifyingly strong. Lin Yuan, who had been looking at ease most of the time, looked solemn as well at this moment.
At the same time, despite looking indifferent, Tuoba Xiu felt bitter inwardly. After all, her chances of ranking in the top 3 now were slim to none.
Before the crowd recovered from the shock of watching Wang Xiong's fight, Lin Donglai called out again, "Participant number 5, please enter the battlefield."
Lin Yuan, the young prodigy from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect, flew into the battlefield. In fact, it should have been Tuoba Xiu's turn to issue a challenge, but she was exempted due to special circumstances. At this time, a few high-ranking officials from the feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame sect were staring at Tuoba Xiu murderously. All of them were waiting for a chance to kill her.
These few people were incredibly loyal and were willing to sacrifice their lives if it meant that they could kill her. However, it was incredibly hard to find an opening when she was tightly protected by the intermediate emperors of gods from the top forces in the underworld mansion.
Apart from that, there was also Lin Donglai, who was responsible for keeping the peace as the host of the 7 Mansions feast. They had tried to bribe Lin Donglai but were quickly rejected. It seems like I have no other choice. Lin Yuan glanced at Yuan Mo, who had just been defeated by Wang Xiong. In everyone's eyes, Lin Yuan was stronger than Yuan Mo, who had defeated Tuoba Xiu before she awakened her Blood Phoenix bloodline. Perhaps, if she had been in peak condition, it might not be impossible for her to defeat Yuan Mo.
Lin Yuan smiled faintly as he asked Yuan Mo, "Do you want to fight or rest?"
Yuan Mo smiled bitterly and helplessly as he replied, "I'm no match for you. I accept your challenge, and I surrender."
In fact, Yuan Mo could refuse Lin Yuan's challenge since he had just ended a fight. However, he knew he was no match for Lin Yuan and would not be able to avoid a fight later as well. As such, it was better to surrender so as to not waste both their time. Since he was no match for Lin Yuan, he would not hinder Lin Yuan from advancing. He would just watch the fight from the side. With that, Lin Donglai said, Lin Yuan's opponent forfeited. Then he looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "Now that you're ranked 4th, do you want to challenge the 3rd participant?"
According to the rules of the 7 Mansions feast, you must challenge the 3rd participant now since you rose to the 4th place without fighting. However, since the 3rd participant has just fought, he can choose to refuse your challenge.
However, if he accepts your challenge, you'll have to fight him or surrender. The 3rd participant was now Wang Xiong, who defeated Yuan Mo.
Everyone turned to look at Lin Yuan after Lin Donglai finished speaking. Their eyes burned with excitement and anticipation when they heard Lin Yuan had to challenge Wang Xiong now.
Lin Yuan looked at Wang Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Participant number 3, I challenge you. However, you can refuse if you need time to recover your energy from your previous fight. We can fight in the next bout. I don't want to take advantage of you."
To everyone's surprise, Wang Xiong flew into the battlefield. "That's not necessary. I only consumed a little energy and have already recovered it. Let's get this over with. I can't wait for the 7 Mansions feast to end," Wang Xiong said solemnly. His aura changed as soon as he faced Lin Yuan on the battlefield. His carefree attitude had completely disappeared. The crowd was excited and filled with anticipation.
Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong both have yet to go all out until now. They also haven't used their bloodline powers.
I wonder who's stronger. It's said that Lin Yuan might be from a supreme rank clan. A young prodigy from a supreme rank clan? He has to be outstanding. I think Wang Xiong is more formidable than Lin Yuan. Even his peers in the Frozen Mountain Manor thought he was ordinary for so many years. To think he's able to lay low for such a long time despite possessing such strength. I wouldn't be able to do it if I were him. Similar to the crowd, Duan Ling Tian's up burned with anticipation as well. Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong are fighting so soon. This fight means that the Seven Mansions feast is about to end.
Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as he thought to himself, both of them will have to go all out during this fight. In Duan Ling Tian's opinion, Lin Yuan and Wang Xiong's strength might be on par with his or perhaps even stronger. As such, those two were the biggest obstacles standing in his way to ranking first in the Seven Mansions feast.
Lin Yuan challenged Wang Xiong, who was currently ranked third in the Seven Mansions feast.
It was a fight between the external help whom the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect recruited and was suspected to come from a supreme rank clan, and the mysterious Dark Horse from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor.
Both of them had been undefeated in the Seven Mansions feast so far.
A gust of wind blew past, causing the two opponents' robes to flutter.
It was silent after Lin Donglai finished speaking.
Everyone held their breaths, eagerly waiting for the fight to begin. They were not surprised that the duo took their time instead of fighting immediately. It was not always advantageous to strike first. After all, in a fight between opponents with such strength,
they might accidentally reveal a flaw and fall into a disadvantageous position. They would remain in a disadvantageous position if their opponent kept targeting their flaws. I wonder if Lin Yuan or Wang Xiong is stronger. Duan Ling Tian overheard a young disciple from the Pure Yang sect say to his friend. He was also curious about this matter. After all, they were his strongest competitors to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. At this moment, swoosh! Wang Xiong made a move first. Golden sword rays shot toward Lin Yuan. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn immediately. The golden sword rays looked ordinary, but he knew better. He could sense how deadly the sword rays were. This feeling was even more intense for Lin Yuan. His expression was also solemn as he made his move. A burst of destructive energy surged out of his body into his prominent divine artifact before it swept toward Wang Xiong.
When the attacks collided, the void shook. The moment the attacks collided, there was a very brief period of silence before a loud explosion rang in the air.
Swoosh! After the first round of attacks, Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan charged toward each other with their swords in hand. The air around them surged as they engaged in fierce close combat.
Bang! Lin Yuan rose into the sky and disappeared behind the clouds in just a blink of an eye, causing an explosion as he did so.
Another explosion rang in the air as Wang Xiong chased after Lin Yuan. A series of explosions rang in the air after that as the clouds dispersed in the wake of the chaos. The fight above the clouds did not last long before the duo descended. As the fight continued, the duo's strength was slowly revealed. Currently, their strength was still comparable to the strength they used previously to defeat their respective opponents, Yuan Mou and Tuabashio. However, their strength was still rising.
They've been holding back so much of their strength?
I don't think there were so many monstrous talents in the past Seven Mansions feasts, right? They're not even 10,000 years old, but their strength is remarkable. If Lin Yuan is truly from a supreme rank clan, it's not surprising that he's monstrously talented. However, Wang Xiong is definitely not from a supreme rank force, right? Who knows? There's a Wang clan that's a supreme rank clan outside of the Seven Mansions. However, according to the Frozen Mountain Manor, Wang Xiong grew up in their estate, and his parents were also from there. It's unlikely that he's from a supreme rank clan.
While everyone was discussing among themselves, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned grim. They still haven't reached their limits? Duan Ling Tian felt greatly pressured at this time. If the duo's strength continued to rise, it would be impossible for him to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. Although he only needed to fight to a draw with them to maintain his ranking, if their strength continued to rise, he was not confident he would be able to do so. The expression of Han Di from the United Heaven sect was even grimmer than that of Duan Ling Tian at this moment.
He knew that he was no match for the duo at all. He sighed inwardly. It seems like it's impossible for me to rank in the top 3. It did not affect Han Di if he did not rank in the top 3, but it was extremely important to the United Heaven sect. After all, the sect had invested greatly in him. He looked at the high-ranking officials of the sect furtively. As expected, their expressions were rather unsightly at this moment.
I think they might be stronger than Duan Ling Tian. Han Di thought to himself when Wang Xiang and Lin Yuan activated their bloodline powers. Duan Ling Tian doesn't have a bloodline power, but he has the doppelganger from the law.
I wonder if his doppelganger will boost his strength as much as those two's bloodline powers. If not, he'll definitely be defeated. Although Han Di only had a quick showdown with Duan Ling Tian to determine their strength, he could roughly sense Duan Ling Tian's strength. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the two opponents were still evenly matched after using their bloodline powers. It seems like the fight will end in a tie. Duan Ling Tian and the others, including the high-ranking officials from the various forces, all thought the fight was going to end in a tie. Based on the situation, it seemed like none of them was holding back their strength anymore. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. If this was the limit of their strength, his chances of ranking first were still quite high. However, in the next moment he suddenly sensed something, and his eyes widened immediately.
No.
At the same time, Yi Chunfeng's expression changed imperceptibly. That's interesting. Swoosh. Wang Xiong suddenly burst forth with energy, tipping the balance immediately. The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air as golden sword rays destroyed Lin Yuan's attacks before landing on Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan was sent flying back in the sky, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at Wang Xiong incredulously as he asked, the rudimentary form of the sword Dao? Lin Yuan was also a swordsman. After spending a lot of time studying, he finally had a certain understanding of the rudimentary form of the sword Dao. With that, he was optimistic about completely comprehending the rudimentary form of the sword Dao in the future.
However, at this time, he discovered that Wang Xiong's comprehension of the sword Dao was on par with his at the beginning of the fight. However, Wang Xiong suddenly had a breakthrough during the fight.
Lin Yuan did not hold back his strength earlier when he fought Wang Xiong. Not only was he wary of Wang Xiong, but he also wanted to put his own skills to the test. However, he did not expect that by doing so, he had helped Wang Xiong instead.
Thank you,
Wang Xiong said, clearly ecstatic. He bowed and expressed his gratitude to Lin Yuan.
Lin Yuan sighed. Don't mention it. We were evenly matched, but now that you've comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, I'm no longer a match for you. After that, Lin Yuan left the battlefield. At the same time, Lin Donglai sighed inwardly. Previously, he had been certain that Lin Yuan, who represented the Howling Flames sect, would definitely rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. Who knew there would be Wang Xiong, the dark horse of the Seven Mansions feast this time? He, like many others, did not expect Wang Xiong to be so strong.
The crowd was in shock and disbelief when they saw Lin Yuan leaving the battlefield. They broke into an uproar when they regained their senses. Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan?
Did he actually comprehend the rudimentary form of the sword Dao in the midst of the fight? Wang Xiong had a sudden breakthrough and defeated Lin Yuan? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Xiong solemnly. Currently, Wang Xiong, who had comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, was his greatest competitor for the first place.
Meanwhile, the people from the Frozen Mountain Manor were in high spirits, rejoicing over Wang Xiong's victory. Even the Emperor of Gods who led the entourage here could not believe Wang Xiong had comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao at the critical moment and defeated Lin Yuan.
A sudden breakthrough was a rare stroke of good luck. Wang Xiong's sudden breakthrough was not only a stroke of good luck for him, but for the Frozen Mountain Manor as well. At this time, the crowd did not only think that Wang Xiong was going to rank in the top 3, but it was likely that he was going to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast as well. Most of them thought that Duan Ling Tian was likely no match for Wang Xiong now. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had only briefly demonstrated his strength, and based on the analysis of their respective elders, who were intermediate emperors of gods, it seemed like Duan Ling Tian could not compare to Wang Xiong. Apart from that, their elders also speculated that Duan Ling Tian was likely on par with Lin Yuan. After listening to their elders, It was only natural that they thought Duanling Tian was no match for Wang Xiong. The strength Duanling Tian showed earlier is weaker than that of Wang Xiong. My elder said that Duanling Tian is likely not a match for Wang Xiong.
At the same time, apart from Yi Feng, the elders and the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect wore solemn expressions on their faces. Clearly, they also did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Wang Xiong. Some of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect wanted to ask Duanling Tian but held their questions back when they saw the solemn expression on Duanling Tian's face. This further confirmed their thoughts that he was no match for Wang Xiong.
In order to avoid provoking their elders and Duanling Tian, they communicated through voice transmission.
Even those intermediate emperors of gods have said so. It seems like it's true.
What a pity. I really thought that Duanling Tian would be able to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast this time.
You're right. It's really a pity.
Contrary to the people of the Pure Yang sect, Wanqi Hong from the Wanqi clan was naturally delighted. He smirked as he said derisively through voice transmission, Duanling Tian? So what if you've grown stronger?
So what if I'm no match for you?
It's enough for me knowing you won't be able to rank first. Wanqi Hong seemed to have forgotten that even if Duanling Tian did not rank first, Duanling Tian would still rank in the top 3. Duanling Tian was slightly surprised when he received Wanqi Hong's voice transmission. Then he glanced at Wanqi Hong and said, even if I can't rank first, it's not a problem for me to rank in the top 3. I'm not like you who can't even rank in the top 3.
No, you probably can't even rank in the top 5.
Wanqi Hong's expression soured as he glared at Duanling Tian murderously.
On the other hand, Duanling Tian no longer paid attention to Wanqi Hong. In his opinion, Wanqi Hong was just like a clown.
Meanwhile, everyone, including Duanling Tian, was still in shock that Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan. Duanling Tian had earlier assumed that the fight was going to end in a tie. He did not expect Wang Xiong to have a sudden breakthrough during the fight before defeating Lin Yuan.
After Wang Xiong defeated Lin Yuan and maintained his rank at the 3rd place, the bout ended for the day. Han Di was now in 2nd place, but he was not strong enough to defeat Duanling Tian. After witnessing Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan's fight, he also knew he was no match for the duo. As such, he was prepared to be knocked out of the top 3 places.
At this time, he would no longer feel surprised if Wang Xiong continued to reveal more strength. Since the beginning, Wang Xiong, the dark horse, had kept surprising everyone with his seemingly limitless potential.
While the people of the Pure Yang sect returned to their temporary accommodation, Duanling Tian remained silent.
Everyone tacitly did not bring up the fight between Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan.
Even Jinping Fan left Duanling Tian alone to avoid putting pressure on Duanling Tian. Moreover, he did not know the appropriate words to comfort Duanling Tian now. It was best for him to leave Duanling Tian alone and allow things to flow naturally.
When the news was sent back to the Pure Yang sect, many high-ranking officials were disappointed when they heard that it was unlikely for Duanling Tian to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. They had high hopes for him, after all.
However, they were relieved when they were told Duanling Tian was likely going to rank in the top 3 even if he could not rank first. This had already exceeded their initial expectations. Moreover, they also had Yang Qianyi who surprised all of them by ranking in the top 10.
With this, even if Duanling Tian did not rank first, as long as he ranked in the top 3, the Pure Yang sect would still obtain 5 slots to enter the secret holy realm. 5 slots were more than what they had initially expected. After everyone returned, Duanling Tian was surprised to see Yi Feng following him to his wooden house.
Elder Yi, how may I help you?
Yi Feng replied with a smile. Let's enter before we talk. Duanling Tian nodded, wondering what Yi Feng wanted to speak to him about. Did Yi Feng plan to offer words of encouragement? Did Yi Feng think he was feeling down? After entering the wooden house, Yi Feng waved his hand, setting up a noise-canceling formation. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian's expression turned serious. Clearly, Yi Feng had something important to say. His eyes lit up when he thought that perhaps it had something to do with the Supreme Divine Mansion. Yi Feng said, Duanling Tian, why don't you enter my little world to study the Sword Dao's principle that I learned after spending time with your master? It's not perfect, but I hope it'll help you. After all, It's inspired by your master's sword Dao. Since both of you have the same source, it might be helpful. Duanling Tian felt slightly disappointed when he realized Yi Qinfeng did not come to talk about the Supreme Divine Mansion. He smiled bitterly and asked, Elder Yi, isn't it inappropriate for me to study the sword Dao that you comprehended?
The sword Dao principle would deepen one's comprehension of the sword Dao. One could view them as experience points to level up game characters in games on Earth.
Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, There's nothing inappropriate about it. I learned this after spending time with your master. It was inspired by his teachings. I couldn't have come up with the sword Dao principle if it weren't for him. It's only natural for me to return the favor now. After a brief pause, he said, If I'm not mistaken, you're likely not very confident about defeating Wang Xiong now, right?
I don't know if you're still holding back your strength. If you're not, then I'm afraid that you won't even be able to end the fight in a tie, let alone defeat him. So why don't you try to study my sword Dao principle? Who knows if it might help raise your strength?
Duanling Tian was moved when he heard Yi Qinfeng's words. He took a deep breath before he said, Elder Yi, I'm not good with words, but I still want to say that I'll remember your kindness. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, There's no need for that. Like I said, I'm only returning your master's favor. Based on my discussion with your master, it's clear that he cares about you. You're like a son to him. All right, let's not waste time. Enter my little world now, and I'll show you the sword Dao principle that I came up with. With Yi Qinfeng's help, Duanling Tian entered Yi Qinfeng's little world. It resembled a vast and barren land. Only sword-shaped rocks of various sizes could be seen. Some were suspended in the air, and some were rooted to the ground like giant pillars that towered into the sky.
Duanling Tian was still marveling at the landscape when Yi Qinfeng said, This is my little world. I called it the Sword Realm. There are sword markings on every sword-shaped rock here. Some have faded due to the passing of time. When the sword markings completely disappear, the rocks will crumble into dust.
Yi Qinfeng's words piqued Duanling Tian's curiosity, so he looked at a nearby sword-shaped rock. It looked ordinary, but when he extended his divine consciousness, he sensed the terrifying aura it emitted. It was as though the sword-shaped rock carved by Yi Qinfeng was reflecting the sword Dao principle to his divine consciousness. However, it did not help him much since their styles were different. After a few moments, a huge sword-shaped rock in the distance caught Duanling Tian's attention. There were at least a dozen words engraved on the sword. They did not make a complete sentence, but each word contained a profound sword Dao principle. He could keenly sense the presence of a powerful swordsman when he extended his divine consciousness.
At this time, Yi Qinfeng suddenly spoke, pulling Duanling Tian back to his senses. I'll show you the sword Dao principle I came up with after I spent time with your master. It's inspired by the same source of sword Dao that you and your master comprehended.
It didn't help significantly with my own sword Dao, but your master has a bold idea that the two different styles of sword Dao will fuse at the end. There's a saying that all techniques and Daos originally came from the same source. Hence, it's possible for two different styles of sword Dao to merge. Based on our speculation, we think that if we manage to fuse two different styles of sword Daos, our power will increase by at least 2 folds. When Duanling Tian heard that Yi Qinfeng and his master Feng Qinyang discussed the merging of two different sword Daos, he thought that it was indeed a bold idea. It was already difficult to comprehend one sword Dao, let alone two. Moreover, unlike Yi Qinfeng, he was pressed for time. He needed to raise his strength quickly. As for Yi Qinfeng, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and all he needed was a fortuitous encounter now to break through. If Yi Qinfeng's sword Dao principle was not inspired by his master, he would have declined Yi Qinfeng's good intentions. After all, he would need some time, which he did not have now, to study it to benefit from it.
At this moment, Duanling Tian's attention was caught by a translucent figure wielding a sword.
Yi Qinfeng had already begun to display the sword Dao principle that he came up with.
Duanling Tian found the movements quite familiar.
It's the same sword style. It's a pity I don't have much time. If I have the time, I can comprehend a second style of sword Dao like Elder Yi. Duanling Tian sighed inwardly. As time passed, Duanling Tian was shocked. Heavens! Elder Yi made so much progress in such a short time with his second sword Dao. He even incorporated many new elements, as expected of a sword genius.
Duanling Tian discovered that Yi Qinfeng's new sword Dao greatly inspired him. In fact, he felt like he might even be able to raise his sword Dao to a new level and even surpass Yi Qinfeng's sword Dao.
Needless to say, with Yi Qinfeng's talent, it would not take long for Yi Qinfeng to catch up and surpass him again. Elder Yi must have reached a bottleneck in his sword Dao as well. Moreover, the bottleneck is even tougher than mine. Otherwise, it's impossible that he has yet to overcome it after so many years. If there's a chance, I have to repay his kindness. Duanling Tian followed the path of his master in regard to the sword Dao, but as time passed, he forged his own path and developed his own style. At this moment, Duanling Tian's mind was very clear as he observed Yi Qinfeng. Since they shared the same source, it was easy for him to understand the movements. He also found that he gained new insights and inspiration by watching Yi Qinfeng. Time continued to pass as Duanling Tian immersed himself in watching Yi Qinfeng's display of his sword Dao. In just a blink of an eye, a day had passed.
The next morning, Yi Qinfeng did not disturb Duanling Tian as he met up with Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu. He said Duanling Tian won't be involved in today's fights. At the end, it'll be Wang Xiong's turn to challenge Han Di.
There's a small possibility, but it's unlikely that Wang Xiong will challenge Duanling Tian. As such, Duanling Tian and I won't be going to the Seven Mansions Feasts venue today. If by chance, Wang Xiong really chooses to challenge Duanling Tian, inform me immediately, and I'll bring Duanling Tian over. Yi Qinfeng did not know how much progress Duanling Tian had made, so he decided not to disturb Duanling Tian unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, Duanling Tian needed all the time he had now to study the Sword Dao principle.
All right.
Zhen Pingfan and Lu Fenggu knew that Yi Qinfeng must be helping Duanling Tian to raise his strength before it was Duanling Tian's turn to fight Wang Xiong. If Duanling Tian succeeded in raising his strength, he would stand a chance to fight to a tie with Wang Xiong. It was too much to expect him to defeat Wang Xiong. Yi Qinfeng's hope now was for Duanling Tian to defeat Lin Yuan and fight to a draw with Wang Xiong to secure the first place. After all, Duanling Tian had the advantage for securing first place earlier during the Seven Mansions Feast. Many people from the Pure Yang sect noticed Yi Qinfeng and Duanling Tian's absence when they made their way to the Seven Mansions Feast's venue. They assumed the duo had left earlier for the venue, but when they arrived, they discovered the duo was nowhere to be seen. As such, it was not difficult to guess that Yi Qinfeng must be helping Duanling Tian to raise his strength. However, they did not feel very optimistic about the results.
What's the point of making a last-minute struggle?
Wang Xiong is going to challenge Duanling Tian latest by tomorrow. That's right. He might even challenge Duanling Tian today.
Let's be optimistic. Perhaps Elder Yi and Duanling Tian will give us a pleasant surprise. Although it seems unlikely, we, as members of the Pure Yang sect, have to at least wish them the best and stay optimistic.
When the entourage from the Pure Yang sect arrived, many of the high-ranking officials and the young disciples from the various forces were quick to notice Duanling Tian and Yi Qinfeng's absence. Similarly, it was not difficult for them to guess the reason behind their absence. However, all of them scoffed. Yi Qinfeng is hoping to raise Duanling Tian's strength in such a short time? He must be dreaming.
Moreover, if Wang Xiong challenges Duanling Tian today, he'll have to stop whatever he's doing and come here. I don't think Wang Xiong will challenge Duanling Tian today.
At the same time, Wan Qihong from the Wanqi clan smiled disdainfully as he thought to himself, a last-minute attempt? How naive and useless. Meanwhile, the intermediate emperor of gods from the Frozen Mountain Manor, who led the entourage here, asked Wang Xiong, Wang Xiong, what's your plan? Are you going to challenge Duanling Tian today? Wang Xiong shook his head and said, I've thought about this carefully yesterday. I'll challenge Han Di today and challenge Duanling Tian tomorrow. I don't think there's anything Duanling Tian can do to raise his strength in such a short time. I don't want to change my decision for no good reason. I'm afraid it'll form a knot in my heart and affect my cultivation later. Wang Xiong was determined to challenge Han Di today. He did not want the fear of Duanling Tian possibly growing stronger to dominate his mind and actions. Such cowardly thoughts and actions would only affect his future cultivation. The intermediate emperor of God's expression changed slightly upon hearing Wang Xiong's words. He said, "All right, we'll follow your plan then. I don't think he'll make any progress in such a short time as well." A knot that formed in one's heart should not be taken lightly even if the risk of it forming was low. It would be disastrous if a knot was formed. In the past, there was a powerhouse from the frozen mountain manor who failed to pass his heavenly tribulation due to a knot that formed in his heart and consumed him. Needless to say, the Seven Mansions feast continued even with Duanling Tian and Yi Chunfeng's absence. Moreover, the 4th to 10th places had more or less been confirmed. Wang Xiong easily rose to 2nd place after Han Di surrendered without a fight. Lin Yuan, due to the rules of the Seven Mansions feast, could not challenge the 2nd participant. Hence, he could only challenge Han Di later to rise to the 3rd place. As for the rankings after the 3rd place, Yang Qianyi and Shimin Longxiang were sure to occupy the last 2 places. Shimin Longxiang, who was now ranked 10th, did not seem to intend to fight Yang Qianyi for 9th place. As such, the 2 lowest ranks had been confirmed. For now, Luo Yuan and Wan Qihong were ranked 8th and 7th respectively. Tuo Baxio was ranked 6th. Yuan Mou was ranked 5th. Lin Yuan was ranked 4th. Han Di was ranked 3rd. Wang Xiong was ranked 2nd. Duanling Tian was ranked 1st. These were the ranks at the end of the day. Most people were of the opinion that the rank would not change much. At this point, they were all eagerly anticipating the fight between Wang Xiong and Duanling Tian. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan will definitely challenge Han Di and rise to 3rd place. Then Wang Xiong will have to challenge Duanling Tian. If Duanling Tian wins, the rankings should be finalized then. If he loses, he'll have to fight Lin Yuan for 2nd place. I feel like Duanling Tian doesn't have a high chance of ranking 1st. Duanling Tian and Elder Yi weren't present today. Clearly, they're hoping for a last-minute miracle. It shows that Duanling Tian's not confident about fighting to a draw with Wang Xiong, let alone defeat Wang Xiong. I agree. The winner this time should be Wang Xiong, the dark horse of the Seven Mansions feast. I wonder if Duanling Tian or Lin Yuan is stronger. You'll find out tomorrow. Wang Xiong was now at the center of attention. Most people thought he would rank 1st in the Seven Mansions feast. Almost no one thought Duanling Tian had a chance of defeating Wang Xiong. Lin Yuan had already been defeated by Wang Xiong. Unless he defeated Duanling Tian, he would not be able to challenge Wang Xiong again. For example, Tua Baxio was defeated by Yuan Mou, so she could not challenge him again. As long as Yuan Mou was not defeated by anyone who was ranked lower than her, she would not be able to challenge him again even though her strength had clearly risen. In any case, even if Duanling Tian doesn't rank 1st, there's no doubt he'll rank 2nd or 3rd. All in all, the Pure Yang sect is the biggest winner this time. Many people were envious when they thought about the Pure Yang sect's gains. That's right. There are 2 participants from the Pure Yang sect who rank in the top 10. Even if Duanling Tian gets knocked down to 3rd place, he'll still obtain 3 slots. In addition to the 2 slots from Yang Qianyi, the Pure Yang sect will have 5 slots to enter the secret holy realm. Even if Wang Xiong ranks 1st, the Frozen Mountain Manor will only obtain 4 slots to enter the holy secret realm. Put Duanling Tian aside. I wouldn't be surprised if Lin Yuan, Tuo Baxio, Luo Yuan, or Yuan Mou ranked 1st. However, I really didn't expect Wang Xiong to be able to rank 1st. It's not just you. No one had expected the main character of the Seven Mansions feast to be Wang Xiong. Everyone's attention was focused on Wang Xiong from the Frozen Mountain Manor. To them, there was no doubt that Wang Xiong was going to rank 1st. In contrast, fewer and fewer people paid attention to Duanling Tian, who attracted their attention in the beginning, after Wang Xiong revealed his strength. However, this did not mean they did not acknowledge Duanling Tian's strength. It was just that now that someone stronger appeared, it was only natural that their attention would shift away. It was the reason why 1st place always received the most attention compared to 2nd and 3rd place, even if there was only a small difference between the 3. Duanling Tian was naturally unaware that everyone had already determined the winner of the Seven Mansions feast. However, even if he were aware, he would not care about it. He had experienced many things from his time in the mundane realm until now. His experience was not something ordinary people could comprehend. Even powerhouses who lived for tens of thousands of years in the realms of gods might not have experiences as rich as his. The natives of realms of gods had a much higher starting point compared to those from the lower realms. As such, they did not have to risk their lives as much, and their cultivation paths were also much smoother. Consequently, they were less experienced compared to inhabitants of the lower realms. At this time, Duan Ling Tian was immersed in studying Yi Chun Feng's Sword Dao principle. It shared the same source as his Sword Dao, so he was able to comprehend it rather smoothly, yielding twice the result with half the effort. At this time, his Sword Dao was progressing swiftly. It had to be said that previously his Sword Dao's progress had stagnated. However, after studying Yi Chun Feng's Sword Dao principle, he was greatly inspired. He felt like a man in a desert who found an oasis. Yi Chun Feng, who was displaying his Sword Dao to Duan Ling Tian at this moment, observed Duan Ling Tian. A faint smile appeared on his face as he murmured softly, "It seems like you've made some progress. I'll help you to the best of my ability, but how much you can achieve will have to depend on your luck. In fact, I plan to let you study my Sword Dao principle after the end of the Seven Mansions feast. However, due to the sudden twist, I have to move the schedule ahead. Alas, even if you manage to improve due to my Sword Dao principle, I'm afraid it's nigh impossible for you to defeat Wang Xiong. I can only hope that you'll fight to a draw with him, which is enough to secure first place." However, Yi Chun Feng shook his head as a thought popped up in his mind. Then he muttered, "However, if you only manage to end the fight with Wang Xiong in a tie, I'm afraid those supreme rank forces won't be interested in you." He sighed before he continued, "Well, let nature take its course. It's all up to your luck now. After all, even if you can't attract the attention of the supreme rank forces now, you'll definitely attract their attention sooner or later with your high innate talent and comprehension skills. In fact, with Duan Ling Tian's talent, it would not be a problem for him to join a strong supreme rank clan. It was just a matter of time. The thing was whether he was invited to join by them or if he joined through the normal recruitment process. If it was the former, Duan Ling Tian would be able to negotiate terms and also receive better treatment. Those who joined through the ordinary recruitment process naturally would not be given any special treatment. They would have to climb up slowly from the bottom to receive better treatment. At the same time, the venue of the Seven Mansions feast was empty. High in the sky, above the clouds, the magnificent jade palace from before was still suspended in the air. Even when Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan flew high up above the clouds, the intermediate emperors of gods who were observing the fight still did not notice the presence of the Jade Palace. The Jade Palace was like the palace of immortals, surrounded by swirling mists. At this moment, in the front courtyard of the palace, an old woman and a teenage girl sat in front of a stone table. At the same time, a man and a woman stood respectfully at the side. The teenage girl asked the old woman in a spoiled manner, "Grandma, just tell me, will brother rank first or not?" The old woman shook her head and said, "Girl, why are you so anxious? Just wait for a little longer. You'll see for yourself tomorrow." The teenage girl frowned slightly upon hearing the old woman's words. Then she looked around before she said cunningly, "But currently, isn't the gap between brother and that Wang Xiong too wide? Grandma, why don't we injure that Wang Xiong slightly? Or perhaps we can make sure he has a stomach tomorrow, causing him to be unable to participate." The old woman looked at the teenage girl, clearly displeased. "Isn't that bullying? You should understand that it's inappropriate to do such things. I still haven't punished you for running over to meet him previously." Upon hearing these words, the teenage girl pouted. Then, she said pitifully, "Grandma, didn't I give him an explanation previously? I came up with a pretty good explanation." "Explanation? Your explanation is shoddy?" The old woman glanced at the teenage girl and said, "It's best that you don't mention that explanation. I'm sure he's already suspicious. In any case, you're not allowed to meet him until I say so. At most, you can only watch him secretly like this." The old woman's tone grew sterner and sterner as she spoke. The teenage girl no longer dared to speak. Her expression became increasingly pitiful, making her look charming at the same time.
When the people from the various forces in the 7 mansions returned to their temporary accommodations, it was almost noon.
Today's bout ended really early. I can't wait for tomorrow.
That's right.
Wang Xiong is going to challenge Duan Ling Tian tomorrow. Although Wang Xiong is definitely going to rank first, I still can't wait to see Duan Ling Tian fight. He's a monstrous talent from the lower realms who's not even 3,000 years old after all. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten that he's so young.
It's said that Wang Xiong is a little more than 8,000 years old. As such, he has the advantage in regard to age.
Alas, Duan Ling Tian was born too late. There are many people in Duan Ling Tian's age group in the 7 mansions, but none of them are even rudimentary lords, so they can't participate in the 7 mansions feast.
With nothing else to do, many people chatted casually. Unsurprisingly, Wang Xiong and Duan Ling Tian were the topics of their conversations. Once in a while, they would talk about Lin Yuan and Han Di. Most of them thought Han Di would surrender without a fight to Lin Yuan.
In just a blink of an eye, the sun had set, and the sky had darkened.
At the Pure Yang sect's temporary accommodation,
Yang Qianyi was standing in front of a stone table while an old man was seated at the stone table. The old man was none other than his master, Yuan Hanjin. Yuan Hanjin beckoned Yang Qianyi over and said with a smile, "Make yourself comfortable and take a seat. It's just the 2 of us here anyway."
"I'll stand, Master," Yang Qianyi said calmly.
Yuan Hanjin was not unhappy. Since Yang Qianyi insisted, he complied. He said with a smile, "You performed very well during the 7 mansions feast. My father and I are very pleased about you ranking in the top 10. The Ping Sheng faction will spare no effort in cultivating you after we return to the sect. On top of that, my father will also ask for resources from the sect for you so you can catch up to and surpass Duan Ling Tian. Although he's ahead of you now, that won't always be the case.
I believe you can surpass him. At that time, you can kill him and avenge your childhood friends. In fact, I believe you'll be able to kill Long Qing Chong, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, as well."
As soon as Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, Yang Qianyi said bluntly, "I received news that Long Qing Chong is dead." Yuan Hanjin was shocked. He did not expect Yang Qianyi to have received news of Long Qing Chong's death so quickly. He knew about the matter due to his father. He knew his father, the founder of the Pingsheng faction, had gone to the Flying Dragon sect and killed Long Qing Chong to prevent Yang Qianyi from learning the truth and seeking revenge from him. So he knows about it. Yang Qianyi thought to himself when he saw the shocked expression on Yuan Hanjin's face. This further confirmed his suspicion that Yuan Ping Shang killed Long Qing Chong, who was used as a scapegoat. After a moment, Yuan Hanjin asked, "How did you know about this?" "Master, did you forget that I'm from the 10,000 Devils sect?" Yang Qianyi asked in return before he said, "There are many members of the 10,000 Devils sect who joined the Flying Dragon sect." "That's right. I forgot about that." Yuan Hanjin nodded as realization dawned on him. Yuan Hanjin was naturally unaware that Yang Qianyi hardly communicated with the members of the 10,000 Devils sect since he found out that his father died. Moreover, his acquaintances from the 10,000 Devils sect and the Flying Dragon sect were mostly dead as well. As for those who were alive, the markings on their soul pearls had faded so he could no longer communicate with them. "Master, did you know about it?" Yang Qianyi asked. Yuan Hanjin had feigned ignorance earlier and suggested that Yang Qianyi would be able to kill Long Qing Chong in the future to avenge his father. He had realized his reaction earlier was wrong, so he quickly shook his head and said, "No, of course not. I was shocked when you told me he's dead. I didn't expect him to die before you could kill him. It seems like he has many enemies." Then he asked curiously, "Do you know how he died?" Yuan Hanjin thought he had perfectly covered up his reaction, but he was unaware that he was acting rather obvious. Yang Qianyi knew him well enough to know he would never react in this way if he had nothing to do with the matter. Yang Qianyi replied indifferently, "I heard that someone broke into the Flying Dragon sect and killed him." "He was killed in the Flying Dragon sect?" Yuan Hanjin asked in shock. "This means the sect's guarding formation isn't enough to deter the culprit, right?" Yang Qianyi nodded. "That's right. According to the 10,000 Devil sect's elders in the Flying Dragon sect, even a rudimentary Emperor of Gods will have a tough time dealing with the sect's guarding formation. Only an intermediate emperor of gods or someone stronger is capable of breaching the sect's guarding formation and killing Long Qingchong.
Intermediate Emperor of Gods? Yuan Hanjin raised an eyebrow. The corners of his lips curled up into a disdainful smile as he said, "It seems like Long Qingchong was a fool. Why would he offend an intermediate Emperor of Gods?
He deserved getting killed in his own territory." After a moment, Yuan Hanjin looked at Yang Qianyi and said, "You've always wanted to kill him to avenge your father. Now that he's dead, do you feel like you've lost your purpose?" Yang Qianyi nodded. "When I first heard the news, I did feel that way. However, later, I realized I still have another enemy, Duan Ling Tian. I'm still highly motivated to get stronger."
At the same time, Yang Qianyi thought to himself, "My ultimate goal now is to kill you, Yuan Hanjin.
I won't stop until I'm strong enough to send you to your death."
Yang Qianyi hated Yuan Hanjin greatly, but he knew he had to pretend otherwise. If his thoughts were exposed, Yuan Pingxing and Yuan Hanjin would definitely kill him. He was not afraid of death, but he was unwilling to die in the hands of the pair of father and son.
Moreover, he wanted to kill them first. Yuan Hanjing heaved a sigh of relief. He said with an amicable smile, "That's good. I was afraid you'd lose your motivation after finding out that Long Qingchong is dead. I feel at ease after listening to you. As expected, you didn't disappoint me."
In the past, Yang Qianyi would have been delighted if he heard such words from Yuan Hanjin. However, after finding out the truth, he was thoroughly disgusted by how duplicitous Yuan Hanjin was.
"All right, you should go and get some rest. We'll be able to see your enemy suffer defeat tomorrow," Yuan Hanjin said with a faint smile. It was as though he could not wait to see Wang Xiong defeat Duan Ling Tian tomorrow and claim the first place. Yang Qianyi responded and left after bidding farewell to Yuan Hanjin. He wondered if Duan Ling Tian would really be defeated by Wang Xiong. He thought about how calm and confident Duan Ling Tian was and wavered briefly before he muttered, "In any case, it should be very difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong." Yang Qianyi was so preoccupied with killing Yuan Hanjin now that he did not see Duan Ling Tian as his enemy now.
Tonight was destined to be a restless night for many people.
As the Seven Mansions feast drew close to the end, many people felt a sense of loss. In the beginning, most of them had felt the preliminary fights were boring and tedious to watch, eagerly anticipating the final rounds.
However, now that there were only a few fights left, they felt that time had passed by too quickly.
The next morning,
the members of the Pure Yang sect saw Yi Chenfeng, who had been absent the day before. He nodded and said before leading everyone to the venue of the Seven Mansions feast, "Let's go."
When Lu Fenggu noticed Zhen Pingfan and Duan Ling Tian's absence, he asked, "Where's Duan Ling Tian?" "He'll come later with junior nephew Zhen," Yi Chenfeng replied. Lu Fenggu no longer asked any questions. It did not matter as long as Duan Ling Tian showed up at the venue later. Meanwhile, upon discovering Duan Ling Tian's absence, many of the young disciples from the Pure Yang sect wondered if Duan Ling Tian was going to surrender.
According to the rules of the Seven Mansions feast, after a participant was challenged, if he or she did not enter the battlefield within 15 minutes, he or she would be disqualified. Needless to say, when the entourage from the Pure Yang sect arrived, many people from the various forces in the Seven Mansions discovered Duan Ling Tian's absence as well.
"Duan Ling Tian isn't here?"
The Pure Yang sect's Elder Yi is here today, but Duan Ling Tian is still absent.
Is he going to forfeit his fight? Did he not come because he's not confident about facing Wang Xiong?
How disappointing. I was really looking forward to watching Wang Xiong and Duan Ling Tian fight.
It seems like I can only dream about it now.
Naturally, everyone was surprised when they saw Duan Ling Tian was absent. The first thought that appeared in their minds was that Duan Ling Tian had given up.
"Coward," Wan Qi sneered as he thought to himself. "Although I was defeated by Wang Xiong, at least I had the guts to face him. Duan Ling Tian, you're not worthy to be compared to me because you don't even dare to face Wang Xiong." After being overshadowed by Duan Ling Tian for so long, Wan Qihong was in high spirits at this moment.
Meanwhile, the fights to determine the top rankings of the Seven Mansions feast continued despite Duan Ling Tian's absence. Those with higher ranks were quite conservative when issuing challenges.
The first fight began with Lin Yuan from the Howling Flame sect, who was ranked 4th for now. He challenged Han Di, the young prodigy from the United Heavens sect. Many people thought Han Di would likely surrender without a fight. Hence, they were surprised when Han Di chose to fight Lin Yuan. Unsurprisingly, Han Di was defeated by Lin Yuan with 10 moves.
Han Di surrendered decisively as soon as he fell into a disadvantageous position, so he was not injured at all.
Yichen Feng smiled faintly and said, Han Di is quite smart. He held back during his previous fights and chose to show his strength now. Consequently, those who are ranked below him won't challenge him unless they're confident.
Lu Fenggu and the other elders from the Pure Yang sect agreed with Yichen Feng. However, they were rather distracted at this moment since Duan Ling Tian had yet to show up. Although they felt that Duan Ling Tian might forfeit this fight, he still hoped that he would show up.
They assumed Jinping Fang was also absent to ensure Duan Ling Tian's safety. At this time, Lin Donglai called out, "Participant number 2, please enter the battlefield."
Wang Xiang, the dark horse of the Seven Mansions feast from the Frozen Mountain Manor, flew out in a leisurely manner after Lin Donglai spoke. He was dressed sloppily like he usually did, and his wine gourd hung at his waist like before. As soon as he entered the battlefield, he said, "I challenge participant number 1, Duan Ling Tian."
Wang Xiong's eyes shone with anticipation as he looked at the people from the Pure Yang sect. Although many people thought Duan Ling Tian had surrendered, he did not think so. Although there was no shame in surrendering, it would definitely affect Duan Ling Tian's cultivation path in the future. As such, he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not risk forming a heart knot by surrendering, since surrendering would affect him mentally. At the same time, the crowd was discussing among themselves noisily and animatedly. If Duan Ling Tian doesn't show up after 15 minutes, Wang Xiong will win this fight. I didn't expect the fight for first place would be so boring. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will show up tomorrow to fight Lin Yuan for second place.
Although the top 3 participants will obtain extra slots to enter the secret holy realm, the rewards between the 3 places are quite great.
Perhaps Duan Ling Tian might not even show up to fight Lin Yuan tomorrow. Time continued to pass as the crowd continued to chat. In just a blink of an eye, about 7 minutes had already passed.
Lin Donglai looked at the people from the Pure Yang sect and said loudly, "About 7 minutes have passed. If he doesn't show up by the end of 15 minutes, he'll be considered to have forfeited the fight." Many people thought Lin Donglai's words were pointless. At this point, they were even more certain that Duan Ling Tian was not going to show up.
At the same time, in a magnificent jade palace high above the clouds,
"Grandma Zhu, is brother going to show up?" a teenage girl asked apprehensively as she looked at the old woman in front of her.
"We'll find out soon enough," the old woman said as she shook her head and looked at the mirror image that showed the battlefield at the venue of the Seven Mansions feast. All of a sudden, the teenage girl's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "There he is!
Brother Ling Tian is here." In the mirror image, a purple figure appeared on the battlefield across from another figure.
Duan Ling Tian teleported into the battlefield, standing across from Wang Xiong calmly.
Wang Xiong's eyes brightened when he saw Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, the crowd broke into an uproar.
Duan Ling Tian actually showed up? Why did he show up at the last minute? In my opinion, he's just seeking attention.
So what if he showed up?
He's still no match for Wang Xiong.
Everyone was surprised to see Duan Ling Tian, but they still did not think he was a match for Wang Xiong.
Meanwhile, the members from the Pure Yang sect were rather excited to see Duan Ling Tian, even if they did not think he stood a chance of defeating Wang Xiong. After all, he was representing the Pure Yang sect. It was better to fight than to surrender without a fight.
Soon after Duan Ling Tian appeared, Jinping Fan appeared as well. He greeted Yichen Feng and Lu Fenggu before he took a seat. A hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At this time, Yuan Hanjin said to Yang Qianyi through voice transmission, "Have a good look. Your enemy may be a monstrous talent, but he's not invincible. He's not the strongest among his peers, and there'll always be someone stronger than him."
Yang Qianyi did not respond to Yuan Hanjin. His face was expressionless, but he was filled with disdain for Yuan Hanjin. After all, although Wang Xiong and Duan Ling Tian could be considered peers, their age gap was quite big. How could someone who was not even 3,000 years old be held to the same standards as someone who was more than 8,000 years old? At the same time, Wan Qihong frowned. The sense of superiority he had found earlier when he thought Duanling Tian was too cowardly to show up disappeared immediately. He came. Then he thought to himself with a sneer, "So what? He'll still be beaten anyway."
Wan Xiong looked at Duanling Tian. His expression was no longer lackadaisical. Instead, it was solemn as he said, "Duanling Tian, your reputation precedes you. An intermediate lord of gods from the lower realm who's not even 3,000 years old. When I was your age, I was also a lord of gods, but I couldn't compare to you at all."
Wang Xiong's praise shocked the crowd. They, including the people from the Frozen Mountain Manor, were unaware that Wang Xiong had also become a lord of gods before the age of 3,000. It was not surprising the members of the Frozen Mountain Manor were unaware of this. After all, Wang Xiong only returned about 1,000 years ago. Moreover, he had always maintained a low profile and only displayed mediocre strength. Duanling Tian replied with a faint smile, "Our fight today has nothing to do with our age. The Seven Mansions Feast is a platform for everyone below the age of 10,000. We're the same." Then, he added confidently, "You'll have to defeat me to rank first in the Seven Mansions Feast. Otherwise, you'll have to settle for second place." Many people thought Duanling Tian was only feigning his confidence.
Wang Xiong smiled and said magnanimously, "If I can defeat you, I'll admit defeat and accept ranking second."
Wang Xiong spoke very casually as though it did not matter to him if he ranked first or second. At this moment, Lin Donglai interjected, "All right, you can start now since everyone's here." Duanling Tian and Wang Xiong's eyes flashed. At the same time, the crowd straightened their backs and watched excitedly. In just a blink of an eye, a dazzling golden light like the sun burst forth from Wang Xiong's body like flames. It was his divine energy that had been imbued with the law of metal. On the other hand, Duanling Tian's robes only fluttered in the air even though there was no wind. In comparison to Wang Xiong's dazzling golden light, he looked plain. Swoosh! At this time, a streak of golden light shot out and seemingly struck Duanling Tian. However, it was just his afterimage.
Wang Xiong flew out and vanished from sight.
Swoosh! 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 Before the crowd recovered their senses, the sound of a sword whistling in the air and the sound of flames burning rang in their ears. They saw Wang Xiong, who was wielding his golden prominent divine sword, had already caught up to Duanling Tian. He attacked with his rudimentary form of sword Dao. On the contrary, Duanling Tian had not even drawn his sword, let alone used his sword Dao. Spatial storm raged around him, shaking the void as it devoured Wang Xiong's attack. The crowd was not surprised that Duanling Tian managed to deal with Wang Xiong's attack, since Wang Xiong did not attack with all his strength yet. Moreover, it seemed like Wang Xiong used less than half of his strength to attack. As such, it was only normal that Duanling Tian was able to stop Wang Xiong's attack without bringing out his sword. Moreover, even if Duanling Tian was no match for Wang Xiong, Duanling Tian was the strongest among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. He was also one of the strongest participants of the Seven Mansions Feast Mansion. Even Han Di, the young prodigy from the United Heavens sect, was no match for him. Swoosh! 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 Wang Xiong brandished his sword at an increasing speed. He was no longer testing the water. The crowd felt overwhelmed just watching Wang Xiong. They could not imagine how Duanling Tian, who was subjected to the attacks, must have felt at this moment. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang again. Duanling Tian finally drew his prominent divine sword. His sword ray made Wang Xiong's sword ray pale in comparison. Not only was its appearance dazzling, but its aura was terrifying. Sword Dao.
Wang Xiong comprehended the rudimentary form of the sword Dao, but Duanling Tian comprehended the real sword Dao. In terms of sword Dao, Wang Xiong is definitely inferior to Duanling Tian.
It's too bad that Duanling Tian is just an intermediate lord of gods. If he were an advanced lord of gods, even if his comprehension of the law is weaker than that of Wang Xiong, he could fight to a draw with Wang Xiong at least. With his sword Dao, he could even defeat Wang Xiong.
What a monster!
He achieved so much when he's not even 3,000 years old. This is unprecedented in the history of the Seven Mansions.
He's a true prodigy.
Although the crowd still did not think Duanling Tian was a match for Wang Xiong, they were filled with praises for him. No one doubted his talent and capabilities. It was unprecedented for someone who was not even 3,000 years old to come so far in the Seven Mansions feast. It's a pity he was born late. If he were born a few thousand years earlier, there's no doubt that he would rank first this time. That's right. With his innate talent and comprehension skills, he'd be stronger than Wang Xiong if he were born a few thousand years earlier. Alas, it's fate.
Many people felt it was a pity that Duanling Tian was born too late. Otherwise, he would be the brightest star of the Seven Mansions feast this time. Alas, despite his outstanding performance, he was overshadowed by Wang Xiong. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield,
his comprehension of the law of metal is really profound. His comprehension of the law of earth is also comparable to that of the law of metal, Duanling Tian thought to himself.
Wang Xiong had begun to reveal more and more of his strength, and Duanling Tian also followed suit. Duanling Tian tried to look for openings to gain the upper hand. Alas, he could not find a chance to strike. Wang Xiong was not only attacking fiercely, but Wang Xiong was also putting up a solid defense. Apart from that, Wang Xiong was also looking for an opening. In his opinion, Wang Xiong's combat experience did not seem like that of a native of a realm of gods who was not even 10,000 years old.
Wang Xiong really isn't simple. He must have gained a lot of combat experience outside before he returned to the Frozen Mountain Manor. Duanling Tian thought to himself.
Meanwhile, Wang Xiong was shocked inwardly. Why is Duanling Tian so experienced in combat when he's so young?
Before joining the Frozen Manor Mountain, I was a sexless cultivator who grew up in a warlike environment. I even entered the realm battlefield and stayed there for a while before joining the Frozen Mountain Manor. That's why I have combat experience. Wang Xiong had always been confident about his combat experience. He was confident his combat experience was superior to his peers and comparable to the older generation in the Seven Mansions. Although Lin Yuan was outstanding, his combat experience was lacking.
However, Duanling Tian clearly had rich combat experience. He felt that Duanling Tian was comparable to the veterans he met on the realm battlefield. He knew for sure that if he showed even the slightest opening to Duanling Tian would likely be able to defeat him.
Is Duanling Tian really younger than 3,000 years old?
Even if he's from a Devata realm, how can he have so much combat experience? I really want to see what else he has up his sleeve.
I'll use all my strength today to defeat him today and rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. Wang Xiong wondered inwardly. He did not hesitate to exert more strength.
At the end of his thought, Wang Xiong suddenly shot up to the sky. His energy exploded again like the dazzling sun in the sky. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian teleported away and looked at Wang Xiong from a distance. His expression was solemn as he thought to himself, it's time to end this once and for all.
The crowd could see the burning determination in Wang Xiong's eyes at this time as his divine energy imbued with the law of metal continued to soar. His prominent divine sword shone dazzlingly as well with his rudimentary form of the sword Dao. It seemed sharp enough to slash through anything.
Is Wang Xiong going to put an end to the fight now?
Isn't it obvious? Hey, how many moves do you think Duanling Tian can withstand now that Wang Xiong is going to attack with all his might? I think Duanling Tian should be able to withstand at least 30 moves. After all, he's not the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion for nothing.
The crowd could barely contain their excitement as they watched the fight. They were filled with impatience as they watched the two opponents stand across from each other. At this time, Wang Xiong called out loudly, Duanling Tian.
Time's up. Let's end this once and for all. That's what I want as well, Duanling Tian said tonelessly. The spatial storm raged violently around him as his prominent divine sword suddenly turned into a sword ray that revolved around his body like a protective shield. Take this, Wang Xiong roared as he charged out. The void shook as he flew in the sky, shining dazzlingly. An ear-piercing sword whistle rang in the air as a huge golden sword ray shot toward Duanling Tian. The huge golden sword ray made the surroundings pale in comparison. At this time, Lin Donglai's expression was solemn when he looked at Wang Xiong's sword ray, preparing to intervene at the crucial moment. The crowd was shocked by Wang Xiong's attack. How terrifying! Duan Ling Tian nodded. Very well. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian flashed and disappeared from sight. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Wang Xiong.
Wang Xiong laughed. He turned around as though he had eyes at the back of his head. He charged at Duan Ling Tian with his prominent divine sword as he said, "I've been waiting for you to teleport."
Swoosh! Another sword ray shot out. It was even stronger than the previous one. It was as though he was waiting for this exact moment to attack with all his might. Amazing! His timing is precise.
Even some of the intermediate emperors of gods were impressed by Wang Xiong's precise timing.
Meanwhile, the people from the Pure Yang sect broke into cold sweat as they watched the fight anxiously.
Swoosh! The tip of Wang Xiong's sword was barely inches away from Duan Ling Tian when he appeared behind Wang Xiong.
Even Lin Donglai, who presided over the fights during the Seven Mansions feast this time, was looking at the duo intently in case he needed to save Duan Ling Tian at the crucial moment. He had the right to intervene as soon as the outcome of the match was clear. Most people, including Lin Donglai, did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to escape unscathed from Wang Xiong's attack this time, but he still chose to wait until the last minute to intervene. Although Duan Ling Tian seemed to be in great danger at this time, there was a small chance that Duan Ling Tian might be able to turn things around.
At this time, Yi Chen Feng and Lu Fenggu were on high alert as well. They were prepared to make a move at a moment's notice to save Duan Ling Tian.
Zhen Pingfan was silent, and his expression was solemn as he watched the fight. His robe fluttered in the air as he mobilized his divine energy, prepared to make a move as well. At this time, after Wang Xiong brought his sword down on Duan Ling Tian, he realized it was just Duan Ling Tian's afterimage. How's this possible? Wang Xiong's expression changed drastically. Then, a thought appeared in his mind, causing his eyes to widen as he exclaimed, "Your comprehension of the law of space has reached such a level?" At this time, it suddenly occurred to Wang Xiong that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the double teleportation profundity from the law of space. Duan Ling Tian did not respond to Wang Xiong. Instead, he appeared at the side and brandished his sword. Wang Xiong hastily raised his sword to defend against Duan Ling Tian's sword. He did not forget to use his sword Dao as well. The duo's attacks collided, and a deafening explosion rang in the air. A blinding white light immediately overwhelmed the dazzling golden light and the gray spatial storm. Duan Ling Tian easily dispelled the shockwaves from the collision, but Wang Xiong, who was caught off guard, was unable to do so. Consequently, he was sent flying back. Following that, golden armor appeared around him at the critical moment, absorbing some of the force from the shockwaves. Alas, he was still injured. His face was ashen, and he quickly consumed a few healing divine pills. He's hurt. Wang Xiong is injured. The crowd was shocked. None of them expected this sudden twist. They were absolutely confident that Wang Xiong was going to win the fight after all. Meanwhile, Wang Xiong moved until he was a distance away from Duan Ling Tian. His expression was extremely grim as he looked at Duan Ling Tian again.
From the beginning until now, Wang Xiong did not underestimate Duan Ling Tian at all. However, he really did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so much stronger than he had imagined.
It was completely out of his expectations that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the double teleportation profundity from the law of space as well. To comprehend the double teleportation profundity, one must fuse a few profundities from the law of space. In the profound energy land and the other realms of gods, let alone lords of gods, there were very few rudimentary emperors of gods who comprehended the law of space, capable of such a feat. Those who were capable of such a feat were at least intermediate emperors of gods who comprehended the law of space. The crowd took a while to recover from the shock of seeing Wang Xiong injured. It was only at this time that the intermediate emperors of gods finally realized what was going on.
It's the double teleportation profundity. Duan Ling Tian comprehended the double teleportation profundity?
A few young disciples asked in confusion, "What's the double teleportation profundity?"
Only an expert in the law of space is capable of comprehending the double teleportation profundity after comprehending the law of space to a certain degree. I and the Seven Mansions.
Those who manage to comprehend the double teleportation profundity in the Seven Mansions are at least intermediate emperors of gods.
The double teleportation profundity indicated that one's comprehension of the law of space was very profound. In the seven mansions, those who comprehended the double teleportation profundity were at least intermediate emperors of gods. In other words, Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was comparable to that of an intermediate emperor of gods. The young disciples were still confused. What does the double teleportation profundity do exactly? One can teleport consecutively using the teleportation profundity, right? Isn't this easy for experts? In fact, there's a brief cooldown period after teleporting once. If Duanling Tian only comprehended the teleportation profundity, he wouldn't have been able to teleport away so quickly the second time to avoid Wang Xiong's attack. On the other hand, there's no cooldown period between the first and second teleportation with the double teleportation profundity. In any case, I'm impressed by how quickly Wang Xiong reacted earlier. If Duanling Tian didn't comprehend the double teleportation profundity, Duanling Tian would be the one who was injured now. After Duanling Tian reappeared behind Wang Xiong, he had teleported away, leaving only his afterimage behind. The double teleportation profundity also makes it difficult for one to catch the next move. Those who were clueless were shocked after listening to the explanation and discovering the reason why Wang Xiong was injured. Wang Xiong wasn't injured because he was weak. He was only caught off guard because he didn't expect Duanling Tian to have comprehended the double teleportation profundity. He attacked with all his might and was careless, injured by the shockwave of the collision. I really didn't expect this from Duanling Tian. It's amazing that an intermediate lord of gods comprehended the double teleportation profundity. After all, only intermediate emperors of gods in the seven mansions have comprehended it. That's why Wang Xiong was caught off guard. The crowd was also amazed that Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space was so profound to the point where he had comprehended the double teleportation profundity. I thought Wang Xiong's comprehension of the law of metal was heaven-defying. After all, his comprehension was comparable to that of a rudimentary emperor of gods in the seven mansions. Who knew Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law of space is even more heaven-defying? Don't forget that the law of space is one of the four supreme laws and it's known to be difficult to comprehend. Even if the difference between their comprehension is minute, the law of space has the advantage because the four supreme laws are generally stronger than elemental laws. Nonetheless, if Wang Xiong weren't injured, I still don't think Duanling Tian would be able to make up for the gap between their cultivation bases with his sword Dao and law of space alone. It'd still be impossible for him to defeat or fight to a draw with Wang Xiong. However, now that Wang Xiong is injured, Duanling Tian might just secure the first place in the Seven Mansions feast. Wang Xiong's injury was beyond everyone's expectations. Even the emperors of gods, including those from the pure Yang sect, were shocked by Duanling Tian's double teleportation profundity. That brat didn't tell me. He's comprehended the double teleportation profundity, Jinping fan said with a sigh. Yi Chen-Feng shook his head. I was unaware as well. A hint of complaint could be heard in his voice as he continued to say, if I knew, I wouldn't have wasted my efforts on him. Nonetheless, there was still a faint smile on Yi Chen-Feng's face. He was truly surprised that Duanling Tian had comprehended the double teleportation profundity. It was a well-known fact that Duanling Tian's strongest law was the law of space. Everyone also knew his comprehension of the law of space was profound, and that his comprehension was not inferior to that of advanced lords of gods in the seven mansions who comprehended the law of space. There were even speculations that his comprehension was comparable to rudimentary emperors of gods. However, they were still shocked when he displayed his double teleportation profundity today, which only intermediate emperors of gods in the seven mansions had comprehended. He's not even 3,000 years old, but his comprehension of the law of space is comparable to mine. I've lived in vain for the past tens of thousands of years. This was the sentiment of many intermediate emperors of gods, who comprehended the law of space, after news of Duanling Tian comprehending the double teleportation profundity spread to the various forces in the seven mansions. There was a commotion in the various forces in the seven mansions as well. Duanling Tian comprehended the double teleportation profundity and injured Wang Xiong? It seems like Wang Xiong might not necessarily win today. Will the pure Yang sect obtain 6 slots this time? Keep in contact with the pure Yang sect.
We have to obtain a slot at all costs if they decide to put it up for auction. At the venue of the Seven Mansions Feast.
Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Xiong, who was standing in the distance, allowing Wang Xiong to recuperate.
Meanwhile, Wang Xiong was looking at Duan Ling Tian vigilantly as he tried to heal his injuries. He could not help but feel bitter. A moment of carelessness left him with eternal regrets. After all, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have comprehended the double teleportation profundity and was injured as a result. Now, he would be lucky if he could recover 80% of his strength. When he was injured earlier, it had caused his old injuries to flare up as well. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian flew toward Wang Xiong. He knew he had to end the fight quickly. If Wang Xiong recovered, it would be difficult for him to defeat Wang Xiong. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everything was going according to his plan so far. As he flew, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. It was his doppelganger from the Law of Space.
The doppelganger held a prominent divine sword in its hand as it flew along with Duan Ling Tian toward Wang Xiong. The spatial storm raged around Duan Ling Tian again. At the same time, he used his sword Dao as well. Upon seeing this, the crowd began to discuss fervently among themselves. The young disciples were no longer confident about Wang Xiong's victory at this time. Duan Ling Tian is preparing to defeat Wang Xiong in one fell swoop.
He's even brought out his doppelganger from the Law of Space. Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger has the same combat strength as him. Now that there's two of him, even if the injured Wang Xiong uses his bloodline power, Duan Ling Tian should be able to win first place.
We'll know the outcome if we keep watching. Don't forget that there might not be a winner and that the fight might end in a tie. Even if it's a tie, it's enough for Duan Ling Tian to rank first. It's really a pity that Wang Xiong was injured earlier.
Wang Xiong's face was very pale at this moment.
Duan Ling Tian's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Now that Duan Ling Tian's doppelganger appeared, no one dared to underestimate him anymore, even if he was just an intermediate lord of gods.
Among the top 10 participants in the Seven Mansions Feast, only Duan Ling Tian, Yang Qianyi, and Shimin Longxiang were intermediate lords of gods. The other 7 participants were all advanced lords of gods.
Yang Qianyi and Shimin Longxiang were ranked at the bottom, but Duan Ling Tian, who was also an intermediate lord of gods, was strong enough to fight for first place. His strength was not on the same level as the duo at all.
Duan Ling Tian, everyone really underestimated you. Wang Xiong said solemnly as he looked at Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes briefly. At the same time, golden light and blood qi burst forth from his body again. Then, he made his move as well. However, instead of advancing, he retreated as he attacked. Swoosh! 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 Wang Xiong did not stop swinging his prominent divine sword as he flew back. Countless dazzling golden sword rays shot out to block Duan Ling Tian's sword rays. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. Then, he switched positions with his doppelgangers before they attacked in unison. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sword rays shot out violently. They were like one as they moved and crushed Wang Xiong's sword rays. Everyone could clearly sense that Duan Ling Tian's strength had now doubled with the presence of his doppelganger. They were still surprised despite already expecting this.
Meanwhile, the emperors of gods present on the scene were shocked for a different reason. They naturally had better insight compared to the others. As such, they noticed many things that others could not.
Is that a formation? It seems like a simple 2-people formation, but due to the connection between the original body and the doppelganger and the sword Dao, their strength is even stronger than usual.
I've had many opponents from the lower realms, but none of them had this level of synergy with their doppelgangers.
The reason their synergy is so high is due to his sword Dao. I didn't expect the sword Dao would be able to improve their synergy.
I heard that when those from the lower realms comprehend the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, their strength will improve significantly. Is this what it means?
The emperors of gods were already shocked by Duan Ling Tian's double teleportation profundity. They were further shocked now when they saw the level of synergy between Duan Ling Tian and his doppelganger.
After a moment, some of them could not help but shake their heads when they looked at Wang Xiong. Perhaps, if Wang Xiong was not injured, he might have had a small chance to defeat Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, he would be able to fight to a tie. However, now that he was injured, it would be difficult for the fight to end in a draw, let alone defeat Duan Tian. Without watching any further, the Emperors of Gods could already guess the outcome of this fight.
I really didn't expect this. I didn't expect Duan Tian to be so strong. He's much stronger than what he had shown during his fight with Han Di. He really hid his strength well. Everyone was so sure that Wang Xiong would win. Now, I'd be surprised if Wang Xiong actually wins.
There was no doubt that Wang Xiong was extraordinary, but he was injured due to an error in judgment. Consequently, he lost the chance to defeat Duan Tian. Naturally, unlike Luo Yuan who was careless, no one blamed Wang Xiong for his carelessness or error in judgment. After all, who would have thought that an intermediate Lord of Gods was capable of comprehending the double teleportation profundity? That aside, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, with Duan Tian's current strength, it would also be difficult for Wang Xiong to defeat Duan Tian. At most, the fight would end in a tie. In other words, injured or not, Wang Xiong would not be able to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. He did not lose the chance to rank first due to his error in judgment because he would have lost either way. Duan Tian was destined to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast this time. Apart from the Emperors of Gods, the other elders from the various forces also saw through the intricacy of Duan Tian's move. A few of the outstanding young prodigies also wore solemn expressions on their faces as they looked at Duan Tian in shock and disbelief. Duan Tian is actually so strong? Fortunately, I didn't ambush him back then. Otherwise, I definitely would have been injured. Han Di, who was standing with the people from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens sect, was dumbfounded. He felt fortunate that he did not launch a sneak attack on Duan Tian back then. Lin Yuan and Yuan Mo Yuan's expressions were no better than Han Di's. Tua Ba Xiu's icy expression was replaced with a complicated one, as she looked at Duan Tian with eyes brimming with surprise. As an outstanding woman, her standards in regard to her partners were naturally very high. She had never paid attention to men weaker than her, whether they pursued her or not. This was the first time a man had caught her attention. Although Wang Xiong and Lin Yuan were very strong, they did not catch her attention. Duan Tian was special because he was not even 3,000 years old. And yet, his achievements surpassed those older than him. She knew his future and potential were limitless. Apart from that, Duan Tian was also very handsome. Naturally, Tua Ba Xiu was only attracted to Duan Tian and saw him in a favorable light now. It did not mean that she had fallen in love with him. How's this possible? At the same time, Wan Qihong's expression was very sour. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think Duan Tian was so strong. Although Duan Tian had defeated him back then, he could sense Duan Tian was not much stronger than him. He wondered now if Duan Tian was holding back at that time. Thinking that Duan Tian defeated him even though Duan Tian was holding back, he felt humiliated and ashamed. Meanwhile, the people of the Pure Yang sect were pleasantly surprised. Just like the others, they did not expect Duan Tian to win at all. Yi Chen Feng shook his head slightly. He had shown Duan Tian his sword Dao principle, hoping that Duan Tian would break through his bottleneck and increase his strength. However, judging from the current situation, he could tell that Duan Tian had yet to break through the bottleneck. He wondered if his efforts were in vain. After all, even without a breakthrough, with the current strength Duan Tian displayed, Duan Tian still would be able to stay in the first place. If he had known Duan Tian had such strength, he would not have been in such a hurry to show Duan Tian his sword Dao principle and wait for a better time after they returned to the Pure Yang sect. However, unbeknownst to Yi Chen Feng, it was due to his sword Dao principle that Duan Tian and his doppelganger had such a high level of synergy. On the battlefield, Wang Xiong watched as Duan Tian ruthlessly destroyed his attacks. After seeing the synergy between Duan Tian and his doppelganger, he felt helpless. He also realized at this time that even if he was not injured and was in peak condition, he could only fight to a draw with Duan Tian, who had comprehended the double teleportation profundity and had such a high level of synergy with his doppelganger. When he was injured, he could only use about 70% or 80% of his strength. Now that he exchanged a few more blows with Duan Tian,
His injury had worsened so he could only exert about 60% of his strength. I lost fair and square, Wang Xiong concluded to himself inwardly when he thought about Duanling Tian using the double teleportation profundity, which he had previously hidden. Perhaps, Duanling Tian had been precisely waiting for that moment to use it.
I surrender, Wang Xiong said just before he received voice transmissions from his elders in the Frozen Mountain Manor advising him to surrender.
After Duanling Tian's show of strength, the intermediate Emperor of Gods from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor thought it was pointless to continue to fight as well. After all, Wang Xiong was severely injured while Duanling Tian was unscathed. Everyone had already expected this outcome, so they were not surprised. They only lamented how the outcome was vastly different from what they had expected in the beginning. Wang Xiong, whom they were certain beyond a doubt would win, surrendered to Duanling Tian. No one questioned Duanling Tian's win as well after his show of strength.
The young disciples had heard the explanation of their elders, so they knew Duanling Tian deserved to win. According to my elders, even if Wang Xiong was not injured, he would fight to a tie with Duanling Tian at most. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Duanling Tian.
Indeed, that's what my elder said as well. My elder said even if Wang Xiong was not injured, Duanling Tian had a good chance of defeating Wang Xiong, not just end the fight in a tie. Duanling Tian's comprehension of the law is more profound than that of Wang Xiong. His doppelganger is also stronger than Wang Xiong's bloodline power. Not only that, but his sword Dao is also superior to Wang Xiong's. As such, Duanling Tian can close the gap between their cultivation bases and win.
Even if the young disciples did not believe others, they naturally believed their elders, especially the intermediate emperors of gods. Moreover, although their insight was not as good as that of an intermediate emperor of gods, they were not blind. They could see that Duanling Tian was exceptionally strong.
Back on the battlefield, as soon as Wang Xiong surrendered, the golden light on his body disappeared. He looked at Duanling Tian and the spatial storm around him that was dying down before he asked with a wry smile, "Duanling Tian, is this the extent of your strength?"
Upon hearing this question, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, was this the extent of Duanling Tian's strength, or was Duanling Tian still hiding his strength?
They had instinctively assumed that was Duanling Tian's full strength. Even the emperors of gods thought so.
Everyone looked at Duanling Tian intently, waiting for his answer. Duanling Tian replied calmly, "It's almost there." After all, Duanling Tian did not use his mastery Dao earlier.
However, if he did not find a way to raise the synergy between him and his doppelganger from Yichen Feng Sword Dao principle over the past 2 days, he still might not have the strength he had today even if he had used his mastery Dao.
Almost there. Wang Xiong was stunned. Then when he recovered, he said bitterly, "So you didn't use all your strength?"
"That's right."
"I understand now," Wang Xiong said before he turned around and left the battlefield looking crestfallen. Those who were looking at Wang Xiong's back could keenly sense his bitterness. As for the others, they broke into an uproar when they regained their senses. Even the emperors of gods were shocked when they heard that Duanling Tian did not use his full strength earlier.
Lin Donglai, who presided over the fights during the Seven Mansions feast, looked at Duanling Tian with shining eyes, as though he wanted to recruit Duanling Tian. "I really didn't expect Duanling Tian to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast.
Fortunately, I didn't place a bet yesterday. Otherwise, I'd lose miserably today."
Who expected this outcome? With this, Duanling Tian was the champion of the Seven Mansions feast. As Duanling Tian returned to stand with the people from the Pure Yang sect, many emperors of gods from the other forces in the Seven Mansions congratulated Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu. The people of the Pure Yang sect were naturally ecstatic. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the people from the feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor were not disappointed by Wang Xiong's loss.
However, the people from the Wanqi clan who were seated next to the people of the Pure Yang sect were extremely gloomy at this moment.
Since the time Yi Chunfeng broke into their clan's estate and killed Wanqi Ju, an intermediate emperor of gods and a golden seat elder of the Wanqi clan, the clan had become enemies with the Pure Yang sect. Now that Duanling Tian was ranked first in the Seven Mansions feast, how could they feel happy? It was natural that they felt unhappy.
At this time, Wanqi Yuning, who led the entourage from the Wanqi clan, rose to his feet. He said, "Let's go." Meanwhile, Wan Qihong did not look at Duan Ling Tian again after Duan Ling Tian left the battlefield. It was as though he was afraid to see Duan Ling Tian's mocking gaze. After all, he did not hold back in ridiculing Duan Ling Tian every chance he got. Duan Ling Tian's show of strength today was like a slap to his face. The people from the Wanqi clan were the first to leave the venue. The people from the Wanqi clan were not the only ones who were unhappy. Not everyone from the pure Yang sect was happy. For example, there was Yuan Hanjin, Yang Qianye's master, and an elder from the Pingsheng faction. Although he had a smile on his face, his heart was cold. Duan Ling Tian is so strong? Qianyi hates him so much and doesn't bother to hide it. Will he target Qianyi in the future? Will I be implicated? Yuan Hanjin wondered inwardly, feeling a faint sense of crisis. Yang Qianyi looked at Duan Ling Tian. Despite the calm expression on his face, he was shocked. Duan Ling Tian's strength was beyond his imagination. Duan Ling Tian followed the people from the pure Yang sect back to their temporary accommodation. He soon discovered Yi Chunfeng and Jinping Fan had followed him back to his wooden house. Jinping Fan could no longer wait. He asked unhappily, Duan Ling Tian, when did you comprehend the double teleportation profundity? You didn't tell me about it. Also, your synergy with your doppelganger was very high when you were in formation. How did you do it? Jinping Fan was very curious about this. Yi Chunfeng remained silent. After all, Jinping Fan had asked the questions he wanted to ask. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the duo came looking for him. Unlike Yi Chunfeng, who controlled his expressions, he could clearly see the curiosity burning in Jinping Fan's eyes since earlier. He replied, I comprehended the double teleportation profundity some time ago. As for the synergy between me and my doppelganger, I'll have to thank Elder Yi for that. After studying his Sword Dao principle, although I didn't improve my Sword Dao, I was inspired by it and managed to raise the level of synergy between me and my doppelganger. As a result, my strength increased. As for how much stronger I became, you both saw it earlier. Yi Chunfeng nodded, feeling gratified. It seemed like his efforts over the past 2 days were not in vain. Jinping Fan turned to look at Yi Chunfeng with burning eyes as he asked, Junior Uncle Yi, when will you show me your Sword Dao principle? Yi Chunfeng glanced at Jinping Fan and said, I've shown it to you several times, didn't I? Until now, you haven't even comprehended the rudimentary form of the Sword Dao. This means that you're not suited to learn the Sword Dao. Jinping Fan seemed to wilt slightly upon hearing this. Then he said unwillingly, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Sword Dao principle you showed Duan Ling Tian. Jinping Fan knew that the Sword Dao principle Yi Chunfeng showed Duan Ling Tian was inspired by Feng Qingyang, Duan Ling Tian's master. In his opinion, he might not be suitable to comprehend Yi Chunfeng's Sword Dao, but that might not be the case for Feng Qingyang's Sword Dao. Yi Chunfeng shook his head and rejected Jinping Fan. I can share the Sword Dao I mastered. Unless I obtain Duan Ling Tian's master's approval, I can't show you the Sword Dao principle I showed Duan Ling Tian. Jinping Fan was not discouraged. He looked at Duan Ling Tian immediately and asked with a grin, Duan Ling Tian, can you ask your master for his approval? I remember you said that your master left his doppelganger in the Devata realm so you can speak to him using your doppelganger, right? Duan Ling Tian did not refuse Jinping Fan. He quickly spoke to his master through the doppelganger he had left in the solitary destructive heaven. After a moment, he nodded and said to Yi Chunfeng, Elder Yi, my master is fine with it. Jinping Fang's eyes shone with excitement as he said, Junior Uncle Yi, did you hear that? Duan Ling Tian's master agreed to it. All right, I'll show it to you when we return to the sect. Yi Chunfeng said the Seven Mansions feast should officially end tomorrow. If it ends tomorrow, we'll leave the day after tomorrow. There are some things we have to do. After saying that, Yi Chunfeng looked at Duan Ling Tian. Upon hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He did not forget that he might have a fortuitous encounter after the Seven Mansions feast ended. Yi Chunfeng was going to speak to Yuan Pingshen, the founder of the Pure Yang sect's Pingsheng faction, about letting 2 people enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, which Yuan Hanjin found and Yang Qianyi had entered. Before the start of the Seven Mansions feast, Yang Qianyi was only considered a slightly above-average disciple in the Pure Yang sect. His performance was mediocre and he was inferior to many outstanding disciples in the Pure Yang sect. As such, his performance during the Seven Mansions feast surprised everyone. There were only 3 intermediate Lords of Gods in the top 10 of the Seven Mansions feast this time, and he was one of them. Based on this, one could see how beneficial entering the Supreme Divine Mansion was. As such, it was only natural that Duanling Tian was excited at the prospect of entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. He was not even as excited when he defeated Wang Xiong earlier. His biggest gain from defeating Wang Xiong and ranking first in the Seven Mansions feast was that he won 4 slots for the Pure Yang sect to enter the secret Holy Realm. With this, the possibility of an advanced Emperor of Gods in the Pure Yang sect had risen. As for the rewards for Duanling Tian's personal use, perhaps, they would be fine for the average young prodigy. But to him, they were not attractive as well. The rewards were Lord-grade divine pills. They were not even Lord-grade limit divine pills. The other rewards were also useless to him, and he could only exchange for some divine crystals.
All right, that's all. We'll take our leave now, Yu Chenfeng said. He bade farewell to Duanling Tian before he left with Jin Pingfan. Before Jin Pingfan left, he did not forget to praise Duanling Tian through voice transmission. Duanling Tian, you did an amazing job this time. From today onward, your fame won't just be limited to the Seven Mansions. In the eyes of Supreme Rank forces, the Seven Mansions with many Emperor Rank forces were rather backward places. They saw the Seven Mansions as a place lacking in resources, and as such it was difficult for anyone from the Seven Mansions to become supreme gods. To them, being famous in the Seven Mansions meant nothing. Duanling Tian was aware of this since the beginning, hence, he did not think he was particularly amazing for being famous in the Seven Mansions. Moreover, in his opinion, he was still too weak now. He did not even have the ability to find his wife. After Yu Chenfeng and Jin Pingfan left, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes, and rested. At the same time, he pictured a sword in his mind. The sword danced like a dragon, slashing ruthlessly at times and flying around erratically at other times. It's a bit difficult to improve my sword Dao using Elder Ye's sword Dao principle. It seems like I'll have to trouble my master for guidance. Duanling Tian left his doppelganger from the law of time in the heavenly emperor place in the solitary destructive heaven. As such, he could speak to his master through his master's doppelganger. He did not waste time and sent his law of time's doppelganger to look for his master's doppelganger. When Feng Qingyang heard about Duanling Tian's situation, he smiled and said calmly, I didn't expect my time with Brother Yi would benefit you as well. Just stay with me over the next period of time. I'll tell you about my insight regarding the sword Dao which you might not have thought of yet. It shouldn't be difficult for me to help you achieve a breakthrough in your sword Dao. However, Feng Qingyang suddenly trailed off. As though he had thought of something, his expression turned solemn before he continued to say, although you have my guidance that acts like a shortcut, I hope you'll rely on your own comprehension when you're making your final breakthrough. If you break through using my sword Dao, your future sword Dao path will be very difficult. It's fine to use someone else's path as a reference, but it's best to break through on your own. You have your own path after all. It's impossible for you to become stronger by following another person's path. If you follow my path, it'll be like the saying that it's impossible for the pupil to surpass the teacher. Duanling Tian's expression turned solemn as well after listening to Feng Qingyang. At this time, he also realized why his master did not interfere much with his sword Dao. As it turned out, his master wanted him to walk on his own path. Feng Qingyang's following words also confirmed Duanling Tian's thoughts. He said, in the past, after guiding you to the rudimentary stage, I rarely, if ever, interfered with the path of your sword Dao. He paused and sighed before he continued to say, I'm not a pedantic person. Since you're in a rush to grow stronger, I'll guide you as much as I can. I only hope that it won't affect your own path. In the end, Duanling Tian's doppelganger from the law of time stayed by Feng Qingyang's side. Apart from comprehending the law of time, he also studied and observed Feng Qingyang's sword Dao. Like the laws, the sword Dao comprehended by a doppelganger was no different from the sword Dao comprehended by the true body. Doppelgangers were a part of a person's soul. They shared their respective true body's memories and abilities. What they saw, heard, and comprehended would be instantly transmitted back to their true bodies. This was a major advantage of those from the lower realms. The next day, Many people had already arrived at the venue of the Seven Mansions feast early in the morning.
Duanling Tian came with the people from the Pure Yang sect as usual, but he did not stand at the front. He sat cross-legged among the members of the sect and closed his eyes. No one knew if he was cultivating or just resting.
Many members of the Pure Yang sect wanted to speak to Duanling Tian, but after seeing him in this state, they dismissed their ideas. Although Duanling Tian did not sit in a conspicuous position today, he still attracted many people's attention. There's Duanling Tian, the champion of the Seven Mansions feast. This time, the Pure Yang sect obtained 6 slots to enter the secret holy realm thanks to him. Making comparisons only serves to make one feel vexed. We didn't obtain a single slot, but the Pure Yang sect obtained 6.
Isn't the Pure Yang sect too greedy?
While everyone was talking about Duanling Tian, Lin Donglai, the elder from the Howling Flame sect who presided over the Seven Mansions feast's fights, said, "Today, we'll continue with the Seven Mansions feast."
Most people shifted their attention to Lin Donglai, but there were a few people who were still looking at Duanling Tian curiously, wondering how someone who was not even 3,000 years old could be so powerful. They wondered if he had some amazing fortuitous encounters or treasures. With this thought in mind, greed arose in some of their hearts. There were also some who did not have any covetous thoughts despite being certain that he must have had some fortuitous encounters or treasures.
Meanwhile, Lin Donglai called out to the top 10 participants one after another as usual, inviting them to issue a challenge. Even when it was Tuo Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou's turns, they did not step forward to challenge Han Di, who was now in 4th place. During the last bout, Han Di had displayed his strength during his fight with Lin Yuan. Tuo Ba Xiu and Yuan Mou were not certain they would be able to defeat Han Di. At most, they would fight to a draw with him. As such, it was meaningless for them to challenge him. The most important distinction between the top 10 ranks was the rewards. There was a huge difference between the rewards for the top 3 ranks and the rewards for those below the top 3 ranks.
On the other hand, there was not much difference between the rewards for those who ranked 4th to 6th. Following the earlier pattern, the rewards for those ranked 4th to 6th and those ranked 7th to 10th had a huge difference. Since no one had stepped forward to issue a challenge, it was not long before it was Lin Yuan's turn. He was now ranked 3rd. Similar to the others, he did not step forward to issue a challenge.
When it was his turn, he only looked in the direction of the people from the Pure Yang sect with a complicated expression before he looked away. After all, Duanling Tian was as strong or stronger than Wang Xiong, and he was slightly weaker than Wang Xiong.
He would not be able to defeat Duanling Tian in a fight now. After a moment, Lin Yuan said to Lin Donglai through voice transmission, "Junior uncle, our clan wants to recruit Duanling Tian at all costs. Those few people are very interested in him."
Upon hearing Lin Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Donglai's eyes widened imperceptibly. He knew what Lin Yuan meant by those few people. Lin Yuan was referring to ancestors of the clan who were supreme gods. He was rather surprised that the supreme gods in his clan were also impressed by Duanling Tian's performance. Although he had expected his clan to ask for his help to recruit Duanling Tian, he did not expect the supreme gods in his clan to pay attention to Duanling Tian. After a moment, Lin Donglai glanced at Lin Yuan and replied through voice transmission, "You know I'll try my best to recruit him, but I can't guarantee the results. We're not the only ones who have taken an interest in Duanling Tian. The other supreme rank forces are likely to be interested in recruiting him as well." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "In fact, the Howling Flames sect had investigated him before. After coming to the Profound Energy Land, he had only joined one clan, and that's the Linghu clan, a Lord rank clan in the Eastern Ridge Mansion. Even then, he was forced by circumstance to join the clan. At that time, he faced a lot of danger in a sect, so he joined the clan to ensure his safety. From this, it's obvious he's not very interested in joining a clan. You should know that clans can't compare to sects in many aspects." Lin Yuan smiled faintly as he said, "Junior uncle, don't worry. The clan only wants your help to recruit him. It doesn't matter what the results are. After all, if it's so easy to recruit him, I would have gone over and recruited him myself." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Lin Donglai sighed in relief. With this, he no longer felt pressured. He said, "I'll try my best to recruit him, However, whether he joins the clan or not has nothing to do with me.
At the same time, after Lin Yuan gave up on his challenge, the ranking of the Seven Mansions Feast was finalized. The top 10 rankings were as followed.
1. Ling Tian from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang Sect. 2. Wang Xiong from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor.
3. Lin Yuan from the Profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames Sect. 4. Han Di from the Consonance Mansion's United Heavens Sect.
5. Yuan Mou from the Green Province Mansion's Howling Heaven Sect. 6. Tuoba Xiao from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan Clan.
7. Wanqi Hong from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Wanqi Clan.
8. Luo Yuan from the Divine Morning Mansion's Autumn Leaves Sect. 9. Yang Qianyi from the Eastern Ridge Mansion's Pure Yang Sect.
10. Ximen Long Xiang from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa.
This time, all of the 7 mansions had at least one participant in the top 10 rankings of the 7 Mansions Feast. The Eastern Ridge Mansion had the highest number of participants in the top 10. There were 3 people from the Eastern Ridge Mansion in the top 10.
Following there was the Green Province Mansion with 2 participants in the top 10. As for the other mansions, they each had 1 participant in the top 10.
After the final ranking was announced, many people began to discuss among themselves again. Quite a number of them looked at the people from Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion and sighed. The respective top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion pooled their resources to cultivate a young prodigy each. There's no doubt they expected the young prodigies they cultivated to rank in the top 3. In the end, they only obtained 2 slots each to enter the secret Holy Realm. I wonder if they considered this a failure or a success. I think they must consider it a success. If I'm not mistaken, no one from the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion ranked in the top 10 during the previous 7 Mansions Feast. I agree. I think it's considered a success. At this time, although the intermediate emperors of gods from the various top forces in the Divine Morning Mansion and the Underworld Mansion did not look particularly happy, many of the members were smiling. Although the outcome was worse than what they had expected, it was not a complete failure. They failed to obtain 3 slots each, but they still managed to obtain 2. The only problem was to figure out which force would get the slot since there were 3 forces in each mansion, and they only had 2 slots each. Nonetheless, having 2 slots was better than none. Soon enough, the topic changed again.
The Eastern Ridge Mansion's performance this time is outstanding. They have 3 people in the top 10. The Pure Yang sect is the most remarkable. They have 2 participants in the top 10, and out of the 2, one of them is the champion of the 7 Mansions Feast. In the history of the 7 Mansions Feast, there were many instances where there were 2 participants from the same force ranking in the top 10. However, I don't think there's a precedent of 2 intermediate lords of gods from the same force ranking in the top 10 at the same time. If you didn't mention this, I'd have forgotten that Duan Ling Tian and Yang Qianyi are only intermediate lords of gods.
Don't forget Ximen from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa. He's also an intermediate lord of gods. This time, there are 3 intermediate lords of gods in the top 10 rankings. If I'm not mistaken, during the previous 7 Mansions Feast, no intermediate lord of gods ranked in the top 10. Are the current advanced lords of gods in the 7 Mansions too weak, or have the intermediate lords of gods gotten stronger? I think it's the intermediate lords of gods in the 7 mansions who have gotten stronger. Well, at least that's the case for those 3. No one can doubt their strength at all. Yang Qianyi and Ximen are almost as strong as the strongest advanced lord of gods. There's no need to talk about how strong Duan Ling Tian.
It's the era of great talents. This time, Duan Ling Tian undoubtedly stole the limelight. Previously, before Duan Ling Tian and Wang Xiong's fight, Wang Xiong was at the center of attention. However, everyone's attention had shifted away from Wang Xiong and was now focused on Duan Ling Tian. This was only natural since winners would garner the most attention. Yang Qianyi and Ximen, who were ranked at the bottom of the top 10, also attracted the attention of quite a few people. After all, it was rare for intermediate lords of gods to be able to rank in the top 10 of the 7 Mansions Feast. As such, they received even more attention than Tuoba Xiao and Luo Yuan. No one was impressed that Tuoba Xiao and Luo Yuan had ranked in the top 10. After all, they both received the resources from all the top forces in their respective mansions. As such, their performance was lukewarm at best compared to Yang Qianyi and Shimin Longxiang. After the announcement of the final ranking of the Seven Mansions feast, many emperors of gods from the various top forces in the Seven Mansions congratulated Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fenggu. Although they had already congratulated the duo yesterday, it did not stop them from congratulating the duo again today. In the midst of many congratulatory messages, Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fenggu also received messages from many people inquiring if the Pure Yang sect planned to auction off a slot to enter the secret Holy Realm. The Pure Yang sect obtained 6 slots to enter the secret Holy Realm this time. It was truly more than enough for the sect. Even Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fenggu thought so. However, the duo did not agree nor disagree. They only responded by saying that the matter would be decided by the decision-makers in the sect. At this time, someone said to Yi Chen-feng through voice transmission, "Elder Yi, Elder Lu might not be able to make a decision, but it's different for you, right? With your strength, is there anyone in the Pure Yang sect who would disagree with you?" Yi Chen-feng's strength was not a secret. Although he was still an intermediate emperor of gods, there were a few people who treated him like an advanced emperor of gods. After all, despite being an intermediate emperor of gods, he had the combat power of an advanced emperor of gods. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also received congratulatory messages of his own. To be precise, he received 3 congratulatory messages. He was not very surprised by the sender of the first 2 messages, who were Wang Xiong from the Feudal Lord Mansion's Frozen Mountain Manor and Shimin Longxiang from the Green Province Mansion's Marionette Villa. However, he was rather surprised by the sender of the first congratulatory message. It was none other than Tua Ba Xiu, the young prodigy from the Underworld Mansion's Yuan clan. Her voice was pleasant and friendly when she congratulated him. Duan Lingtian was not familiar with Tua Ba Xiu at all, so he only responded politely with a thank you. However, after a moment he suddenly added, "While I was on the way here earlier, I overheard our sect's elder Yi say that a few emperors of gods have arrived in the vicinity of this place. These emperors of gods aren't those who are present here. I'm not sure if they're from the Underworld Mansion or the Primal Flame sect in the Feudal Lord Mansion." Since Tua Ba Xiu took the initiative to congratulate him, Duan Lingtian decided on a whim to tell her about what he had heard. If Tua Ba Xiu did not send him a message, he would not have said anything. To put it bluntly, even if those emperors of gods came for Tua Ba Xiu, they had nothing to do with him. Tua Ba Xiu's voice was much gentler this time as she replied, "Thank you for your reminder. There are many people around me, so I'll be fine. You don't have to worry." Duan Lingtian felt rather speechless when he heard Tua Ba Xiu's reply. "When was I worried? I only told you about that on a whim." After realizing that Tua Ba Xiu seemed to have misunderstood him, Duan Lingtian no longer said anything to her. He was worried if he spoke again, she would misunderstand him again and put meaning into his words when there was none. At that time, it would be awkward. The Seven Mansions feast was finally over. Duan Lingtian and the other participants in the top 100 also received their personal rewards. As for the slots to enter the secret Holy Realm, it had nothing to do with them at all since they would go to the forces they represented. To put it bluntly, they were just like pawns of their respective forces to compete for a chance to enter the secret Holy Realm. After all, the main reason for the existence of the Seven Mansions feast was to decide who would be able to enter the secret Holy Realm. As soon as the Seven Mansions feast officially ended, Lu Fenggu said to Duan Lingtian and the other young disciples of the Pure Yang sect, "We're leaving today. Pack your things. We'll set off in half an hour." Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. He was under the impression that they would be leaving for the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the Pure Yang sect tomorrow. The others were like Duan Lingtian as well. All of them thought they would be leaving tomorrow. Lu Fenggu had told them that they would leave the day after the Seven Mansions feast officially ended. Lu Fenggu seemed to be able to see the question written on everyone's faces, so he explained, "It's still very early. There's more than an hour before noon. There's no point in staying any longer. Moreover," he paused to look at the sky before he continued to say, "I'm afraid a storm is coming. It'll be fine for the elders, but it might not be so for all of you." Upon hearing this, Jinping Fan suddenly said, "Junior Uncle Lu, we can just tell them the truth. Then he looked at the young disciples of the pure Yang sect before he said, "The emperors of gods from the feudal Lord Mansion's primal flame sect are here. They also came with external help. They don't intend to let Tuabashio leave this place alive. Many powerhouses from the underworld mansion have arrived as well. After all the forces that have nothing to do with this matter leave, war may break out here. In order to ensure all of you remain unaffected by this, we decide to leave ahead of time. There's no need for us to get involved in this matter." Jinping Fan was very frank when he spoke. After Jinping Fan spoke, there were a few people who suggested that they stay to watch the show. Upon hearing the suggestion, quite a number of people felt moved. Jinping Fan shook his head. "It's easy to be bold when you're ignorant. Do you know what will happen when emperors of gods fight with all their might with no regard for their lives? At that time, the elders might not be able to protect all of you." Then he said with a hint of reproach, "All right, behave yourself, pack your things and gather." Jinping Fan felt slightly speechless at how fearless the young disciples from the pure Yang sect were. It seemed like they thought a life-or-death battle between emperors of gods was child's play. A battle like that would raise the entire place to the ground. A battle between emperors of gods. In fact, Duanling Tian, like the others, also wanted to stay and watch the show. However, he knew it was a bad idea. In the end, he consoled himself inwardly. "It's better to return as soon as we can. The Supreme Divine Mansion is waiting for me. I'll be able to watch emperors of gods fight sooner or later anyway. I can even go to the realm battlefield to watch such a battle once I get stronger." During the journey back to their temporary accommodation, Duanling Tian could not help but shake his head when he thought about the woman who wore a veil on her face. "Well, I hope you're lucky enough to survive. It's not easy for you, as a female cultivator, to reach this height." Duanling Tian and Tuaba Xiao originally had nothing to do with each other. They traveled on paths parallel to each other with no intersections. However, there was a slight interaction only because she congratulated him earlier. Even then, he thought that would be the only intersection they had. As such, although he hoped Tuaba Xiao would survive, he did not worry about her beyond that. Even if she died, he would at most sigh at how pitifully short the beautiful woman's life was. Meanwhile, Wanshi Yuning, the Golden Seat elder of the Wanshi clan, also led the people from the Wanshi clan away from the venue of the Seven Mansions feast. At the same time, Wanshi Yuning said to Wanshi Hong, "2 slots are better than none." Seeing that Wanshi Hong looked rather upset, he assumed Wanshi Hong was upset about being unable to rank in the top 3. Hence, he added, "This time, there were too many hidden participants in the Seven Mansions feast. It's not your fault you didn't rank in the top 3. There's no need for you to overthink it." When the people from the pure Yang sect returned to the Eastern Ridge Mansion, they did not separate into 2 groups like when they came. Instead, all of them boarded Lu Fenggu's flying ship. It was a little crowded, but there was still enough space for everyone to walk around. Lu Fenggu was the one who suggested everyone travel in one flying ship. Since many emperors of gods had gathered, it was best to stick together even if they were not the target of those emperors of gods. Yi Feng did not have any objections. The suggestion benefited him after all. He would not have to pilot the flying ship and keep a constant eye on their surroundings. He was stronger than Lu Fenggu, but when it came to surveilling their surroundings with their divine consciousnesses, their abilities were about the same. A few days later, "I finally have some peace and quiet," Duanling Tian thought to himself when he finally had time alone. After starting their journey back to the pure Yang sect, Duanling Tian was still receiving voice transmission. Many of them were from the young disciples of the pure Yang sect, who wanted to speak to him regardless if they were familiar with him or not. They had been very polite as well, so it made it harder for him to ignore them. In the end, he responded to them patiently one after another. Apart from Yang Qianyi, all of the young disciples from the pure Yang sect present had congratulated Duanling Tian. Among those who congratulated him, there were a few who were usually arrogant, and it was obvious from their voices that they were unwilling and forced to speak to him. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess that these people were likely ordered by their elders to build a good relationship with him. After all, in their elders' eyes, he was incomparably outstanding after winning the Seven Mansions feast despite being younger than 3,000 years old. In their opinion,
There were only advantages and no disadvantages to befriending him.
At this time, Jinping fans said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission, Duan Lingtian, you've performed exceptionally well this time. Over the past few days, my father and my junior brother, the sect leader of the Pure Yang sect, had called for 2 meetings between the decision-makers.
They've unanimously decided to reward you greatly to show appreciation for your dedication to the Pure Yang sect. Not only will the sect give you some treasures from the treasury, but they'll also send people out to collect rare resources that'll be useful to you. The sect isn't a sect that will take advantage of its disciples. Since you won 4 slots for the sect to enter the secret holy realm, the sect will definitely reward you handsomely. This was good news to Duan Lingtian even if he had already expected it. He would find it strange instead if the Pure Yang sect did not reward him for ranking first in the 7 Mansions feast. If the sect was so tactless, it would not survive until today. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Yi Chenfeng's character. He could see that Yi Chenfeng had a deep sense of belonging to the Pure Yang sect. Otherwise, Yi Chenfeng would not stay in the sect until now. Perhaps, Yi Chenfeng might not receive special treatment if he joined a strong Supreme Rank force, which was only second to Prime Supreme Rank forces. Yi Chenfeng would definitely be treated like an honored guest in ordinary Supreme Rank forces. In short, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, for Yi Chenfeng to stay in the Pure Yang sect for so long, at the very least, the Pure Yang sect could not be bad.
The Pure Yang sect's journey back from the profound Jade Mansion was unsurprisingly smooth. It would be strange if something had happened. Under normal circumstances, no one would stop an Emperor-grade flying ship for no good reason. However, after they left the profound Jade Mansion's territory, the flying ship suddenly came to a stop.
Everyone instantly turned to look at Lu Fenggu in unison since he was the one piloting the ship.
At this time, someone looked at the mirror image in the flying ship and exclaimed, "Someone's up ahead."
Then, an elder said with a frown, "This person looks somewhat familiar." Lu Fenggu said, "It's Lin Donglai, the elder from the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect." Everyone was familiar with Lin Donglai's name. However, they were puzzled as to why Lin Donglai was here.
While everyone was wondering about Lin Donglai's purpose, his voice rang from outside the flying ship. Although he was standing a distance away, his voice resonated clearly in the flying ship. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I bear no ill intention. I only want to say a few words to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Supreme Rank clan, the Lin clan."
When everyone heard the words, Duan Lingtian, Supreme Rank clan, and Lin clan, they instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, Lin Donglai was here to speak to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he was doing it on behalf of the Supreme Rank clan, the Lin clan, not the profound Jade Mansion's Howling Flames sect. Lu Fenggu took the lead and disembarked from the flying ship. He said, "Elder Lin, although I've heard about it, I really didn't expect you to be from the Lin clan. Why did a descendant of a Supreme Rank clan join an Emperor Rank sect like the Howling Flames sect?" Lin Donglai said in a friendly manner, "Elder Lu, it's a long story. It's not appropriate to get into it here. If you're interested, please visit the Howling Flames sect, and I'll tell you about my past. Please rest assured. I only came to speak to Duan Lingtian and have no other intentions."
As for the reason, I'm sure you already know. Although I don't think I have a high chance of success, I still have to complete my task. I hope you understand, Elder Lu.
Lu Fenggu had no reason to reject Lin Donglai, so he said, "I don't have any objections to that. As long as Elder Yi agrees, there won't be a problem." In Lu Fenggu's opinion, Duan Lingtian, a member of the Pure Yang sect's Cloud Peak faction, had a relatively good relationship with Yi Chenfeng. It was most appropriate to let Yi Chenfeng decide on this matter. Moreover, he did not want to make the decision lest he offended both parties. Now that it had been confirmed that Lin Donglai was from the Supreme Rank Lin clan, there were even fewer reasons for him to offend Lin Donglai. As soon as Lu Fenggu's voice fell, Lin Donglai shifted his gaze to the flying ship. In the next moment, Yi Chenfeng said lazily, "Go and speak to Elder Lin." Although Yi Chenfeng did not specify who he was speaking to, everyone knew the words were directed at Duan Lingtian.
Duan Lingtian nodded before he left the flying ship. In just a moment, he landed next to Lu Fenggu and looked at Lin Donglai. He cupped his fists together briefly and greeted Lin Donglai, Elder Lin.
Lin Donglai smiled widely and said, Duan Ling Tian, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you on ranking first in the Seven's Mansions feast. It really came as a surprise. Duan Ling Tian smiled and said modestly, Elder Lin, thank you. Lin Yuan didn't challenge me. If he did, I might not necessarily win first place. Lin Donglai was rendered momentarily speechless by these words. After a moment, he chuckled and said, Duan Ling Tian, there's no need to be modest. Although Lin Yuan is very strong, he's no match for you. What a joke! Lin Yuan was no match for Wang Xiong, and Wang Xiong was defeated by Duan Ling Tian. As such, even if Lin Yuan challenged Duan Ling Tian, Lin Yuan would only be defeated. After that, Lin Donglai's expression turned slightly serious as he said directly, I came to look for you this time because I've been entrusted with a task. I came on behalf of the Lin clan in the Divine Wood Mansion to invite you to join the Lin clan. If you agree, the benefits given to you will be twice what the direct descendants receive. Moreover, the clan will give you a welcome gift as well. The clan guarantees that you'll be satisfied with the gift. As for what it is, if you accept the invitation, I can tell you about it first. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can say anything about it. Lin Donglai sounded rather mysterious when speaking about the welcome gift from the supreme rank Lin clan. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had heard Jinping Fan mention the supreme rank Lin clan. Jinping Fan had suspected earlier that Lin Yuan, who represented the Howling Flames sect in the Seven Mansions feast, came from the Lin clan in the Divine Wood Mansion. Lin Donglai's words today confirmed Jinping Fan's suspicion. In fact, Jinping Fan was not the only one who suspected this. Many people who knew about the supreme rank Lin clan in the Divine Wood Mansion had long suspected that Lin Yuan and Lin Donglai were from the supreme rank Lin clan. Duan Ling Tian smiled slightly and politely rejected Lin Donglai. Elder Lin, thank you for your invitation, but I have no intention of leaving the Pure Yang sect just yet. In fact, it was just an excuse when Duan Ling Tian said he had no plans to leave the Pure Yang sect for the time being, and he was sure Lin Donglai knew this as well. Since that's the case, I won't say more, Lin Donglai said with a sigh. However, based on his reaction, it was clear he had already expected this. Then he looked up and said, Elder Lu, Elder Yi, farewell. After bidding farewell to Lu Fenggu and Yi Qinfeng, Lin Donglai flew away in the direction of the profound Jade Mansion, which the entourage from the Pure Yang sect had come from, without another word. Lin Donglai was not disappointed or discouraged by Duan Ling Tian's rejection. He had already expected this before he came, after all. Although the Lin clan in the Divine Wood Mansion was a supreme rank clan, it was only an ordinary supreme rank clan. Although it had supreme gods, their strength was relatively average. As such, the Lin clan was among the weakest supreme rank forces with supreme gods. The Lin clan was naturally stronger than those supreme rank forces without supreme gods. Those kinds of supreme rank forces were regarded as supreme rank forces by most people. But to Lin Donglai and those from supreme rank forces with supreme gods, they could be regarded as real supreme rank forces. They were anachronous supreme rank forces at most. Lin Donglai was rather relaxed as he flew back after completing his task. He muttered under his breath, Well, they asked me to recruit Duan Ling Tian, and I did. It has nothing to do with me if Duan Ling Tian rejects the invitation. I've done everything I can. After a moment, Lin Donglai's eyes lit up as he muttered, If I rush back now, I might be able to watch a show. They should start fighting soon, right? Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Lin Donglai's thoughts. He returned to the flying ship with Lu Fenggu. Everyone's gazes were different when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. After all, he had been invited to join a supreme rank force. Moreover, it was not an anachronous supreme rank force. It was a supreme rank force with more than one supreme god. The Lin clan was at the top of the food chain in the Divine Wood Mansion. The Divine Wood Mansion was also superior to the Seven Mansions. In comparison to the Divine Wood Mansion, the Seven Mansions were like the boondocks. Incredible! A supreme rank clan took the initiative to invite Duan Ling Tian to join them. Most importantly, it's not an anachronous supreme rank force. It's a supreme rank force with supreme gods. Moreover, the benefits they offered him are very good. Elder Lin said earlier that if Duan Ling Tian joins them, The benefits he'll receive will be twice as much as Lin Yuan's. Clearly, the Lin clan has high regard for Duan Ling Tian. Most young disciples from the Pure Yang sect were unaware of how highly coveted Duan Ling Tian was now. However, the elders and a few young disciples knew very well about it. As such, they were not surprised at all by the Lin clan's invitation. In fact, they even felt that Duan Ling Tian could do better than joining the Lin clan. There was no one as talented as Duan Ling Tian in the Lin clan, after all.
Duan Ling Tian had achieved so many feats despite being under 3,000 years old. He was a rare talent even among the prime supreme rank forces, let alone those strong supreme rank forces. With Duan Ling Tian's current achievements, the Lin clan from the Divine Wood Mansion won't be the only supreme rank force to extend an invitation. I can already see that our Pure Yang sect will be receiving many guests in the future, an elder from the Pure Yang sect said with a sigh.
Duan Ling Tian is a rare talent, after all. The Pure Yang sect won't be able to keep him forever. He can only grow in one of those powerful supreme rank forces.
If Duan Ling Tian continues to progress at this rate, he may be able to become an emperor of gods before reaching 10,000 years old.
He also has a chance of becoming a supreme god in the future. The elders of the Pure Yang sect were not stingy with their praise.
After listening to those words, the young disciples who were clueless finally realized how highly coveted Duan Ling Tian had become. Their gazes changed again when they looked at Duan Ling Tian.
Even Yang Qianyi could not help but glance at Duan Ling Tian at this moment. At the same time, Yuan Han Jin, who noticed the direction of Yang Qianye's gaze, said through voice transmission, "Qianyi, this isn't anything impressive.
As long as you work hard, coupled with your time in the Supreme Divine Mansion, you'll receive even more invitations from the Supreme Rank Forces in the future. One day, you'll definitely be able to trample on Duan Ling Tian."
Yang Qianyi only responded perfunctorily to Yuan Han Jin's attempt to console him. His biggest goal right now was not to join a supreme rank force but to kill Yuan Han Jin. As long as he could kill Yuan Han Jin, it did not matter to him if Yuan Pingsheng, Yuan Han Jin's father and the founder of the Pingsheng faction, killed him. In fact, he felt it was worth it to lose his life as long as he was able to kill Yuan Han Jin. At the same time, Lan Shilin, who was standing in a corner, glanced at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated gaze. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he did not continue to provoke Duan Ling Tian. He thought to himself, "I really can't provoke him again in the future."
Duan Ling Tian spent his time during the journey back cultivating with his eyes closed. No one disturbed him anymore. He only woke up when they finally arrived at the Pure Yang sect.
After disembarking from the flying ship, Duan Ling Tian followed Jinping Fan back to Cloud Peak Island and returned to his cultivation ground. Before parting ways with Jinping Fan, Duan Ling Tian said, "Elder Zhen, please help me ask Elder Yi about the Supreme Divine Mansion. I really want to know when I can enter that place. As for my safety, you don't have to worry. I'm fully confident about surviving in that place." Duan Ling Tian's eyes shone with confidence and determination. Since Yang Qianyi survived in the Supreme Divine Mansion that tested one's will, he was certain he would be able to survive as well. He did not think his will was weaker than that of Yang Qianyi.
It was his will that drove him throughout his journey.
"All right, I'll urge Junior Uncle Yi to speak to Senior Uncle Yuan as soon as possible, and I'll notify you immediately when I receive news," Jinping Fan said. He was not worried about Duan Ling Tian not being able to survive in the Supreme Divine Mansion anymore. He was convinced when he saw Duan Ling Tian's confidence and determination.
Jinping Fan was naturally referring to Yuan Pingxing, the founder of the Pingxing faction, when he mentioned Senior Uncle Yuan.
Duan Ling Tian nodded. Although he felt restless and could not wait to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, there was nothing he could do but wait now. Not long after Jinping Fan, his restlessness also faded away as he thought about his experience during the Seven Mansions feast.
It felt like a lifetime away now. I only possessed the strength I had when I first arrived in the profound Jade Mansion. It would have been impossible for me to rank in the top 3, let alone rank first.
Fortunately, I had timely help from the 5 divine elements and managed to completely stabilize my cultivation base in the early stage of the Seven Mansions feast. However, even after that, at most, I have a chance to rank 2nd or 3rd.
It's all thanks to Elder Yi, who showed me his Sword Dao principle, that I was able to rank first. After studying his sword Dao principle for 2 days, I was inspired and was able to raise the synergy between me and my doppelganger. Not only that, but my law of space improved as well, and I was able to comprehend the double teleportation profundity. It was not an exaggeration to say that Yi Qinfeng was critical to Duan Ling Tian's victory in the Seven Mansions feast. Needless to say, the 5 divine elements also played a huge role in his victory. If he did not completely stabilize his cultivation base in the realm of an intermediate Lord of Gods, even with Yi Qinfeng's help, he would not have been able to rank first in the Seven Mansions feast. After a moment, Duan Ling Tian's drifted to another topic. Supreme rank forces. If those powerful supreme rank forces come to recruit me, what should I do? Duan Ling Tian did not know much about the powerful supreme rank forces in Profound Energy Land. His knowledge about them only grew after Jinping Fan mentioned them. There were more than a dozen powerful supreme rank forces in the Profound Energy Land, and they had been in the Profound Energy Land for many years. In fact, some of them were not any weaker than prime supreme rank forces. The only advantage the prime supreme rank forces had were the support of supreme powerhouses. All these powerful supreme rank forces needed to become prime supreme rank forces was the support of a supreme powerhouse. I wonder what the Pure Yang sect will reward me with? They said they'll give him something useful. I hope that's really the case. After all, I'm different from most intermediate lords of gods. What's useful to them might not be useful to me. For example, if the Pure Yang sect gave Duan Ling Tian divine pills that he had already taken before, they would be useless even if they were limit divine pills. After all, divine pills would lose their efficacy if one had consumed them before. A few days later, Duan Ling Tian finally received a voice transmission from Jinping Fan. He had been expecting good news, so it was unexpected when he heard that he had no chance of entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. I went with Junior Uncle Yi to have a look at the Supreme Divine Mansion. We've confirmed that only rudimentary Lords of Gods can enter that place now. It's impossible for intermediate Lords of Gods to enter that place. Initially, Yuan Hanjin was rather uncooperative. However, in the end, he could not withstand the pressure from Junior Uncle Yi, so he relented and told us where the Supreme Divine Mansion is located. Duan Ling Tian only heard Jinping Fan's first voice transmission. He could not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion due to the restriction on cultivation. In fact, Duan Ling Tian had thought about the possibility of this happening, but he thought the possibility was small. After all, he learned from Jinping Fan that without the continuous supply of energy from a supreme powerhouse, the Supreme Divine Mansion would continue to deteriorate until it crumbled. Meanwhile, seeing that Duan Ling Tian did not reply for quite a while, Jinping Fan said in an attempt to console Duan Ling Tian, "Duan Ling Tian, it's just a Supreme Divine Mansion. Don't think about it so much. With your talent and comprehension skills, even without entering the Supreme Divine Mansion, you'll be able to improve quickly. Moreover, the sect is going to provide you with many resources after this. Most importantly, there'll be no lack of powerful supreme rank forces coming to recruit you. After you join a powerful supreme rank force with your ability, you don't have to worry about not having resources." Jinping Fan felt like it was enough, so he continued to say, "Moreover, your achievements at this age are more than enough to make 99% of the people in the Profound Energy Land feel envious. It's really not a big deal that you can't enter the Supreme Divine Mansion." As Jinping Fan spoke, Duan Ling Tian gradually came back to his senses. He did not expect Jinping Fan to console him to this extent, as though he could not live if he could not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion. Although he really wanted to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, he was not at the point where he would kill himself just because he could not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion. Not being able to enter the Supreme Divine Mansion only upset him briefly. It was nothing in the grand scheme of things. Moreover, the Supreme Divine Mansion was not his. He would consider himself lucky if he was able to enter, otherwise he would get over it. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Jinping Fan would come to look for him as well after not receiving a reply from him. He felt speechless but warm at the same time. He said with a smile, "Elder Jun, I'm fine. Like you said, it's just a Supreme Divine Mansion. It doesn't affect me that much." Jinping Fan studied Duan Ling Tian's expression carefully, and after confirming that Duan Ling Tian was truly fine,
He sighed in relief inwardly. He knew how much Duan Ling Tian had been looking forward to entering the Supreme Divine Mansion. As such, he had been worried the disappointment would affect Duan Ling Tian's cultivation. Although Duan Ling Tian was not Jinping Fan's disciple, he had personally recruited Duan Ling Tian to the Pure Yang sect. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian was very friendly as well. As such, he sincerely cared about Duan Ling Tian's well-being. He did not treat Duan Ling Tian as a junior but treated Duan Ling Tian as a friend instead. In fact, after Duan Ling Tian helped him obtain a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, he began to treat Duan Ling Tian as his best friend. As such, his treatment of Duan Ling Tian became even more sincere. During the Seven Mansions feast, Jinping Fan was also very concerned about Duan Ling Tian. Although not all of his actions were useful, his actions were all done in Duan Ling Tian's best interest. Duan Ling Tian was very aware of this as well. Although he did not say anything, he felt very grateful. Finally, Jinping Fan nodded and said before he took his leave, "All right, I'm glad you remained optimistic."
Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn and determined after Jinping Fan left. He no longer dwelled on the Supreme Divine Mansion. Since he could not enter the Supreme Divine Mansion, he would find other ways to get stronger. After experiencing an emotional roller coaster, Duan Ling Tian calmed down. Then he ignored the outside world and focused on cultivating.
Duan Ling Tian only stepped out of his room when the Pure Yang sect entrusted Jin Yunfeng to send resources to him. Jin Yunfeng was accompanied by Jinping Fan and Yi Chunfeng when he came to look for Duan Ling Tian.
Elder Jin, Elder Yi, Elder Ping Fan, Duan Ling Tian greeted the trio. He did not expect Jin Yunfeng to have company when delivering the resources from the Pure Yang sect. He hurriedly welcomed the trio in.
"There's no need to be so polite with us," Jin Yunfeng said with a smile. "Junior brother Yi and I came to show some people how highly we think of you. Otherwise, who knows if they'll start complaining about you being undeserving of these resources." In other words, Jin Yunfeng and Yi Chunfeng came to shut the mouths of the naysayers. Duan Ling Tian was stunned upon hearing Jin Yunfeng's words. What kind of resources did the Pure Yang sect give him that even after he ranked first in the Seven Mansions feast, some people might think he was undeserving of them? He had won 4 slots for the Pure Yang sect to enter the Holy Secret Realm when the Pure Yang sect had only expected him to rank in the top 10. Let alone first place, the sect did not even think about him ranking second or third.
What was so valuable that even after ranking first in the Seven Mansions feast, there would be people who complained?
Duan Ling Tian glanced at the content of the spatial ring that Jin Yunfeng handed him. Although he had prepared himself somewhat, he was still taken aback. All kinds of medicinal herbs could be seen in the spatial ring. Although there were not many of them, each of them was rare and precious. Among them, there were ingredients to refine divine pills that will help with the cultivation of emperors of gods. These medicinal herbs were precious and highly coveted.
There was also a prominent divine artifact. With just a glance, he could tell that it was of high quality. It even showed faint signs of birthing an artifact soul. It was not as precious as a prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, let alone a prominent artifact with a complete artifact soul, but it was still superior to ordinary prominent divine artifacts.
The prominent divine artifact was a defensive prominent divine artifact. Its form was that of silver armor. The silver armor shone faintly with a silver light, but there was a faint golden light mixed in it as well. The golden light was the faint aura that was a sign of the prominent divine artifact having a high chance of birthing an artifact soul in the future. As long as one took care to nurture the prominent divine artifact, the artifact soul was bound to form sooner or later. After Duan Ling Tian claimed ownership of the spatial ring and was looking at its contents, Jinping Fan said, "The most precious thing in the ring is the silver armor, a prominent divine artifact. Its former owner was the great disciple of a founding ancestor of our Pure Yang sect, who later became the second sect leader of our sect. In the past, the armor had already shown signs of giving birth to an artifact soul. At that time, its former owner also began to nurture it. However, before it could come to fruition, the owner was involved in a fight. Although he killed his opponent, he was severely injured as well. As such, he failed to survive his heavenly tribulation when it came 100 years later.
After that, the armor changed owners a few times, but none of them took the time to nurture it. This was because the owners were mostly intermediate emperors of gods. Intermediate emperors of gods usually placed more importance on offensive prominent divine artifacts. It's already difficult to nurture one prominent divine artifact. Imagine having to nurture two. In any case, the Pure Yang sect has always treated the armor as a treasure due to its high potential of birthing an artifact soul. It's much more precious than ordinary prominent divine artifacts, after all. If my father had spoken up alone, the sect definitely wouldn't have given this prominent artifact to you. However, since Junior Uncle Yi spoke up as well, the others could only reluctantly agree to give the prominent divine artifact to you as a reward for ranking first in the Seven Mansions feast. Duan Ling Tian realized how much more precious the defensive prominent divine artifact was after listening to Jinping Fan. In fact, the most difficult thing was not to nurture an incomplete artifact soul to completion. Instead, the process of birthing the artifact soul was the most difficult step. Moreover, not every prominent divine artifact could give birth to an artifact soul. Prominent divine artifacts had to be forged from rare materials for them to have the potential to give birth to artifact souls. This made the silver armor rather rare, and it was even rarer because not many people would spend time nurturing defensive prominent divine artifacts. As such, defensive prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls, both incomplete and complete, were incredibly rare. Is it really okay for the sect to give this to me? Duan Ling Tian asked hesitantly. After all, he did not intend to stay in the Pure Yang sect forever, and the armor was of great significance to the Pure Yang sect. Its rarity and potential aside, it was once owned by the disciple of a founding ancestor of the Pure Yang sect who was also the second sect leader of the Pure Yang sect. When Jinping Fan saw the hesitant expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he could guess the thought in Duan Ling Tian's mind immediately. He said with a smile, "Are you hesitating because this artifact is of great importance to the sect, and you're going to leave the Pure Yang sect in the future? If so, you can rest assured. This artifact is precious, but it has only been collecting dust in the treasury. It'll be even better if you can nurture it until it gives birth to an artifact soul. It can also be considered a kind of consolation to its original owner. No matter what happens in the future, it's a fact that you were once a disciple of our Pure Yang sect. If it can help you soar to greater heights, it'll also bring glory to the Pure Yang sect in the profound energy land." After listening to Jinping Fan, Duan Ling Tian quickly dispelled his worries. He was a decisive person, and he truly needed the armor. It would help him save his life at critical moments. Then, Zhen Yunfeng and Yi Chunfeng chatted briefly with Duan Ling Tian before they finally took their leave. Meanwhile, Jinping Fan stayed behind. When it was just him and Duan Ling Tian, he said seriously, "When you're strong enough to nurture prominent divine artifacts, you shouldn't rush to nurture this defensive prominent divine artifact immediately. It's better for you to nurture an offensive prominent divine artifact first. After all, an offensive prominent divine artifact is going to be much more useful to you than a defensive prominent divine artifact." Since the defensive prominent divine artifact had a high potential to birth an artifact soul, Jinping Fan was worried Duan Ling Tian would rush to nurture the defensive prominent divine artifact instead of nurturing an offensive divine artifact after he was capable of doing so. In his opinion, this would delay Duan Ling Tian's growth. "Elder Zhen, I understand this," Duan Ling Tian replied with a smile. Jinping Fan's words were not wrong at all. However, Duan Ling Tian had no plans of heeding Jinping Fan's advice since he already possessed an offensive prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. After breaking through and becoming an emperor of gods, Huang the artifact soul of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, would no longer need to hide. She could freely manifest in the world. After all, at that time, Duan Ling Tian would be strong enough to protect it from greedy people coveting his weapon. However, as of now, it was better to keep a low profile. At this time, Jinping Fan raised his hand and handed a jade token to Duan Ling Tian as he said, "There's also this. It holds the list of the more than a dozen powerful supreme rank forces, which are only second to prime supreme rank forces, in the profound energy land. Study them. Although not all of them will recruit you, it's good to have an understanding of them. It'll also help you with deciding which force to join. I only recently compiled this list. I have also added information on things you need to pay attention to.
Jinping Fan did not tell Duanling Tian he was not privy to many of the pieces of information in the Jade Token. He only learned about them after he decided to compile a list and information for Duanling Tian and spoke to people and studied the ancient records in the Pure Yang sect.
Duanling Tian spent the next few days going through the content of the Jade Token that Jinping Fan had given him. He could tell that Jinping Fan had spent a lot of effort compiling the information about the dozen or more powerful Supreme Rank forces, also known as heavyweight Supreme Rank forces, in the Profound Energy Land. Jinping Fan even included information about a Supreme Rank force that he could not possibly join. This Supreme Rank force was called the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was a major Supreme Rank force that only accepted female members. Although its strength was not among the best, it had a long history in the Profound Energy Land. It was able to exist for such a long time because it had no lack of supreme gods.
Apart from that, members were not prohibited from getting married. However, once a member was married, she would instantly become an outer disciple. Outstanding members naturally would choose partners with outstanding strength or backgrounds. As such, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion had many allies.
However, it managed to withstand the test of time not just because of its allies, but because of its resources and strength as well. Compared to the other heavyweight Supreme Rank forces, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion did not have as many members. However, their strongest powerhouse was not any weaker than those of the other heavyweight Supreme Rank forces.
Previously, when Jinping Fan mentioned the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, he had said, Duanling Tian, you should consider marrying a wife from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. If you meet any difficulties, they won't hesitate to help you as long as you're not in the wrong.
At that time, Duanling Tian had felt rather speechless.
After reading about the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, Duanling Tian continued to read about the other heavyweight Supreme Rank forces. He had long noticed that the heavyweight Supreme Rank forces had one thing in common. All of them had advanced supreme gods. Although their number was not high, all of them stood at the peak in realms of gods. All advanced supreme gods had very high innate talent. Otherwise, how could they survive so many heavenly tribulations until they became supreme gods? Their comprehension of the law was incredibly profound as well. It was also certain that they had hidden abilities as well. For example, they likely had already comprehended the 4 Taos of heaven and earth, possessed the 5 divine elements, and so on.
There are only 2 clans among the dozen heavyweight Supreme Rank forces. Eldershin said that it's unlikely that they'll recruit me.
Jinping Fan had told Duanling Tian that it was very unlikely for the heavyweight Supreme Rank clans to recruit him even if he was exceptionally talented, worried that their direct descendants would be suppressed by an outsider. The majority of the heavyweight Supreme Rank forces are sections. Oh, there's one academy.
Out of the dozen heavyweight Supreme Rank forces, one Supreme Rank force in particular caught Duanling Tian's attention. It was the Myriad Laws Academy. The Myriad Laws Academy was, needless to say, the top academy in the Profound Energy Land. It had many students, and among them, many of them were descendants of Prime Supreme Rank forces and Heavyweight Supreme Rank forces.
However, it was common that these descendants enrolled in the academy to enjoy life, not learn. In the Myriad Laws Academy, there were only 3 roles: teacher, students, and staff members. The teachers were responsible for teaching and guiding the students. Apart from that, it was also their duty to protect the academy. Those with higher cultivation bases would represent the academy to compete for resources with other prime and heavyweight Supreme Rank forces. As for the staff members, they were responsible for maintaining the academy and looking after the students. It was their duty to ensure that the academy ran smoothly, which involved taking care of the academy's hygiene and landscape. As for the students, they were responsible for the students' daily lives such as food and accommodations. Interesting, Duanling Tian thought to himself with a faint smile. The Myriad Laws Academy was similar to the academy he had joined in the past. As one of the heavyweight Supreme Rank forces, the Myriad Laws Academy naturally had advanced supreme gods as well. It was rumored that the founder of the academy was a direct disciple of a supreme powerhouse, who used to be a sectless cultivator. To honor his master, he founded the Myriad Laws Academy and accepted students indiscriminately. No one knew what happened to the founder's master. Some speculated that he had perished in an accident, and some said he perished when he was in closed-door cultivation. as expected of a direct disciple of a supreme powerhouse. It's really remarkable that he founded such a prestigious and strong academy. Duanling Tian thought to himself with a sigh. Alas, Elder Jin said it's unlikely that the academy will try to recruit me since there's no precedent of the academy recruiting a student. Unlike the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion that would take the initiative to recruit members. Jinping Fan had told Duanling Tian in advance that the Myriad Laws Academy would not take the initiative to recruit him. If he wanted to join the Myriad Laws Academy, he would have to go to them instead. If he went to the academy, the Myriad's Law Academy would not reject a talent like him. However, Jinping Fan made it clear that it was not a good choice. He had said, "The Myriad Laws Academy seems like a good choice. However, since it's an academy, it's much fairer compared to sects and clans. As such, the resources you receive won't be the best. If the academy is able to offer your resources similar to what you'll receive if you join a sect, I'll definitely persuade you to join the academy." Alas, that's not the case. Having good resources and treatment will save you a few thousand years of cultivation after all. Duanling Tian felt moved by Jinping Fan's advice and actions. He could keenly feel Jinping Fan's sincerity. However, he also felt pressured seeing Jinping Fan trying so hard to help him. After all, he disliked owing others favors. It was different from when his master helped him because he would do anything for his master. Similarly, he did not feel burdened when he received Yi Feng's help because he knew Yi Feng helped him to return his master's favor. Although Duanling Tian knew Jinping Fan was also trying to return the favor after he helped Jinping Fan obtain the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul, he felt that he could not claim complete credit. Without Yi Feng's help, they would not have been able to obtain the prominent divine artifact with an incomplete artifact soul. Duanling Tian shook his head and sighed. He dismissed his thoughts after he decided to repay Jinping Fan's kindness in the future when the chance arose. He shifted his attention back to the Jade Token, taking note of a few forces that would likely try to recruit him. These few forces' younger generation was weaker compared to that of the other forces. Jinping Fan had advised him to join one of those forces since they would definitely spend a lot of effort to nurture him if he joined them. Elder Zhen is really far-sighted. There are the Scarlet Flame Palace, the Nine Seas Valley, the Lone Primordial Spirit Congregation. At the Nine Seas Valley, one of the heavyweight supreme rank forces. The Nine Seas Valley was tucked away deep in the mountains. It was perpetually springtime in the Nine Seas Valley. It was surrounded by lush greeneries all year round. Mist swirled around this place that was like a paradise. At this time, a tall and burly young man descended from the sky. He had a jade-like complexion, and despite his youthful appearance, his pair of eyes spoke of the vicissitudes of life, making him look older than his face did. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in the courtyard and asked, "What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man bowed and greeted the young man. Then, he said respectfully, "Second Elder, you finally came out of closed-door cultivation. There's an urgent matter that I need you to decide on since the Valley Master and the First Elder aren't around." "What is it?" the young man asked expressionlessly, looking very dignified. "Second Elder, before I explain it to you, please have a look at the recording from the floating image pearl," the middle-aged man said as he handed a floating image pearl to the young man. The young man cocked an eyebrow before he began to watch the recording. The floating image pearl hovered in the air as the recording showed a battlefield surrounded by many small floating islands. The small floating islands were occupied by spectators as two opponents faced each other on the battlefield. One of them was a purple-clad young man and the other was an unkempt middle-aged man. Soon after, the two opponents began to make their moves. Meanwhile, the young man's face remained expressionless as he watched the recording. It only changed slightly when the purple-clad young man used his sword Dao. He raised an eyebrow and said, "His attainment in the sword Dao is quite good. An intermediate lord of gods like him is really rare." However, after a moment, the young man's expression changed again when he saw the purple-clad young man use the double teleportation profundity. He turned to look at the middle-aged man and said, "An intermediate lord of gods who comprehended the double teleportation profundity? How old is he?" In the history of the Nine Seas Valley, among the founders who comprehended the double teleportation profundity, the one who comprehended it the fastest did so when he was still an advanced lord of gods. Apart from that, Those who comprehended the double teleportation profundity had all gone on to achieve great things later in life. One of them even led the Nine Seas Valley to greater heights and laid the foundation for their current success. Although it was not unprecedented for an intermediate Lord of Gods to comprehend the double teleportation profundity, it was rare. Moreover, they usually did not have very high innate talent but had remarkable comprehension skills. Alas, most of them died before they could grow into potential or become an emperor of gods. The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly as he quickly replied, "He's not even 3,000 years old." "What?" The young man was shocked. "Are you sure this young man who comprehended the sword Tao and the double teleportation profundity is not even 3,000 years old?"
The middle-aged man nodded and said seriously, "Yes, I'm sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited here for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, second elder."
The young man asked with a small hint of excitement, "Who is he?" Since the middle-aged man was waiting for him here, clearly, there was a chance to recruit the purple-clad young man, who was on par with the strongest among the Nine Seas Valley's younger generation. The middle-aged man replied calmly, "His name is Duanling Tian. He's from the Pure Yang sect in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, which is one of the 7 mansions. The 7 mansions are located in the eastern region of the Profound Energy Land.
People from the 7 mansions rarely leave since the region is rather remote.
The region is underdeveloped and lacking in resources, so our people rarely go there as well." After a brief pause, he continued to say, "The recording earlier is from the 7 Mansions feast that's jointly organized by the 7 mansions. I think you must have heard of it before." The young man nodded. "Indeed, I've heard of the 7 Mansions feast. It's just a way for the forces in the 7 mansions to determine who can enter what they call the secret holy realm. To them, it's a holy realm, but to us, it's just a small realm that contains a spirit reservoir. The people in the 7 mansions are mostly weak. Their innate talent and comprehension skills aren't particularly high, so it's difficult for them to become advanced emperors of gods. As such, the strongest people there are mostly only intermediate emperors of gods. That small third-rate realm can help some of their stronger intermediate emperors of gods become advanced emperors of gods."
After a moment, the young man added, "I didn't expect such a rare talent to appear during the 7 mansions feast."
Although Duanling Tian's opponent, Wang Xiong, was strong, the young man did not pay attention to Wang Xiong at all. This was because the middle-aged man did not say anything about Wang Xiong. He believed that the middle-aged man had already vetted these people. Moreover, since only those below the age of 10,000 could participate in the 7 mansions feast, he had a feeling that Wang Xiong was close to 10,000 years old. "Second elder, the Elders' Council has sent someone to recruit him to join our Nine Seas Valley. We plan to offer him benefits so that he'll be willing to join us.
However, since the Valley Master and the First Elder weren't around and you were in closed-door cultivation, we couldn't decide on what to offer him," the middle-aged man said.
The middle-aged man was not confident they would be able to successfully recruit Duanling Tian. After all, the Nine Seas Valley was not the only heavyweight supreme rank force wanting to recruit Duanling Tian. If the conditions they offered were not good enough, it was only natural that Duanling Tian joined one of their competitors.
"Summon the Elder Council for a meeting at once," the young man said before he flashed and disappeared into thin air.
Initially, the young man planned to take a short break after coming out of closed-door cultivation. However, after discovering the existence of Duanling Tian, he was rather excited.
Although the Nine Seas Valley had many outstanding talents among the younger generation, they could not compare to their predecessors. He was now eager to recruit Duanling Tian because he firmly believed Duanling Tian could be the Nine Seas Valley's future pillar of strength.
Although it was not unprecedented, even in the Nine Seas Valley, intermediate lords of gods under the age of 3,000, who comprehended the sword Tao and the double teleportation profundity, were very rare. "He has a doppelganger from the law. This means he's not a native of a realm of gods." The young man was even more astonished by this revelation. Even as the second elder of the Nine Seas Valley, he had never heard of anyone from the lower realms capable of achieving so many amazing feats like Duanling Tian. At the lone primordial spirit congregation's estate, in a spacious hall, a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe asked in a low voice, "Did you investigate thoroughly?" Is he really from the mundane realm?
Vice Leader, I've investigated it thoroughly, a subordinate replied. There's no doubt that he's from a mundane realm. Moreover, based on the information from our intelligence network, he's not even 1,000 years old. Everyone thinks he's almost 3,000 years old. He must have used divine pills to conceal his bone age to maintain a low profile.
He achieved so many things when he's not even 1,000 years old. Such a monstrous talent is unprecedented even in our lone primordial spirit congregation.
In the beginning, the vice leader of the lone primordial spirit congregation was not particularly shocked when he first heard about Duan Ling Tian. They had a few young prodigies under the age of 3,000 years old who were comparable to Duan Ling Tian after all. The lone primordial spirit congregation's younger generation was very promising compared to the other heavyweight supreme rank forces in the profound energy land. Now that there was a chance to recruit another outstanding talent, the lone primordial spirit congregation naturally would not let such a chance go. Needless to say, after the investigation, they were even more determined to recruit Duan Ling Tian.
Inform the person recruiting Duan Ling Tian to increase our offer significantly. We have to recruit him no matter what, the vice leader said. Vice leader, what if he still refuses to join us? The subordinate asked. If he refuses, use threats. Let him know that we're aware of his secrets in the mundane realm and the Devata realm. He has to be very intelligent to be able to come this far. I'm sure he'll know what kind of choice to make at that time. Vice leader, this seems inappropriate. After all, he'll definitely join one of the heavyweight supreme rank forces. If we threaten him or if we make a move on his family friends in the lower realms, when he joins another heavyweight supreme rank force, that supreme rank force definitely won't let the matter go so easily. What can anyone do if we don't leave any traces that will lead back to us? Even if they know, can they act without evidence? You're too naive. Vice leader, you're truly wise. At the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, a pretty young woman followed behind a beautiful woman as they passed through the thick fog that shrouded a floating island. The floating island was surrounded by many small floating islands like the stars that surrounded the moon in the night sky. At this time, the beautiful woman smiled and said to the young woman, Junior Sister Xiao, I'll bring you to meet our master. Tuaba Xiao was now a disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Only the top forces from the Underworld Mansion, the Profound Jade Mansion, and the Feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame Sect were aware of it for now. Previously, the Feudal Lord Mansion's Primal Flame Sect had been determined to kill Tuaba Xiao and even called for reinforcement to the Profound Jade Mansion. The top forces from the Underworld Mansion were determined to protect Tuaba Xiao, so unsurprisingly, an intense battle broke out. Among the people from the Primal Flame Sect in the Profound Jade Mansion, there was only one intermediate Emperor of Gods. To kill Tuaba Xiao, the Primal Flame Sect hired external help and sent a few of their powerhouses to the Profound Jade Mansion. The three intermediate from the top forces in the Underworld Mansion had already anticipated this, so they had also called for reinforcement from their respective forces. Needless to say, the reinforcements from both sides were all intermediate Emperors of Gods. While the intense battle was still ongoing, the powerhouses from the Profound Jade Mansion who were watching the show were shocked when they discovered the sudden appearance of a mysterious female powerhouse. They were even more shocked as they watched the mysterious woman easily deal with the group of intermediate Emperors of Gods using the ribbon in her hand. The intermediate Emperors of Gods defended themselves but were still injured and vomited blood in the end. She's an advanced Emperor of Gods. She has a prominent divine artifact with a complete artifact soul. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the seemingly invincible woman in the sky. Based on her strength, it was clear she was not an ordinary advanced Emperor of Gods. Finally, an intermediate from the Primal Flame Sect asked fearfully in a trembling voice, Who are you? Why are you intervening in the matter between the Primal Flame Sect and the Tuaba clan? I'm from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Are you questioning me? The woman responded indifferently. At the same time, a streak of light shot out from her ribbon. The streak of light pierced the intermediate Emperor of Gods, who had just spoken, killing him immediately. Silence permeated the entire place immediately. The woman looked at Tuaba Xiao, who was staring at her in shock, and asked with a faint smile, Tuaba Xiao, do you want to join our Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Tuabashio had never heard of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. However, judging by the woman's strength, she was certain the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion was far stronger than any of the top 3 forces in the Underworld Mansion. Nonetheless, she did not agree immediately. Instead, she looked at the old man, who led the entourage from the Yuan clan. The old man sighed inwardly when he saw Tuabashio looking at him. Then, he said through voice transmission, "Don't hesitate. Accept her invitation now. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion is your best choice if you want to avenge your clan as soon as possible. The Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion is one of the heavyweight supreme rank forces in the profound energy land, and they have many supreme gods, including advanced supreme gods." Following that, Tuabashio did not hesitate as she looked at the woman and said, "Senior, I want to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion."
The woman smiled upon hearing Tuabashio's reply. She said, "Very well. From now on, you'll address me as senior sister.
Follow me to meet our master. You can bid farewell to your friends after meeting our master."
The group of emperors of gods only watched in shock and disbelief as the woman brought Tuabashio away. No one dared to stop them at all.
Finally, the old man from the Yuan clan laughed heartily. "What a glorious day for our Yuan clan and the Underworld Mansion." Following that, the people from the Underworld Mansion laughed as well. On the contrary, the faces of those from the Primal Flame sect were ashen.
Tuabashio was a disciple of the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, her senior sister was exceptionally strong and an extraordinary advanced emperor of gods. As such, her master was definitely not an ordinary supreme god.
"The Primal Flame sect is doomed."
The people from the Primal Flame sect fell into despair.
At the same time, the Primal Flame sect's allies glared at them, cursing inwardly. Some of them wondered if they should leave the profound energy land for good to escape the impending disaster. It was possible that the supreme god from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion would kill them.
From what they knew, the old women in the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion were very protective of their members.
As for the powerhouses from the profound Jade Mansion, they looked at each other in shock and disbelief when they saw that the female prodigy, whom the top forces from the Underworld Mansion cultivated, had been invited to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion.
Moreover, her master was definitely a supreme god. When they regained their senses, they smiled and quickly congratulated the people from the Underworld Mansion. When Duan Lingtian received the news later, he was surprised as well.
Tuabashio was invited to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion? Duan Lingtian did not expect Tuabashio to join the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion so quickly. He had just finished reading the information about the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, which was prepared by Jinping Fan 2 days ago. "The Primal Flame sect is doomed, right?" Duan Lingtian asked Jinping Fan after Jinping Fan told him about Tuabashio joining the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Jinping Fan said with a complicated expression, "I heard that the Primal Flame sect is preparing to disband. However, when they tried to leave their sect's estate, they discovered that they couldn't leave. A barrier had surrounded the entire estate, and the intermediate emperors of gods couldn't break it even after they joined forces. According to Junior Uncle Yi, the barrier must have been erected by a formation master from the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion. Only a supreme rank formation master could erect such a barrier that could stop the Primal Flame sect's members from leaving." Duan Lingtian was stunned by Jinping Fan's words. "It seems like the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion isn't going to make a move for now. They're going to let Tuabashio personally seek revenge after she's grown strong enough to do so."
In any case, there's no doubt that Tuabashio's master is either the formation master or has a close relationship with a formation master, Jinping Fan said.
Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe that Tuabashio not only joined the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion, but their supreme god even helped her to capture and imprison her enemies. Jinping Fan sighed. "What a pity. If you didn't have a penis, the Rainbow Phoenix Pavilion would definitely recruit you." Then he said teasingly, "Why don't you consider castration?" Then, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Jinping Fan added, "No, that's not right either. Even if you castrate yourself, it doesn't make you a woman."
Duan Lingtian and Jinping Fan both laughed at the joke.
Then, after a moment, as though he just remembered something, Jinping Fan said, "You should not go into closed-door cultivation for the time being. If I'm not wrong, the people from the heavyweight supreme rank forces should be arriving soon to recruit you." Regardless of your choice, you should be present when they arrive. It's best not to offend these people. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned serious when he heard Jinping Fan's words. Since Jinping Fan told him that the heavyweight Supreme Rank forces would take an interest in him, he naturally had no intention to join ordinary Supreme Rank forces. The resources between the two could not be compared at all. He wondered which heavyweight Supreme Rank force would come to recruit him. I'll decide when the time comes. Apart from taking their offer into consideration, I'll also take their attitude into consideration. Naturally, I'll only consider those with sincere and respectful attitudes. I won't consider those who are insincere and disrespectful, even if their offer is good.
In any case, Duan Ling Tian knew better than to offend the heavyweight Supreme Rank forces. After all, not only would he be in trouble, but the Pure Yang sect would also be implicated. The Pure Yang sect might be on top of the food chain in the Eastern Ridge Mansion, but they were like an ant in front of those heavyweight Supreme Rank forces. While Duan Ling Tian and Jinping Fan continued to chat, various people were making their way to the Pure Yang sect from different directions.